to work with from here. We have the action plan. We are going to disseminate a lot of information, and we have digital channels to ensure widespread access of knowledge and of strategies developed during this event. So this event is being streamed, so it is being disseminated as far as wide as possible. We have some people who are online, and they are all following even from outside Kenya. So we want to really promote this event so that we can be able to have a lot of information sharing. Next. Oh, that is the last one. So that is why we are here today, so that we can be able to discuss and deliberate on what is the best way we can be able to address the issue of agriculture extension in this space. So, Professor, asante.
Thank you very much, Peter. I don't know whether we should applaud him or not, or we wait until the end of the day to know whether we have achieved the objectives as he has set them very well. I thank you, Peter. Things are clear. So at the end of the day, we are going to assess how we have done against the objectives. Please, somebody project my presentation. I'll be speaking a little bit to this topic of the last mile, but as they do that, let me look through the program with you. We do have a rich program today. We are expecting important visitors, representation from the highest levels in the Ministry of Agriculture, the partners who have been working with KeFAAS, quite a rich diversity. So as Peter has said, you have an opportunity to meet some of the great people who are involved in the agriculture sector in the country. Please don't be quiet. Reach out to get to know them and let them know you. Even me, please get to know me. I'm also one of those good and important people in the sector. So let us get to know each other. We have a keynote coming from Professor Onyango, one of our really well-experienced persons in this sector, experts. And we will going on have a session. One of the unique things, I was here in the other extension symposium the other year. We have a new thing, an award. There will be presentation of awards to those who have innovated and done important work to move forward this sector. And in the afternoon, we have breakout sessions. So please stay along, follow the sessions, and we are looking forward to having a good day. So ladies and gentlemen, in the next couple of minutes, not very long, I ask you to accompany me in this presentation. When I saw the theme of this year's symposium, I asked myself, what is this last mile? So actually I went to read and asked myself, what is the last mile? And the concept of the last mile is well known in the supply chains for many goods, like those who supply supermarkets or other kinds of goods. So when we speak about supply chain, if you go and Google last mile extension delivery system, there is nothing for last mile for knowledge. And yet we are here to make sure knowledge, this last mile gap in knowledge is being closed. It's a very interesting thing. And you know, nowadays the Bible is being read a lot in many places. If you are there following what is happening in Parliament and in Senate, you would almost think the church is going there. So let me also quote a verse for you. There is one which says, my people are perishing. For what? For lack of knowledge. Yet knowledge is there. Ask us, those who come from the university side. All the time we are churning, we have students and things. We are talking about knowledge. It is there. I can see many learned people here. So I know knowledge is there. But go to the farmers and ask them, what will you hear? Niklio, I don't know this, I don't know the other. They are not doing well because there is a gap. There is something which is not connecting. So I want to very quickly just have a look. I don't know why it has dropped off the screen. So we can go on. So I titled my presentation, is this last mile a mirage? Mirage, you know mirage. Mirage is something when you approach to reach, you don't, it moves, isn't it? Have you seen this thing? I know when I was young, we used to see it a lot. Nowadays, I don't see. But when you approach to cover this gap, it seems to move. That's the thing. So I want to ask you today, why me, I'm convinced it is a mirage. Please convince me otherwise by the end of the day that it is not a mirage. And I want to show you why I think it is a mirage. We are not going to cover it. Peter, I don't know where you are. I'm not saying you're not going to cover the last mile, but I think it will be something that remains a challenge. Please move on to the next slide. Who is controlling it? Yeah, you can move on. Yeah, so this is it. I just saw an interesting statistic. I was looking at the access availability of extension services. I don't know when this statistic was done, and I don't know why it is blinking off the screen. Yeah, please keep it there. That there are, let's give our IT team a moment to stabilize the screen. Okay, so that there are, I don't know whether this is 2024 statistics or 20 what, but I saw there are over 1 to 1,000. This is the ratio of extension officers to farmers. The recommended by FAO is 1 to 400. I don't want to speak much about this because I'm not a very good expert in these things, but that is the information available if you go online and search it. So, and I did go and read what is this last mile. And I think Peter defined it here. The last mile, the final step in the supply chain. So in this case, it is of information. For other goods, they know very well. If somebody is selling phone, they know the last mile has been covered when the phone reaches the customer, the person to use it. So how do we know the last mile for knowledge has been covered? Anyway, where knowledge and technologies, etc., will be transmitted from researchers and publishers and everybody, those people who hold the knowledge. Finally, I don't know what we'll do with this screen, to those who need to use it. So, and one thing Peter has said, which I liked very much, you need to reach the underserved communities. There is getting information to cover the last mile, but it also needs to cover everyone, the poor, the marginalized, and all these things. And of course, it should be responding to, I think somebody needs to hold the cable for the screen or change the port. IT. If you allow me, I would like to pause until it is sorted out. Okay, in the meantime, you can go on to the next step. Next slide. Yeah, so the next slide here was really, it's amazing if you go and ask, how does knowledge and information reach farmers? There are really many ways, many different channels. This tree here or graphic illustration is just one. It throws everything. It's a whole mixed pot of things. And because I had the last point Peter said is using digital technologies to close this gap. We have put too much hope in digital systems. And I'm asking myself, are we really going to close this last mile effectively utilizing digital systems? Anyway, I saw a study which was done just about 10 years ago. And they found there are many sources of knowledge. Some of you are indicated here. Government, extension services, NGOs, farmer associations, the input suppliers, neighbors, magazines, private companies are running their own extension systems. And the last one, which is interesting, called self, tacit knowledge. I really wish to learn today more about this thing of tacit knowledge because it seems not to be well appreciated. We seem to put too much focus on, is it the modern knowledge, which is being generated from research and everything. And we are not taking care of this last one, knowledge which is coming from traditional sources. Please move on to the next slide. Okay, so technologies are changing rapidly. This is one of the things why I feel this last mile thing can remain a challenge. Everywhere you look, anything, whether it is in breeding, livestock or crops, whether it is in transport, in logistics, whether it is in energy systems, post-harvest systems, technologies are changing a lot. The trouble is this, I think the pace of technology change is faster than extension is moving. That is my opinion. That's why I feel this last mile is going to remain somewhat, there is a lag between where technology is and where extension is, because by the time we catch up, the people who are making technology have moved on to the next thing. And we will see as we go on. Please go on to the next slide. Right now, the big thing is artificial intelligence. So I went and looked, go to the people in almost all other areas of learning and knowledge, whether it is engineering, whether it is health, even in law. We are seeing a lot of lawyers. I heard they are going to be displaced by artificial intelligence because this system can go and argue your case. You just need to tell it, I'm accused of this and the other. And it can, please reset the mic. So that's what I have heard. So I asked myself, what are we doing in agriculture, at least the extension side, with artificial intelligence? I'm not sure. Please convince me by the end of the day that extension people are deploying AI, or we are set, at least we are prepared to take advantage of AI. Otherwise, we are going to lag behind. So that is what I think. I know there are people in the institutions who are doing research on some of these systems, for example, for disease diagnostics and things like that. But it's a big thing everywhere in the world. And I saw the possibilities, artificial intelligence potential, whether it is in irrigation, in pest protection, in weather forecasting, in soil management, in supply chain. There is opportunity to utilize AI, artificial intelligence. But some of us, I don't know what we are doing with it. I don't even know how many people in this room, good people in extension, have utilized AI for anything, leave alone for extension, for anything, even to help you in planning your something. How many people here have ever even downloaded a ChatGPT? I know your children already have this thing. You yourself, extension experts, have you downloaded it and asked it, how can it help you to be more effective in closing the last mile? Let's move on. All right. IoT. Have you heard about IoT? Extension people. Do you even know? No, it doesn't mean riot. Some people are saying the only thing missing is an R. And then it would be a riot. No, IoT is Internet of Things. Now, you know, there are some terminologies we hear and we think they apply to other people, not to us in agriculture, and not to us, at least in extension. So I asked myself, this thing just the other, maybe in the last 2, 3, 4 years, IoT was a big thing until AI then came in. I'm not sure they are related or which one is bigger. Maybe one even covers the other one. But there is many opportunities to apply IoT in agriculture and even in extension work. Are we applying it? I think we are lagging. I am waiting for somebody here to tell me today, by the end of the evening, I'll ask this question. Who knows how to apply IoT to close the last mile gap? Tell us. So next year we start applying it. And next year we'll come here and ask, how far we have progressed. You see, for example, in data collection by sensor. So when we go to farmers and we are telling them, hey, climate change, drought, there is no moisture, and we are telling them all this. Yet there are sensors we can deploy so that we are basing our decisions on real data. Are we doing it? I don't know. Tell me who has deployed a sensor somewhere with a farmer, somewhere, and you use the data to support extension work. Please, reducing production costs, for example, whether it is planning, spraying, or whatever other inputs, automation of some of the farm processes, whether it is record keeping and things. You don't have to go and record the data by your hand. Whether you are milking, you can set a system which monitors how much milk came, how much water the cows consumed, how much eggs were collected. Those things are possible. So you don't have to go and count. I know some of you are farmers. When you go home, you ask the workers, how many trays were there? You head to the store with a pen and a notebook. Tick, tick, 10 trays. There are systems to do this. If we ourselves don't even know, how can we go and help farmers? Then we come and say we are closing the last mile. Me, I'm thinking it is going to remain something of a challenge. Anyway, there are many things. Let's move on to the next slide. IoT. I found interesting. If you just go to the internet, it is an interesting place where it can be applied. Drones. If there was no roof here, I'm sure the photographers would be flying a drone here. You've been to weddings and seen drones? How come, even to funerals, drones are being applied? How many have you seen applying drones in agriculture? Tell me, good extension people. How many have seen? Me, I have seen one person trying to use it for agriculture, and I heard they don't have a license to fly it. So they were told, you only fly it here, near the height of the bananas. If it goes too high, it might, I don't know, do what, or see who. Why are we lagging behind? How come technology is leaving us behind? IoT for machine operations. There are countries where everything is so automated, you are using robots to go to the farm. And yet here, we think this is something out of this world. These are things we need to be aware of. So when we speak to our farmers, they see we know, and we are helping them to also acquire, because some of these, by the way, these sensors, they are so cheap now, a couple of hundreds, you get sensors. You can integrate them to your phone. But are we using it? We are not. Soil monitoring sensors. A big thing, soil health. For those of you who are even in the last conferences, some that have happened in Kenya, the issue of soil health, agroecology, and all these things. But what do we talk about it? How are we utilizing these modern technologies to close this last mile gap? I feel we are lagging behind. Let's move on. Blockchain. Have you heard about blockchain? Have you heard? How many people have heard about blockchain? Lift your hand. How many people have used blockchain? Lift your hand. No one. Oh, there is one. At least there is one. Blockchain. So I found this thing. There is a lot of information. Is blockchain the future of agriculture? And then they said 5 ways in which it can help farmers and consumers. You have not even heard about it. Good extension, people. And we are aiming to close the last mile gap. For me, this is a challenge. Let us not lag behind. I don't know. So the first time I heard about blockchain, it was with cryptocurrency. Have you heard about, what is that currency? Bitcoin. And you know, being good Kenyans, we are afraid of being conned. So we say, anybody speaking blockchain, stay on that side of the carpet. Me, I want to stay with my money in my pocket. We need not fear these technologies. I don't know how, please don't ask me. You know, I might leave you and then you start telling us how blockchain is used. I don't know. I'm just telling you it can be used. There, in monitoring weather, monitoring soil quality. So you see, the other slide told us IoT can be used to monitor soil quality. The other one told us AI can be used to do the same thing. And I haven't seen people who are utilizing it. You know, machine learning, anti-counterfeiting, a big deal. Just go around here to the PCPB and you will hear, isn't it? The issue of counterfeiting of inputs, whether it is pesticides, seed and everything. And we go to farmers and they are complaining. Me, myself, have been a victim of counterfeit products. Some of you have been. Where are the extension people to apply this blockchain so that we can catch the thieves? Eh? But now we send police to go and look with their eyes. Is this fake or true? Use blockchain. That's what we are saying. I don't know how it is used. Anyway, let's move on to the let us move on to the next slide. So there is a new generation of people that we are dealing with, even as we do our extension work. You know, the new we saw this year, the Gen Zs. This country, a big percentage, majority of our people are young. So when you are doing your extension work with this, previous approach that these are digital tech savvy generation. Have you heard about these terms? The digital natives and the digital migrants. You heard about it? Who are the digital natives? The generation that was born, these millennials, they were born, they found the mobile phones, they found the internet. So how you approach them, yesterday I was in class and I was really challenged by a group of students. They have access. I am here talking with my pen, writing on the board. And they are searching on their phone on Google. And they are telling you are not telling us the truth. I said, I better go back and prepare properly. I am telling you, when you go to farmers now, don't go with all that thou know it all attitude, because they have also access to, they are here. Some of you, I'm seeing you here. You are here, digital migrants. Can you see your faces, how they look like? You even harassed. An immigrant is somebody who goes to another person's country. So when you venture from here, your place, where you don't have all these devices, you are used to the paper and pen and going to tell the story with your neighbor speaking. When you come here, you are lost. You need to be oriented. That is what it means, the natives and the immigrants. This is the digital divide that we are talking about. I think this will remain a significant issue in dealing with the last mile to close this gap, and we have to prepare for it. It's a reality of our time. Let's go on to the next slide. So, I don't know whether you can read this from where you are, but digital divide is not simply the lack of a mobile phone, because when we say we are going to leverage digital technologies to close the gap in capacity in extension services, people think it is, let us provide them with phone. Maybe we even give them data. It isn't it. It has many domains, many. Poverty is an issue. There are people who are not able to access this because of the costs. So underdeveloped countries, for example, if you compare where we are with the US or in Europe, if you compare rural and urban areas, there are also differences. If you look at, for example, the levels of education, some people are more educated, they have greater understanding than others. Ethnicity and language. I can have the phone, I can have the data, but is the information available in a language I can understand? Do we translate all this nice and good information into languages that can be understood locally? I think this is a problem. So when we are preparing information for extension, a lot of it is in English. And I found another issue is even terminologies. The other day, the other year, when there was a debate on GMOs, you know, there is no, my mother was asking me, can you tell me what is GMO in Kikuyu? Huh? What is GMO in Kikuyu? So I turned around, I asked my sister, do you know this thing? So we were all there, the whole family. I said, one, look for genetic and modification. So we shared. Some to define genetic, the other one modified, the other one organism. And at the end of the day, it was a paragraph. We are telling my mother. So she's asking her, is it a good thing or not a good thing? From a paragraph. Terminologies. So depending on how you're understanding, these people, we are not saying they are not learned. They are able to follow all the story of impeachment. In fact, I was surprised. You go to the rural areas, people are following these impeachment proceedings, and they are being negotiated in English, isn't it? But when we come to extension, we need to cause change. So we must break down this information to their level where they will understand. Yet, are we 47 or 50 communities in Kenya? So are we going to translate everything into this thing? I do not know. But I heard AI is a tool which can be deployed now to translate into almost, isn't it? You can train it and tell it, translate these two. Maybe I should have told, looked for the AI of Kikuyu. Hey, translate this GMO into, and I get the thing. I dazzle my mother with my level of knowledge. But we were all there, me, my mother, my sister, and everyone. We were all there staring at each other. Anyway, lack of motivation. What I want to say is this. Digital divide has many meanings. There are many causes. Let's move on. But I think it is going to remain one of the issues we have to deal with as we aim to close the last mile gap. 3 A's, which I feel are still not yet closed to enhance what is called digital equity. One is availability of the digital technologies. For example, the infrastructure, fiber cables, whatever is needed, like that, the mobile network, which is needed to enable access to digital technologies. I think there are still areas in Kenya where this is not available. Anyway, even if we deal with it, the next issue is going to be affordability. The other day, we were introduced to Starlink. And Starlink said they are going to have internet anywhere. You can even have that portable thing. The issue was cost. So I had, my friends were already getting excited. We are going to buy one. We are going to, when they were told it is 40 something, 6,000, they said, let us continue with the other one, which we access somewhere, and then you leave it. Affordability is a big issue. Even now, if you sit here, you'll hear people complaining how Safaricom has taken their data. I bought a bundle. I just looked to listen to the video of what is going there. And before they have finished even cross-examining the data is, have you had this experience where the data just disappears? It's an issue of affordability. You have the phone and you bought the data, but you are here like us without listening to what is going on because affordability. And then adoption. Adoption is a big thing. There are human level, what are called human level issues. So communities are not able to access, and this, by the way, affects even more in developed countries because they have this, it's available. It's even avoid, but there are other things there. For example, you get a phone. It has all the apps. Some of you here have not used more than 3 apps. The one you use is M-Pesa. Maybe the one to access your KCB. Which other one? WhatsApp at most. 3. Your phone has how many apps? If I ask you, come here, I bring your phone. I pick one up and I tell you, explain what it does and show us here. Some of you will walk out, like the guy we saw there who could not explain what he was doing. So, what I want to say, good people, it is not only having these things, you can have the ability to use. And I think we need to, let us not assume, myself, I feel, we assume when people have the devices, they are able to, so we just throw the information. You know, you have the phone and you have the app there, particularly creating apps. It has become a very good thing. Training them to use these things in a way they understand it. Let's move on. The persisting disconnect between the actors. For example, we have just met here. I know 1 or 2 people in this room. I am wondering, where have all these others been? You don't know me. I didn't know you. Yet we are in the same ecosystem. We are supposed to be knowing each other. Why is it that since the last extension summit, we are meeting after a year? What happened in the 12 months? Didn't we have a forum to meet, even if it is just to drink tea or coffee or water or look at the sky? You know, we need to do more. And, you know, no, just remain in our spaces. Let us go out, venture out. Can you see these interaction domains where research and farmers are interacting? But we remain in our, is it called ivory tower? We are doing our research there. The farmer is in the village. When we have finished, we come and tell him, this is what we have found. This space is not existing. Research and extension.
Say you know things you don't know. You might just be called to come and explain. Subject matter specialist. If you're an expert, come forward, look for the other one, and come and explain things. Okay? And then here, extension and the farmer. This is where the last mile is supposed to be happening. And I'm telling you,
problems with public extension, we might then think from the private sector, I can see you. So there are also issues. What was the idea as I see it? I said I'm not an expert, but the thought was to contract extension service delivery to private sector, and yet, at least in some way, for the public sector to continue paying for it. So you have private sector providing the service, public sector paying a little bit for that. Cost recovery for sustainability, and yet farmers are to pay a fee, you know, so that it is sustainable and also it is demand driven. The farmer will only go to demand the service when they need it. Yet now we have an issue. Farmers have limited resources to pay. So you can sit there, you are ready to offer the service, but farmers are not coming because of cost and resources. Quality issues. Who is regulating what the private sector is doing? And then we say we are going to cover the last mile. Where is the mechanism to ensure there is good quality? limited coverage of private sector. Private sector have their own interest. They cannot just come because you say they cover. They will focus on, this is what is reported. They tend to focus on high value crops, maybe some kind of farmers who align to their interest. The risk of misuse of public funds. In this country, we have a lot of this. If the public is paying for a service provided by the private sector, who makes sure there is accountability that indeed the service is rendered for what is being paid for? Inequitable service provision. You go to some places, you don't go to others. And mismatch between service providers and the client's needs. We can go on to the next slide. So what they are saying is, even private sector has challenges that will continue constraining this. Other challenges. This is the last slide on challenges. I told you for me, I was coming to ask, is the last mile a mirage? I thought there are really many issues. Delivery of information at the right time. It might be there, well packaged, but it comes after things have gone wrong. Delivery in a user-friendly. We talked about language and even in an accessible manner. Generation of knowledge, which is not participatory. We leave farm, I showed you that circle, where we are supposed to carry the farmers along as we are generating this knowledge which we expect to use to close the last gap. Yet we leave them behind. And it is already proven, if you generate knowledge in a participatory manner, it is likely to be more successful. Emphasis on modern, I mentioned this, on modern knowledge. So we think knowledge based on research from the NAL labs, particularly when you put such words there, NAL labs, or I don't know who discovered this thing. We think it carries greater weight than indigenous or this traditional knowledge. Yet there are innovations and practices that reside in communities that also need to be utilized towards closing this last gap. Of course, the differences between peri-urban and rural settings, it doesn't work the same. This data here, if you see, get these slides, look at this. This was a study done, and what they found, government extension agencies in a peri-urban area, they are utilizing government extension agencies a lot. In rural areas, in Boni, very few are relying on government extension services. The last one is interesting. The last one, private companies. In Dagoretti, a peri-urban area, very few depend on private companies. But in Boni, a lot of them are depending. So there are these discrepancies, and it is good. We understand the reality if we are going to successfully close this gap. Let's move on. Somebody go on. There's one last one. Finally, my conclusion. The demand for extension services is increasing as agriculture becomes knowledge-driven. Changing demographics of farmers. As I said, we have a new generation. They are more digital, tech-savvy. There are many pathways for extension service delivery. Many, really. I think there is really an explosion. Technology is changing rapidly, as I've said. I think we are lagging behind some of these tech like AI, IoT, the blockchains, and many others. There is a persisting disconnect between agri sector actors, like those who are represented here today, and even private sector extension service providers are facing other challenges which need to be addressed. The last mile, according to me, risks of widening. I thank you for your attention. Whether anybody has a question from there before we move on, I wanted to set that question so that some of you, I know you are soul searching, you are disputing. I like it. If it is troubling you, what I have said, please challenge me. Show us the evidence otherwise. By the end of the day, let us see whether we reach a different conclusion on this matter. If you have a question or a comment, we can take it, and then we will move on to the next presentation. And in the meantime, if Peter is close by, we can be consulting. Any comment? There are seasoned extensionists here. Somebody can give them a mic as we prepare ourselves. Yes. Let's hear the seasoned extensionists here. What's your response? This is my... Now, you know, I said the experts might be silent. Are there no? I thought this meeting has seasoned extensionists. Yeah. You want to take it up? Please bring here, bring to this corner. I would like to throw that question back to you and the people behind you, please. Daphne, Pamela, please respond to this question. What should we do? Do you agree the last mile risks widening? That's the first question we should ask ourselves. If so, what do we need to do? Ladies and gentlemen, there is a lady here who can help us with some answer to that question. Yes, thank you, Madam Philomena. So let's pass on the mic to just here and let's hear what do we need to do? Because for me, if indeed we agree some of these technologies are moving a bit faster than us, what should even KeFAAS do? Because it is KeFAAS that convened us here. What are they to do? I think we should call upon everyone who is wearing a t-shirt labeled KeFAAS. What should KeFAAS do to make sure we don't lag so far behind? Because the truth of the matter is we risk extension risks. Anyway, the whole agriculture sector risks falling behind the pace of progress in technologies. Who is going to convene, mobilize, get people together so that we are moving, at, if not exactly the same pace, a bit faster? Where is the mic? Thank you, Pamela. Yes, Daphne.
Also a member of KeFAAS and also a former extension officer. And yes, extension could be a morale. And yes, it is not. I think as extensionists, we need to challenge us. There are a number of opportunities that has brought out so well. I think if we start and remain in the status quo, then it will remain on the right. But if we challenge us, especially now that we have seen the number of digital and also technology that is changing at a very fast rate. So first of all, as extensionists, what is the level of our technology use? Because you can't give what you don't have. You need first of all to embrace the technology, and then when we take it out there and tell farmers what to do, we already know. Otherwise, unless we challenge ourselves at that level, we will remain what we knew in the early 80s, 80s and 90s, and then you will think that we are doing essential. But unless we change the changing times, and then I like the extension, research, and farmer connectivity. That's where the gist of the matter lies. Because the scientists are doing a lot, the extension is there, maybe they are not even getting what the extensionists, the researchers are doing, and then the farmer is supposed to receive the information. The disconnect is there, the disconnect is there. I'm happy we're having the government in the house. I'm happy we're having private extensions providers in the house. We need to have a real deep conversation like the one Prof has done to us. Thank you, Prof, because you didn't spare anything. You just read raw as it is. I think it's our turn now to take it and use it. And then as KeFAAS, we need also to come up with a modality. How does KeFAAS improve the extension equities, both for the private and public service providers? We need to have a database, bring them to speaking to each other, because the Symposium once a year is important. We need to
Thank you very much, Daphne. Excellent. At least we are moving in hopefully a way which can move us towards next year. There is indeed, you can start there and then we move on. And I don't know if Peter is nearby, or can somebody please help me to find Peter? We need to consult. Is Dr. Lydian here? Doctor, oh, she's around. Okay, she can be getting ready to get on. Yeah, you can speak.
to challenge with your permission. I think now as KeFAAS, we need to start having another team for delivering extension, not as a last mile, but a first mile. Why? If you want to change and transform the food system in Kenya, you have to start and end with those who are producing the food. And these are the farmers. And I want to echo what Dr. has mentioned. Many times technologies will come, innovations will come, and in a bid to cause transformation in the food system, we want farmers to adapt their system to the new technology and innovation we bring. What should the extension then do? We're saying we want to transform the food system in this country. Let's start with the farmers. They're already doing something. With or without myself or you, they're doing something. And even if they're not there, they are doing something. So why don't we enter into this context of the farmer and add value to what is already existing? So they're producing food, they're growing maize, we have climate change. And then you realize with this type of a seed variety, with the available little rain, you're not going to get anything. Now, this is where you and I come in and say, can we try a drought-tolerant variety that can survive and still give you yields in the limited rainfall? So what we are simply doing is adding value to what is already existing. So I want to call upon each and every one of us here to start speaking about the first mile delivery. Start and end with the farmer. If they are growing vegetables and they're not doing well in that ecological, is it that they're not doing it right? That is where you and I come in and provide the technical support that they require. So let's start with the farmers. What are they doing? Now with science, with what we have acquired from, engagement and sharing of knowledge, let's add value and not as a last mile, but as a first mile.
Thank you, Violet. That is Violet from the Cereal Growers Association, tilting it on the head. I think we now need somebody to come and tell us, where is the first mile? Me, I thought I knew where the last mile is. Now the first. Maybe we should have had 2 days here so that tomorrow we dedicated to strategies for covering the first mile. But Violet, thank you for giving us this new thought. Yes, let's move on to our next speaker. Karibu.
One is about the training. That is the initially, you have to have a training in agricultural extension before you go to the field to train farmers. But having supervised many students of different universities by working in the public sector, we have
That explanation is not
agribusiness, with technology, agricultural extension, agricultural education and extension, agronomy, cultural, etc. So you will see that a student has trained in horticulture or agronomy. A student has trained in technology, but they have now come in to do attachment in extension. But in school, they have been in the lab and studying other things. And these are the same people who will be employed by government, but they do not have much on agricultural extension. How do you pass information to the farmer? They do not know. So what I would request this forum, KeFAAS and university who are presented here. My request would be that before an extension worker is employed, you need to look at what were they trained at the university. Because if somebody did not undertake any training of extension, how do you go pass this information to the farmers? They did not know which approach to use. They did not know which method to use. They do not know how to handle group farmers or individual farmers issues. In the same breath that a teacher, if you did maths and chemistry, that doesn't mean that you're a qualified teacher. You have to go back and do a postgraduate diploma in education. So if you've done agronomy and horticulture and technology, can we recommend that this person needs at least a certificate in agricultural extension maybe a diploma, so that you know that what they are doing in the field is what is required. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's Dr. Miri Mwaura, a very insightful perspective. Looking at it, people are coming from different training backgrounds and they come to work in an extension and they are not prepared for it. This is a good point for KeFAAS to take note, as has been said. I think the entry point is to enrich extension content in curriculum. We have a good opportunity. I know KeFAAS was represented in the National Agriculture Summit, which took place, I think, 2 weeks ago. And there is a forum organized, the Deans of Agriculture Forum is now there. The universities teaching agriculture have a forum. I think this is, and KeFAAS is connected. So they have an opportunity to influence what is being taught in the universities. This is a very good point. I wish, I think it probably will go towards the end of the day as one of the things that we can maybe take up to follow up in the next year. So I'm going to take one more comment, but in the meantime, I'll ask the person presenting for AIRC to get ready. Please get your, who is it? Who? Okay, thank you very much. Is the presentation ready or you just speak? Okay, so if it is ready, please, you can get it projecting. One final question. Yes, please.
Yeah, Alan Savannah, Senior Scientist at APNI, that is African Plant Nutrition Institute. Yeah. And what my previous speaker talked about is actually something that is already in pipeline. Yeah. It's something we came together with KeFAAS, yeah, and the AFAS, yeah, and started asking ourselves, why do we have lawyers go through law school and go through the university, but have to go to the law school? Because extension has two parts. Has the part of knowledge and the delivery model. If those two cannot sync, then I think we are bound not to reach that last or even the first time. Yeah. Because you don't even know how to get the need assessment if you do not know the model of delivery. Yeah. So we are working on something KeFAAS under the umbrella of us. Yeah. And this came up after the African Fertilizer and Soil Summit. Yeah. That was held in May. Yeah. So, and I think just not to preempt, but we know AFAS is one of the fault lines in that. So we would like to have that actually implemented if possible across the continent. So it will be coming up as a certification program for the station advices.
Wow, thank you very much. These are the kind of things, we want to know they are happening. So we don't reinvent the wheel. We just plug into it and go along. So hopefully we'll have another opportunity soon. We don't wait for the next National Extension Summit to know where you are at. Maybe somewhere in January or February. Organize a meeting, even if it is virtual, and we all get to know where do we connect to get things going better. So if no final, the presentation by AIRC is ready. So I will invite our colleague to come here. Please let us continue with the discussion. Some of the terminologies here might look confusing, like AI. By the way, I went somewhere and mentioned the word AI. And one extension officers, like the digital, who are here, told me they are experts in AI. The one AI of animals, the other one. The one we are talking here is the other one of artificial intelligence. Please, eh? So, just to get things in perspective, I thank you for your attention. I think we have started a good discussion. Colleague, Karibu.
Thank you very much, Professor. I think he deserves an applause. Thank you very much for those very deep and insightful that presentation, which sheds light to many aspects of what we are trying to do here today. So my name is Festus Njogu, and I have been coordinating mass media services at the Agricultural Information Resource Center. In case you're wondering who AIRC is, we are the organization that is hosting you today, for those of you who are not aware. And I will be just taking just a few minutes of your time. I'll not take a long time because I was told it's just a few minutes to just bring you up to speed on who is AIRC and probably how can you partner with AIRC to advance your agenda. So welcome to this, and on behalf of the director and all my colleagues, let me take this chance to welcome you, feel at home, and enjoy your stay here. Let's go to the next slide. A good thing I'm a millennial, so I brought backup, just in case technology decides to. Okay, well, there we go. So who is AIRC? AIRC is a ministerial agency started in 1966. That is 3 years after independence, with the primary role of documenting, producing, and disseminating technical agricultural information products through integrated platforms. So this you can call integrated platforms are anything from conventional media to online platforms that are coming up every day, because technology is changing very fast. Now, the center has over the years acted as a central repository. In the earlier constitutional dispensation, all reports used to end up in our library here. And in Kilimo House at the basement, if you have ever gone down there, there's a huge repository. But because of the changes in our constitution, which devolved agriculture, and also the changes in technology, which is really killing the print media as we knew it before, then the flow of physical documents has been halted. And there has been a massive shift to e-repositories and e-platforms. And we cannot go back to where we are coming from. We can learn from where we are coming from, but we cannot go back there. So we have acted as a central repository for agricultural information, education, and communication resources. We also have, over the years, and even today, provide short-term tailor-made training programs. This is covering mainly the areas of communication. For those of you who entered extension a bit earlier, you might have come through this center to be trained in communication skills. Now, this does not mean you are not qualified as an agricultural extension officer. You were. But when you are onboarded to the ministry used to bring all extension officers, especially those to take up senior positions, to AIRC. And here they would go through a very rigorous course on communication skills, so that when they go to the ground to also empower the final, what used to be called the frontline extension workers, then they would also capacity build them in basic communication for extension workers. Right, let's go to the next slide. Now, our departments are 7. The first one is the Agricultural Documentation Center, or ADOC. Kitambo ilikuwa inaitwa KADOC. This is the unit of the center that is mandated with the responsibility to create manuals and documents that are supposed to help extension workers to get their messages right. We also have the mass media services, which this is the unit I've been working on for the last very many years, probably like 15 years. So I'm an authority when it comes to agricultural media, agricultural information, communication, and management. And in this unit, we have, in this department, we have 3 subunits. This is agricultural video production, agricultural radio production, and also printing and publications. Let me say the reason why we are adding agricultural, I know video is video, but agriculture is a science. So sometimes when you trust or when you task media professionals to package agricultural concepts, sometimes they may not do justice, especially to the nexus between research, extension, and farmers. I believe AIRC is right at that nexus where Professor has so competently elaborated. AIRC stands there because we may not compete with KBC and KNA and other departments, Department of Film Services, but we are extension officers. I'm first an extension officer. And then I am in media. So I'm what you call a double major. And that is the differentiator of the Agricultural Information Resource Center. Because when you come and work with us, then we listen to you, we understand what you're saying. We understand the kind of messaging, how we need to break down the research findings into something that really, even in your absence as an extension officer or as an agricultural advisory services provider, even in your absence, we can empower you with a tool to talk to your farmer directly. So we also have the training, conference, and hospitality services. These are the services you're partaking of in this particular event. Let's move to the next slide. So we also have a planning and marketing department, which is it can explain itself. We also have agricultural library services. Like I said, yes, the old library services as we knew shifted, but we are just shifting the services. Nothing is really changing. Only the way we do things is changing. It is the information-seeking behavior of our consumers that is changing. And by that, we as people in the agricultural advisory services space, we have to adapt with the changing times. So that is agricultural library services. Then we have the monitoring, evaluation, and learning unit. And finally, we have our administration, finance, and ICT department. Let's go to the next slide. Now, what is our role? Because currently we are implementing the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. And our role as AIRC is very clear. Number 1 is collecting, processing, and disseminating, disseminating, storage, and also retrieval of, this is the keyword, high quality agricultural information. Because like we said, everyone, like Professor has just said, everyone is an expert until you put them on the spotlight. Unfortunately, because of liberalization of the information space, anybody and everybody is now suddenly an expert. And I believe that is the reason why there are some efforts to try and do some quality control when it comes to extension services. And I'm aware there's legislation that is underway to bring some sense into this space of agricultural extension experts. So I said collecting, processing, disseminating, storage, and retrieval of high quality agricultural information from research. That's why I said AIRC is at the nexus of all these three key points. Research institutions, universities, relevant state agencies, and other stakeholders across the agricultural sector. Allow me to note this, that AIRC is not an originator of information products. We do not generate those materials from scratch. We are a sector asset to partner with the various players to turbo boost their efforts in communication, in media, to help them become more efficient in their work. Our second role is collaborating with relevant agencies to, one, produce. So we partner with you to first produce what you need to produce, and also to disseminate this information, especially on agricultural, what are being called agricultural priority value chains. This is in specifically in regard to the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. Our last role is to document and share progress, technologies, innovations, and management practices. These are like some of the best practices. Something else is success stories and impacts. Now, success stories are important because we know farmers learn largely from one another, or at least from their peers or people who are near them. And I believe that is why the CGA expert said that we need to consider the terminology of saying we are dealing with a first mile, because we need to come to the farmer where they are, and we need to raise the farmer from their own terms, not from our own terms from outside. So documenting what is working. We have partnered with institutions across the agricultural sector to package what is working in different areas, and to have that information in various, what I would call multimedia formats, so that if it is WhatsApp, you, the agricultural advisory services expert, can have a WhatsApp video that really packages what you want to tell your farmers. Remember, this is not from Agricultural Information Resource Center. This is from you, because you are mandated. Different organizations here are mandated to perform different roles. So what we come to do is not to come and replace you and talk on your behalf. No, that is not what AIRC does. We come and you tell us, look, my message is AI. Now, this case, AI, the artificial insemination, yeah? If your message is AI, then we come and talk with you. Of course, we have experts in livestock and crops, so we talk with you. And then we now arrange for your content. What really do you want to tell farmers? And then now we help you to package so that when that message goes out, itaenda na jina ya AIC, then they're like, who is AIC? Itaenda na jina ya CGA, itaenda na jina ya whichever your organization is, itaenda na jina yako kama an expert, because I'm aware we have experts who are here, who are already involved in the front line. So that is what we do with you. We partner so that we package your information and also package it in the language of your audience. Allow me to note here that one of the most comprehensive rice production resource was adopted from West Africa with the permissions through the ministry, and then it came here. All those like 12 or 16, I think there are 16 videos from land preparation to disease management to the whole course was packaged from French. Now AIRC just engaged French experts, and then we just translated the entire module, and now it is available as what you call ukulima wa mpunga. I didn't even know before that rice is called mpunga. Hapo ndio nilijulia. And that is available. That just tells you, if you come across a very nice series of information that can help you, we can partner to repackage that information into the format necessary. I know I have offered for quite a number of people translation or reformatting, reworking their old, what do you call this, VHS tapes, wale watu walikuwa wameona kitambo. They sometimes, some of them are our colleagues, and they come and say, look, I have my wedding, but now it was done on VHS, and it seems I can't access these machines. So what we do, you bring that information as it is. Then we try find a way until unarushia mtu kwa WhatsApp, and they're like, wow, you know, this is good. So that is just information repackaging. We don't have to alter it, but we can repackage it to fit. Unaweza sema niko na video, but it's 20 minutes long. I see when I go to conferences, people are not concentrating. So can we rework that video ikuja dakika tatu to serve your purpose, and then you go away and have your impact in your different circles. Let's move on. Now, why am I telling you all that? Or they say that we all listen to WeFM. Does anybody know WeFM? Has anybody heard about WeFM? WIIFM. Does anybody listen to WeFM? It seems hakuna watu wana. But I'm sure everybody listens to that WeFM. Because WeFM means what is in it for me. I know that is what you are listening at. Even right now, you are like, so this is AIC business. So what? So like, tutasaidiana aje. What is in it for you? And I'm glad you asked that question because I have your answer. I will answer this by just highlighting 3 of some of the top media trends, media consumption trends in 2023, which only means that in 2024, these trends are only moving forward. The first trend is that digital is not slowing down. Like Professor said, when he is in the classroom, sometimes students are interacting with sometimes very high level, even research maybe that came out a few weeks ago. And maybe Professor, the last time he prepared the notes was a few months ago. So you see, digital is not slowing down. Your average farmer, let me put it to you because we have traveled across the breadth of this country. And your average farmer, any farmer who is doing any serious farming, chances are excellent you will find them with a smartphone. And so the use of apps and the use of digital platforms, unfortunately, these will not be going away. So as agricultural advisory service providers, we have to adopt to this particular space. And AIRC can become your variable partner to help you navigate in the waters of the ever-changing technological advancements. Now, number 2 is that mobile rules all. That's why for my presentation, I didn't come with notes. I didn't print, although I had a printer. I came with a phone so that in case technology decides to try and embarrass me, my fallback iko kwa simu. And I can tell you, I will be on my phone doing business, talking to people, doing research, doing my banking, doing everything. And that was a major trend in 2023. I can only imagine how much we are progressing in this path, where we are saying in 2023, the primary way people consumed media, this is a fact, was through smartphones. So this will not be going back. Sisi ndio tuta-adopt into this space. And I was also reading that 60% of all e-commerce transactions, orders, in 2023 happened on mobile phones. So that tells you even business. I have covered success stories. And some young farmers are doing amazing things. Some just getting into WhatsApp and their trajectory completely changes. They do this WhatsApp communities. They do, what do you call this other platform? Facebook. And they start seeing their orders rise. And some of them have completely shifted. So it's not that we are changing what we are doing. I was reading somewhere and they were saying that AI is not going to replace anybody. So don't be afraid of artificial intelligence. However, somebody utilizing AI is going to replace you. Remember, one of the videos that I have done has more than 1.5 million views on YouTube. That tells me, and I'm not in the agricultural advisory, it's just something we did for a client and then we just uploaded. Yeah. And then you find questions from Zambia, from Nigeria, and I'm like, are we ready for this kind of dimension? So you start asking yourself. So for those of us who are in that space, tumesema that we have to adopt to where things are going so that we empower ourselves. Of course, there are massive opportunities, For those who will adopt and enter those spaces, trust me, even the walk-ins in this center, we used to receive a lot of walk-ins. We even had forms, what were called information seeking something forms. They were to just check what kind of information are people asking for. I can tell you the last time I saw those forms being filled was many years ago. So the train left the station. And if you want to connect with your people, one way or another, both for research institutions, those in agricultural advisory services, and also for those in frontline extension, your mode of connecting with these people, unfortunately, this is fortunately because it multiplies your reach. I have farmers who, we did a clip for them, like we did a clip for Vuka Agriculture, who are doing deep litter system in Kiambu County. And they were telling us the orders are coming from strange places. Watu wanataka nguruwe. You see? So we have to, I'm not saying we change. I'm not saying that as AIC, we will not come and talk on your behalf. No. You will talk, it is you talking to your audience, because our AIRC's audience is not your audience. So we just come and empower one another. And then when we talk about AI, IoT, blockchain, AIRC also, remember I mentioned about training and conferencing, and also tailor-made courses that we do. Those tailor-made courses, depending on the size of your organization, we can organize a 2-week course on, say, basic
media skills for extension workers. So that when you take pictures, they are not looking funny. You're not cutting people's legs. You are not shaking all over the place. And when you're choosing your gadget, we can tell you, you can select this kind of a gadget. This can help you. These are basic skills that can help you. And I'm glad, I'm aware of a certain, of an empowerment program, now that she's working in, I'm talking about CGA, where I'm aware of one of their programs that a while back empowered all what they're calling farmer service centers. Farmer service centers under CGA are extension officers who are, or they are extension agents, let me call them that, who are based at the village level, serving around 100 to 200 farmers in their catchment. They act as experts, they act as moderators, all right? They also act as off-takers sometimes, as aggregators of what farmers grow. And I'm aware of a certain empowerment forum where those farmer service centers, these are your regular farmers, they're just model farmers, came for empowerment in terms of use of media. So photography, their basic photography. So when you see, like there's a gentleman, I think, who's called Geoffrey Wanjala or somebody. Yeah, he's still there. Yeah. You go to LinkedIn and look at his followership and look at his pictures and look at how he's doing. And you're like, this is the next frontier of what we are trying to do. So empowerment is very, very key. Now, the third trend, which is the last trend before I finish and get out of your way, is that adverts tolerance decreased. There is a very big intolerance for anybody who is pushing their own agenda. So if you start talking about, KeFAAS, allow me to use KeFAAS. KeFAAS this, KeFAAS that, KeFAAS. Remember I told you everybody listens to We FM. What is in it for them? So the moment you start blabbering and talking about yourself, AIRC this, AIRC that, AIRC, people switch off, or you try to forcefully put materials across. So what we are saying, authenticity was very key. And that is why we are saying, these tools are there to empower you. They are not competing with you. They're just there to uplift what you're doing and put it on a larger scale. Let's move to the next. So I was saying that to say this. In conclusion, in the same way an army marches on its stomach, that is what they say. If an army runs out of food, then the fighting must stop so that they get supplies. In that same similitude, our agricultural advisory services, both online and offline, will succeed on the basis of the quality of agricultural information, education, and communication materials that we hold. Now, this can be long-form videos, you're saying 8 to 12 minutes, or they can be incredibly short, 45 seconds, Remember now the quality, and remember, you have to gauge the quality on the basis of what she referred to as the first mile. So the quality is not according to you, as, for example, the professor here. Because what the professor considers a good information, education, or communication material may be very detailed. Umeona mimi nilikuwa nimeona kwa presentation yake kuwa na somebody et al. You know, he was careful to cite some of those where he got the research. Do you see any citation on my presentation? Does anybody see any citation? There is no citation, but I'm hoping that I am still communicating. So what I was saying is that when we talk about quality, you may be considering quality on your level as an expert, but probably the farmer. That is why you find some of the people making impact, their videos are shaking. They don't have very good quality. In fact, I have found experts coming to AIC to ask for videos done in the 90s. Mimi now discourage. Now ambia that is standard definition. That is very poor quality. Mtu anasema no. That video, it had very good instructions on structures for dairy farming. That is the information I need. Where tafuta vile, you will convert the video into something I can access. I'm ready to buy that thing. So it's about the quality of the information that you're giving out. And remember, all of us now are empowered. I like to tell people, this mobile phone that I carry here, by the time I joined AIRC in 2009, the video camera that we were using then was worth 1.5 million Kenya shillings. And this phone can capture higher resolution and better sound. So you see, what happened is that media became everybody's business. Unfortunately, you will not be excused. You will not be excused from upskilling yourself and making sure that now you're connecting with your audiences through the platforms where they are. Not where you think they have been or how it ought to be, yeah, but where they are currently. So let us take advantage of the changing and already changed information seeking and consumption behavior of the people we serve. This can be done through partnerships and collaborations, and AIRC remains your partner when you need to make some of these improvements. The last thing I will say is that through production and dissemination of high quality multimedia agricultural IEC materials, I believe that we will boost agricultural advisory services and realize the knowledge-based economy envisioned in our Kenya Vision 2030. With that, thank you very much for listening and enjoy the rest of your deliberations. Karibuni AIC.
Okay, thank you very much, Festus. Please, let's give him a good appreciation. He has given us a truly rich presentation in terms of, and I hope you have, somebody is documenting some good takeaways. In fact, the very challenging, I've learned also the WeFM is a very good thing that we ask ourselves. There are really things and resources that we can also tap into as we go on. The next moment, as I finish, I would like to request Ms. Violet Nyando, because our next speaker will be our keynote speaker today, Professor Onyango, an expert in extension. And to help me in welcoming Professor Onyango, I will call upon Violet Nyando from Cereal Growers Association in just a moment. So, Violet, please be ready to come and introduce Professor Onyango. I do hope Professor Onyango is also ready to make the presentation. I was appreciating the presentation by Festus. I am really wondering where we can access training, particularly for researchers, because researchers seem to know how to produce information and they are not able to really, convert it well into this information which can be consumed. Really some nuggets there. Authenticity, the issue of authenticity, so that we are not seen to be pushing our own interest and our own agenda. We truly want to pass information that will help our communities and our stakeholders to move forward. The quality of information, again, Festus has referred to, let us gauge quality on the basis of the first mile. So the first mile, again, is coming. I am not sure how many people here understand the first mile. Me, I'm owning up, I don't. Rest, you tell me to explain it. So we might need a forum, Festus. You be one of the experts to help us understand the first mile. Right. So there's and go where your audience is, not where they have been. We want to catch up on this discussion in the day. I don't know whether there is anybody with a response, anything from the talk by Festus. Yes, if none, Violet, welcome to introduce to us our key, Professor Onyango.
Thank you so much, Prof, for this opportunity. Is it or Rimefika good? The room is very low. So this is what I'm going to not welcome the keynote speaker when the mood is. I want us to stand up. You know, the beauty of having a microphone, you have the powers to do as it pertains to this podium. And since I have this opportunity, na sitapata Daphne, wacha ni abuse, eh? So I want you to turn to your neighbor, and I'm not preaching. Yeah, and if you don't have a neighbor, just walk to where there is one. I want you to look them straight in the eyes, eyeball to eyeball. This is the only forum you can look straight in the eyes of your mother-in-law, your potential father-in-law. Tell them something nice about them. Kama amevaa vizuri, wacha kukuwa na roho chafu. Mwambie. Kama ako na mapua mrefu, kama hii yangu ya round, mwambie. Eh? Kama ako na nywele ya rasta kama hii na haupendi, just be candid. Na ukiambiwa ukweli usichape mtu, si ndio? Umwambia jirani kitu? If you haven't told jirani anything nice, inamaanisha wewe ni uko kwa ile kamati ya roho chafu, si ndio? So I want us to do just a simple exercise, eh? I want us to count 1 up to 10. Very simple. Si tunajua kuhesabu up to 10. So this is how we are going to do it with a bit of energy. You put your right hand up and you count na energy 1, 2 mpaka 10. Tena left hand hivyo. And then tukuje right foot. Alafu tukuje left foot. Hii ni ku make sure the system is ready for prof. Si ndio? Are we ready? In 3, 2, 1, let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Na energy jameni. Wacha niona wenye walipitia kwa mama, you know who. Why are you shaking? Let's go. Let's make it even more interesting. Tuanzie 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Si ndio? Let's go. 10, 9. Na msicheat. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Haki hapo mumenidanganya. Nimesikianga tu 1. 1. Pewaona, let's have it. So thank you so much. I want
Also, anytime I'm moving, I'm not a white shirt because I can't move.
Hiyo makofi imefika tu hapo. Hiyo makofi ya sasa.
Ndio. Alafu kimove sasa.
Pigeni makofi ya serikali jamani. Hadi ofisi hapa.
Nimeanza kumove.
When you celebrate, when you celebrate, si ndio? Karibu sana bro. He has a special mic. Thank you.
Sasa unaona hapa. Nakwambia so na moving, si move kama kuna movement, ndio maana uko na wide show. Hatamu ni sijui wendo uko.
If you don't hear me speaking, please put up your hand and I will raise my voice. Saying that because at my age, I have stopped lecturing, so I don't know whether to raise my voice in a class. And the way I see you sitting, you're all very far.
Sorry, we have to make an announcement because we are expecting the CS to come quite shortly, and we are requesting all the people who are sitting at the back, please move forward because there will be people coming in so that they occupy the seats at the back. So please, may I request that we do that now? Please move forward. So we leave the seats at the back for people who come to occupy those spaces. Let there be no empty seat in front of you. Tafadhali. Thank you. Prof, you can go on. Yeah, these ones, the front ones can be left for our guests, but around here, let us fill in as most of them as possible. Thank you.
I think now that we are settled, we can now share some of the ideas that I have in terms of what we are looking at with respect to the delivery of extension, the last mile, to a certain extent, I must admit that I'm borrowing a little bit from the let me start by saying that when we talk about food as human beings, we know that food production is inherent in humanity and human history. That is the starting point. And therefore, if we have the producer of food anywhere, that is where we want to target our thinking and our discussion. Adam and Eve in the garden, from our biblical information, we know God made man, put them in the garden. That garden was necessary for food production. And therefore, Adam and Eve were given a place to feed themselves. Therefore, if we look further down,
Yes. Of the Exodus. We see Moses leading. And what we see in those pictorial images are soldiers of the pharaohs because they had been as slaves. Food producers, but then this Moses, that they are Moses, you go to this. The Israelis make Moses angry to a point where he throws away or destroys the covenant between himself and God for the Israelites, and then misses the promised land. I know those of you who are in politics may want to may be observing that now. Maybe that journey presently, as we look at the international politics, is trending backwards as the Israelis throw away the Arabs or the Palestinians from Islam. It is like they're telling them. Producing crops and animals, and even celebrated when the time for harvesting came. Again, we find this in biblical text, what is known as the Feast of Harvest. Those of you who constantly celebrate the Feast of Harvest in church, where does this come from? It comes from the realization that the monarchy, which is the landlord, and their dependents, who are the producers, have successfully produced enough for the next cycle of feeding, maybe a year, maybe 2 years. And they celebrate it. It's recorded as if it's something that we take for granted because we think we read it in the Bible. But it's a part of the history of food production. If you look at the explorers coming to Africa particularly, or even those going to other lands, America, Australia, again, the history is rich with episodes related to food gathering, the introduction of grain from other parts, and efforts even to settle, to become sedentary, so that people can produce food and be satisfied in terms of their food needs. And again, that production is always celebrated in some form of merriment. Even in the history of Jesus, we know when people are celebrating their own activities, we read Jesus terms little water into large amount of wine, which people drink and they celebrate. Again, that merriment is part and parcel of food production. The bitter reality, therefore, in terms of this scenario, the bitter reality is that if you cannot produce food enough for yourself, you can very easily be enslaved or captured. And we know even today, as we speak in this room, if we don't produce food for ourselves, we can be slaves of other people. Politicians in the 19th and 20th century have used food as a way of colonizing other people. Even within the framework of the developed countries, the big countries. So when we talk about food production and the delivery of extension in order to produce that food, we must be conscious that God made man and gave man the opportunity to produce food so that man can stay the way God wanted man to stay, produce food. Otherwise, God will be providing all the time. The concept of manna from heaven, I think, is devolved to the human being. We must tend the soil. It's not going to come from heaven. We must tend the soil to feed ourselves and remain human. Now, how do you conceptualize the delivery of extension? The delivery of extension is a deliberate form of passing knowledge to people, which enables them to produce food. That is what extension is all about. And the first recorded food production, or the first recorded effort to produce food at the family unit relates to the Great Famine. This is historical. Relates to the Great Famine, which was experienced in Ireland in the 17th century. Ireland then was a colony of Britain. The Parliament in London, realizing that the people in Ireland were starving to death, instructed the provincial overseer in Ireland to send personnel to all corners of Ireland with wheat seed, and ensure that every family planted substantial amount in the little land that they have to their upkeep. These overseers were then to inspect the work of the producers, just to make sure that they were doing what they had been instructed to do. Now, that concept of inspection, going around to check what is going on, is perhaps the very beginning of understanding of extension. They inspect, they check, then they go to the next group where they are working in itinerant. So we talk about itinerant agricultural extension workers in Earth. Itinerant conceptually means not planned, not consistent, but yet somehow present. In other words, these people are always present, but They did not really plan it. They just come and say, you done it, you know, done it, then they do it. To make sure that this community did not die. We also can look at pioneer American sector. What became from different to go and sector in America. That's the history, again, is recorded. Those who settled in the 14 original states, they have to make friendships with the Native Americans when their wheat crop and barley crop began to fail. They did not know what to do and how long they could wait for more crops to be brought in from Europe so that they could feed themselves or feed their family. Consequently, very successfully and being eaten by the natives. The sweet corn. So, the American Indian taught the settlers how to plant and we can say in record that the passing of this knowledge really probably marks the very first idea for not just giving information by word of mouth, but they also made demonstration. Those of us who work in extension, we know that one of the best tools that we use in extension is to demonstrate, to show how to do. Now, all that background is informal. How then do we formalize extension? The way we begin to see it even today. The American land grant model, which is called a cooperation between the federal government and the government of each individual state, is probably originally the beginning of formalized extension. The functions of extension then, and we can say the American land grant model is where in each of the American states, there is a university. And it is called a land grant university. It is not Harvard, it is not Yale, it is not Virginia, it is not Stanford. It is not Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Each of American universities, American states, has a university which is called land grant university. There may be people in here who have gone to, say, Michigan State University, Ohio State University, University of Virginia. Those are land grant states, and they were developed specifically to enable the people to produce food, not simply to learn. If you wanted to learn and be a philosopher, a religious guru, some other form of scientist, you went to Harvard, or you went to Yale, or you went to some other place. But if you went to a land grant university, some of the things that you are taught, or the major things that you are taught, were how to produce food, agriculture, and livestock. And the federal government supports this land grant model through collaborative effort which is research and funding, together with policy, particularly with respect to policy network, policy at the international network level. And this land grant model is anchored in several acts of the American Congress. What is known as Hatch Act. There's another one called the Smith-Lever Act. Smith-Lever Act was the last one to be passed with respect to land grant institutions in 1914. Later on, they passed another one, I cannot remember the name, which also brought into the land grant model institutions that were predominantly Black, because initially they were not there. In the land grant institution then, its responsibility is to train, employ, and deploy extension agents through its own Department of Agriculture, the State Department of Agriculture, and the College of Agriculture in the land grant institution. It means that, and I think it has been mentioned in earlier presentation this morning, the linkage between the university and farming has to be made stronger. In the American model that we are looking at, the Dean of the College of Agriculture is also the head of extension in the state. Even though he's an academic, he's also head of extension. And through that office of the Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture, in spite of the presence of the state, of a Department of Agriculture in the state, a lot of consultation and preparations and arrangements and organizations are made from the office of the Dean of the College of Agriculture. And this arrangement ensures that what you might call last mile extension agents are in constant touch with teaching at the university. They are in constant touch with members of staff. They are continuously educated, because if there is a need for them to go and refresh, they go back to their college. And then, and this has also been mentioned, the front line or the last mile deliverers of extension must also be in constant touch with research. Now, how does research come in? Research comes in because when the land grant model was created, they made sure that there is an academic department in the College of Agriculture where people are taught theoretical knowledge. But next door to the College of Agriculture, they created a collaborative research station. And this collaborative research station is linked with the Faculty of Agriculture, the Office of the Dean, so that everything that goes on in that faculty is reflected as research and innovation, which welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our presentation. So the College of Agriculture is linked to the research station next door. And the frontline deliverers of extension must link, as we are saying, to the College of Agriculture through theoretical knowledge, through practical knowledge, and then they must also link to the research station for innovation and new ideas. So that when extension workers go to meet with the farmers, They are not talking about knowledge which already the farmers have. There are instances all over the world, we know that, where farmers have more knowledge than extension workers. So when you go there, you are not delivering anything new. They already know. Particularly in areas where farmers have large scale, have capacity to travel, have capacity to interact at higher levels with knowledge generators. You go to a farm, and the farmer already knows what you have. And you are maybe a young agriculture officer, extension officer, trying to teach him or her and say, what have you come to my farm to do? So the American model makes sure that this does not happen in their system. And they have, I said it was established as far back as 1914. To date, that is what they do. Through this advisory delivery model, farmers can then always be exposed to new innovations developed through research, and sometimes they do so upon request by the individual or farmer organizations. American systems have farmer organizations, American systems have individual farmers. And we know that they grow major crops that we also use in our own country. So again, we begin to see that we can synthesize, we can develop this system by learning what the Americans did for themselves. Way back from 1870 something, 1914, and the subsequent years that they have developed the system. How about in our own countries? How about in our own developing countries? Kenya, for instance. In Africa in general, again, you look at the African continent, what was key for population as they lived, wherever they lived, was gathering and hunting. Gatherers and hunting. Go to the forest, you gather fruits, you hunt for animals, you go back. Then in some cases, communal grazing was always available if the populations were a little bit settled. But even in this communal grazing, there were always issues. Then there's peasant, what we call peasant production. People producing just a little bit to survive because there are certain crops, grain crops particularly, and root crops that people ate from a natural perspective over the years. They would sit in a village and grow them behind houses or near the river or in the forest. And as this went on and people got more settled, we learn about shifting cultivation. If you go to an agronomy class as a first year, some of the principles that you are going to be taught is about shifting cultivation. But all this, we know, led to a very large extent, because it is not consistent, led to common famines and diseases. And consequently, subjected populations to constant migration, looking for a better place where they can settle and grow food, a better place where there is water, a better place where there is no conflict. And we know that settled communities, when these communities then settled, through their chiefs, their assistant chiefs, that leadership gave them an opportunity, again, repeat exactly what I've done. Be able to grow root crops, some food crops, particularly grain. And the introduction of new crops did not come to the African continent for a very long time, until it began to experience the early explorers, missionaries. If you read the history of David Livingstone, you see what they used to bring, artifacts and maybe seeds. People like Speak, the same. Vasco da Gama, we know Vasco da Gama brought coconut after traveling the world, brought coconut to the African coast. People like craft. Once I read a history of craft, arriving, I think, from Zanzibar to some place near Mombasa in a creek. And he found women chottering mud. And they ran away. They went to tell the chief, we have seen a white man. And when the chief went with his askaris to catch him, he was gone. He was not there. Then they said, you are cheating us. Did you see a ghost? No, it was a human being. So they sent young people to wait and see if he would come back. He came back, I think, a few days later. Now the young man captured him, took him to the chief and said, this is a guy who threatened our women in the creek. And the man told them, yes, I am the one, but I brought you seed, I brought you clothes, I brought you other things. But they were so tough with him, it is like they wanted to kill him. And they told him, he told them, if you want to kill me, I will show you that I can kill all of you. They said, Jaribu, try. Then he told them, okay, bring me your prime bull, the bull that is feared most in this village, and tie it here. And he asked those young men, can you individually kill this bull? And they said, no. Then he took out his gun and shot the bull dead. And everybody ran away until he called them back and said, no, I am not killing you. I just wanted to demonstrate to you that I can kill you if you play about with me. Can we be friends? Can you allow me to build a church? Can you allow me to teach you how to do things? Those of you who come from around Kaloleni in Mombasa, I think there's a place where Kraft and Willis and other people build their own church. It is still there. Now, how about beyond that? Beyond these adventurers, missionaries, and explorers? What is our experiences within the country? You can look at the early settlers. Again, the history of early settlers in this country is very interesting. The Europeans who came, having subjected the natives to submission, decided to acquire the land for themselves. And the mode of acquiring that land I will pause after this, was simply, you wake up in the morning, you gather somewhere, and you draw lots. If your lot says you face north, you face north. If your lot says you face east, you face east. If your lot says you face west, you face west. Then you start walking with whatever capacity you have. And at the end of the day, you pitch your camp. That is the extent of your land from where you started to where you stopped at sunset. The following morning, you do it again, then you create a square. That is how you see Lord Delamere. How much land does Lord Delamere have in this country? How much does Lord Egerton of Tatton, where quite a few of us have worked, has over it? How much does Lord Cole have? That acquisition of land was the first step in settling in agriculture. Acquisition. Then they brought crops, planted them in those lands. Then they brought livestock, planted them in that land. But as they did so, they didn't have labor. So what did they do? They forced the Africans into labor. And again, our history, until almost independence, maybe a little bit a shake-up during the Mau Mau period, but almost up to independence, people were enforced to go and work European farms, be it in the lower part of the Rift Valley, some parts of Eastern Kenya, Western Kenya, particularly places like Trans Nzoia. But the natives who are still living in their own lands continued with shifting cultivation, sedentary agriculture, very minimal productivity. And we'll continue from there because we want to allow our officials from ministry to address that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Onyango. Please bear with us. We have to interrupt the program, but as I had said in the morning, we request to keep our program flexible to take care of the issues that arise as we go on. So, Honorable CS and your entourage, Dr. Andrew Muhia Karanja, our very own from the agriculture sector, the people who are representing various partners that work with KeFAAS, the GFRAS, SAFAS, I think the CGA from private sector, AGRA, and from the counties. Those who are here from the KeFAAS board, I see members are here, academia, farmers, extension practitioners, the media, and other stakeholders. We are truly honored to have the CS today with us. I welcome you to this meeting, the second National Extension Day. We thank you for making your time. We started with the program of this day a little bit earlier. We are actually now in the third presentation. We had a look at the last mile and where we at it. And we did learn a few things that indeed we are hoping to close it, the last mile in terms of extension, but there is a risk it may even widen, and particularly because of advances in technology, and we need to ensure extension is keeping in touch. There are issues which has been mentioned here. Should we focus on the last mile on the first mile? Very interesting discussions. The quality of extension and the role of government as a regulator, the urgency to mobilize stakeholders, not to lag behind other progress in other areas of the agriculture sector. These are the issues that we are continuing to look at. You have found us at a time when our keynote speaker, Professor Onyango, was giving us a very interesting paper. And as you can see, it has truly captivated our audience. Right now, I would like to call upon Dr. Agnes Nkurumwa to help us invite the CS to give his speech for today. Dr. Agnes, please come. Thank you.
So thank you very much. I stand here today on behalf of the chairman of the KeFAAS board, Professor George Teminingwa, who's not able to be with us today. So I'm a member of the board and representing him. And before I welcome our esteemed guests to come and open for us our symposium, I just want to give a few remarks. And so this is what the chairman would have said. And so I'm going to say it on his behalf. Okay, so the chief guest, Dr. Andrew Muhia Karanja, the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, representatives of the Indian High Commission, representatives of the Alliance for a Green Revolution in Africa, AGRA, representative from the Global Forum for Rural Advisory Services, GFRAS, representative from the African Forum for Rural Advisory Services, that is AFAS, members of the KeFAAS board, members of KeFAAS, KeFAAS Secretariat, agricultural sector stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. So it is truly an honor to welcome you here today as we come together for this, our second National Agricultural Extension Symposium, to sit together as stakeholders in agricultural extension and advisory services and take stock of the status of extension and advisory services in Kenya, and also map out new strategies to address the challenges that we are facing in extension. So I'll give a small brief just about the KeFAAS organization so that you understand who we are. So the Forum for Agricultural Advisory Services Kenya, which we abbreviate as KeFAAS, is a network organization that serves as a catalyst for collaboration and innovation in the agricultural extension landscape with the aim of achieving robust agricultural extension and advisory services. So the core objective is to bring together all agricultural extension and advisory service providers in the country under one framework. KeFAAS was launched in 2016. That was under the National Agricultural Sector Extension Policy, that is NASEP. NASEP was our first policy, which was formulated in 2012. And this is the policy that advocated for pluralism in the provision of extension services, because previously, before that, extension services were mainly offered by the government. And so after the policy came into play, then the room was opened up for multiple extension service providers. So that is when KeFAAS came in as a forum for bringing all the extension service providers together. So the rationale of the extension of the network organization is that the sector has historically been ineffectively coordinated without machinery to enable consultation between stakeholders, actors, and service providers, which results in duplication of efforts and provision of extension services that are not visible, extension services that are scattered, and they do not have the desired impact. So the overall objective of KeFAAS is to improve the quality of extension and advisory services to enhance agricultural productivity, food and nutrition security in Kenya. So there are 6 specific objectives for KeFAAS. And the first one is to provide a platform for lobbying and advocacy for agricultural extension and advisory services at national, regional, and international policy dialogue levels. Then number 2, it is to support development and synthesis of evidence-based approaches for improving efficiency and effectiveness in agriculture extension and advisory services. Then number 3 is to identify and upscale best practices and innovations in extension service delivery. And actually in line with this, we find that today we'll be having the Extensionist of the Year Award, where we are trying to reward and recognize those who are doing innovative extension and doing having impact among the communities. So number 4 is to strengthen the capacity of stakeholders for improved delivery of extension and advisory services. Number 5 is to build partnerships amongst agricultural advisory service providers and other stakeholders, contributing to sustained growth and transformation of agriculture. And then number 6 is to enhance synergy in strategies, programs, and projects within the extension sector for purposes of coordination and harmony. So one of the challenges we still have in extension even today is the fact that extension is being offered in a very uncoordinated way. We have many actors out there. They are doing very good work, but each in their own small cocoons and not speaking to one another and not coming together to share their experiences and just benefit from the synergy of working together. So KeFAAS hopes to be able to create that synergy through the coordination and harmonization of extension services. So in terms of membership, we find that the membership of KeFAAS is very broad, and it cuts across the national and county government departments, civil society organizations, public benefit organizations, farmers, farmer organizations, agricultural training institutions, that is universities and colleges, research institutions, financial institutions, the media, agro-processors, inputs and produce traders, transporters, and other relevant stakeholders. So it's a broad-based kind of a forum and it brings together anybody who has a stake in the agriculture sector. So currently we have 264 registered members and 26 member organizations. So people can register as individuals, but also you can register as organizations. So some of the services that are provided by KeFAAS include capacity building of extension on modern extension services, and that is normally done in partnership with the global partners like FAO. Then training on content development, packaging, and dissemination for agripreneurs. And then there's free access to and sharing and dissemination of agricultural information. Number 4 is documentation and facilitation to upscale best practices, technology, and innovations. So those are some of the services that are being offered by KeFAAS. Now, looking at today's, this year's symposium, we see that our theme is on delivering pluralistic extension to the last mile for improved agri-food system. And this theme actually reflects our shared commitment to promoting pluralistic extension amidst the emerging global challenges like the conflict in some parts of the world, which have affected the global supply of commodities and farm inputs. We have challenges like climate change and pandemics, among others. So as we gather here today, we are reminded of the critical role that agriculture plays in our national development. Agriculture remains the engine of our economy, providing livelihoods for millions and ensuring food and nutrition security. So this symposium offers a vital platform for policymakers, researchers, extension and advisory service providers, and academia, and even practitioners to come together and exchange ideas and forge collaborations that will drive Kenya's agricultural sector towards a sustainable and prosperous future. KeFAAS has continued to grow and offer complementary support to the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development so as to help it to achieve its mandate. KeFAAS has been collaborating with the like-minded institutions in order to build the capacities of its members and other stakeholders in the emerging global realities of climate change, which I've already mentioned, and even the ever-changing role of extension service providers. When you look at the extension today and the role that extension service providers are playing, it's not the same as it was in the early years. You know what Prof has been trying to describe to us. It has really changed, and there's a lot of dynamism right now in the provision of extension. So the key focus of this symposium as we deliberate together will be on how we can sustain pluralistic extension services, and then also how we can facilitate knowledge exchange and sharing of best practices, and also how we can foster collaborations and partnerships, how we can share lessons from the last mile project. And this will be presented to us, the findings will be presented to us. So the kind of lessons that we can learn from this last mile project. And then finally, how we can develop actionable recommendations for KeFAAS and its stakeholders for the next 1 year. So we are hoping that we'll come up with tangible, concrete recommendations, which we will act upon so that, God willing, when we gather here again next year, like now for our 3rd symposium, we'll be talking of a different story. So once again, on behalf of the KeFAAS board, I welcome you all to this year's symposium and wish you a fruitful and enriching experience. So having said that much, on behalf of the KeFAAS board, on behalf of the chairman, with a lot of humility, allow me to welcome our guest of honor, our CS, Dr. Andrew Muhia Karanja. Karibu.
Be seated. Thank you. KeFAAS board of the chair and board of directors, board members, the CEO, Mwangi, all our development partners present, feel recognized. The research and academia, we recognize you. Our eminent professor, Professor Onyango, well, we recognize you. I also understand the global funds, KeFAAS, who are online, they are also recognized. Senior government officials, country government officials, all collaborators and farmers, the young agripreneurs who are here, we recognize you. And of course, we cannot forget our good host, the director, ARC, and your staff. We recognize you. So it gives me great pleasure to be here today. And I'm informed that this is the inaugural symposium, which was held last year in April 2023. And it was very successful. And the theme for this year, the second symposium, is delivering holistic extension to the last mile for an improved agri-food system. And this is a very timely in promoting collaborations, partnerships, and networking among the extensionists, researchers, academia, so that we ensure that we are effectively reaching out last mile to the farmers and the pastoralists. As you are aware, agriculture is a key driver in our economy. It provides sustenance, employment, and contributes to the overall rural development. It is for this reason why the government agenda, through what we are calling the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, better, agriculture has been prioritized as number one to revive and develop the economy through food and nutrition security, import substitution, and export promotion. To successfully transform agriculture sector, extension services, provision of extension services is paramount. In the agriculture sector transformation and growth strategy, what we call ASTGS, the flagship number 7 is the ministry recognizes the need to revitalize agriculture extension services in the country and involving the digitally skilled youth extension officers. We have also recently approved an extension and advisory policy, which also expounds the government commitment towards the extension services. In the current devolved system of government, extension service provision is largely bestowed to the county government. I am alive to the fact that the county governments face challenges in the provision of these services due to the aging workforce in extension and the budgetary constraints in employing more officers. Indeed, there has been a debate in the country on the issue whether extension is still alive. Some believe extension is on its deathbed due to a myriad of some of these challenges. The others who believe that it's still alive and it is well and kicking, and all what needed is to maybe put it a new lease of life and we go ahead. Whatever the verdict, we are of the view that there is need for us all to collaborate to make sure that the delivery of this essential service is revitalized and made to reach the last mile, that is reaching the farmers and the pastoralists. I am grateful to the organizers of this symposium for taking a bold step in exploring ways of promoting holistic extension. This event provides a chance for participants to deliberate on ways of creating synergies to reach the last mile in extension provision. The ministry, working with the county governments, the private sector, and all stakeholders, is committed to transforming agriculture from subsistence to innovative, commercially, and globally competitive industry. To this effect, several initiatives have continued to be put in place to ensure the extension services delivery is achieved. These initiatives endeavor to rely on technology and digitization to bridge the gap in the delivery of services to the farmer. Recently, through the ministry and our development partners, we have two programs. One supported by the National Value Chain Development Program, and another one supported by the Food System Resilience Project. And in collaboration with the county governments, we have managed to start off the agripreneur model, where young agripreneurs using digital technology were onboarded to provide extension services to farmers at the ward level. The objective and aim is to have 20,000 youthful agripreneurs, or equivalent to 7 agripreneurs per ward, and each will be given all the capacity they need so that they can promote enhancement of productivity, commercialization, using digital technology, and work with the counties, support the counties. It is here I emphasize that we are working with the counties. We also note that under the Kenya Integrated Agricultural Management Information System, KeFAAS, we are planning to launch an e-extension module to leverage digital platforms in enhancing access to extension services. Through KeFAAS, we have a database of 6.5 million farmers who can be targeted with a number of services, including provision of input subsidies, agriculture markets information, crop and livestock advisory services, among other services. I'm happy as a CS for agriculture to note that today, as we speak, we know our farmers by name. We used to talk about farmers. Now we have a database of 6.5 million farmers, and we are hoping that we can push that up to 7 or 8 million farmers, so that every farmer is known by their name, their locality, and we have all the information which we can rely on to build on other digital platforms. To create an enabling environment, the ministry has developed the Kenya Agricultural Sector Extension Policy, which I have mentioned before, and the extension guidelines and standards to guide extension service providers with a name of fostering coordination. As a ministry, we have resumed the public-private dialogue to continue working to unlock the many challenges faced by farmers and stakeholders in accessing vital information and services geared toward enhancing productivity, market access, and ways of mitigating climate change effects. We have also started dialogue with the counties, because it is my firm belief and our firm belief of the ministry, and I'm sure most of you seated here, that without the active role, participation of the counties, extension service, the provision of extension services and other services, and especially in agriculture, will all be in vain. In this effect, we are planning to have an intergovernmental meeting with the Council of Governors at the end of this month for 2 days. And during that meeting, we will deliberate. Some of the issues we will be deliberating is how to support one another, coordinate better in terms of making sure that we are delivering the extension services to our farmers and pastoralists. I've also, through my office, started dialogue with the private sector, and we are having monthly dialogue, what we call PPDs, public-private dialogue forums, so that, as we all know, we cannot also leave the private sector behind. Pluralism also means we include the private sector. So we are looking forward towards enhancing our dialogue and our collaboration with the private sector. The ministry is committed to continue providing an enabling environment and to work with all stakeholders to achieve food and nutritional security while making farmers to achieve a profitable livelihood. The linkages between research, academia, extension, and private sector needs to be strengthened so that we can contextualize the technologies, innovation, and management system teams, promotion and enhancement of their adoption. It is necessary for all the extension providers, service providers, to come together and devise ways to reach out to the agricultural producers with the latest production technologies, especially through digital platforms. There is need to adopt pluralistic approaches involving all the models while leveraging on technology and ensuring compliance to extension guidelines and standards. What I would like to say is that, as I conclude, we will not be able to achieve much in terms of the priorities, focus what we are focusing on, especially on the value chains. If the issue about extension and advisory services is not tackled and well coordinated. So I'm ready to lead the way so that we, as a sector, we see how best to do that, how we can strengthen some of our institutions like ARC, which can be of a bedrock for our data, our information sharing platforms, and other agencies. I know that of late we have been having challenges with terms of our budgetary provisions for the sector. However, when you look around, you see a lot of resources which are not well coordinated. We have programs, we have a private sector, they have a lot of resources. We have the counties, which have a lot of resources, but they are not well coordinated. So we would like to, as one of the focus is to have a coordinated approach to this issue. And unfortunately, we will be urging our counties because apart from maybe Nairobi and Mombasa, the rest of the counties are agricultural counties. But when you look, you do a public sector analysis of the expenditures, you find agriculture, since the devolution came, has been getting the short end of the stick. They have not been allocating enough resources to agriculture. You wonder, if you are expecting the goose to lay the egg, and you are not investing in it, where do you expect things to go? So we are ready to dialogue with the counties to see how they can enhance their expenditure in terms of agriculture. And as I have said, indicated, the national government is also putting in, like the agripreneur model. And we are ready, the chair and the CEO, to run from the last mile, what you have done already. We don't want to reinvent the wheel. We'd like to learn from you. What have you learned about the agripreneur model? Because the model, if it has to work, we have to use what we have learned. We have to use, it have to be sustainable. And we see as an opportunity for even creating jobs for our youth. So we are very keenly be looking forward towards some of the lessons we have learned so that we don't reinvent the wheel. So I'd like to congratulate KeFAAS for organizing such an important event for the agriculture sector fraternity and look forward to every actionable recommendations and commitment to continue to working and our commitment to work together. This symposium therefore provides a chance to identify and assess existing challenges, extension approaches and strategies, knowledge sharing, and foster collaboration and partnerships among diverse stakeholders. And with those few remarks, I would like to say that I wish you very fruitful deliberations. Professor, I'm sorry that we had to interrupt your speech, but we hope that you continue so that the participants be able to learn from the best. Because those days when you are encouraged, you are the best. You taught us how to do extension. And I think it is now a time we also looked at how the journey which you have come through so that when extension was really extension, when it was working, Madam Kamau and your team, when you are leading extension. So we should learn from the past where we are looking at the future. The future is digital, the future is pluralistic, but the past also has some lessons. And with those few remarks, I would like to say to pronounce the symposium, the second symposium officially open. Thank you.
Give some certificates to some we are the extension of the town and vote for KeFAAS. Can you help?
the host, 1 minute.
Thank you, Peter. I'll be very brief. Today is not my day, it's KeFAAS day. My name is Filgona Ooko. I'm the director of this institution. I just want to welcome you once again to ARC. ARC is a ministerial agency.
That had seen 2024 when technology is rapidly changing. And those who established AIRC 3 years after independence must have thought about the changes in technology, the incoming of agripreneurs and tech-savvy farmers and extension officers. As we talk about changing the way we do extension and as we also welcome new players within the agricultural extension space. We also provide tailor-made short courses. And I believe AIRC can, as it has done in the past, it can help in retooling and upskilling the agripreneurs so that they are able to utilize the e-resources available. These are like Kilimo bars, Kiames, the systems, they are able to take full advantage of this. So we have also been training short tailor-made courses, which I believe is very relevant. Is it Professor Mwangi who presented earlier? He said about the nexus between agricultural extension, farmers, and agricultural research. So I believe the center is there. So we have 7 departments: agricultural documentation, which comes up with high quality technical manuals; the mass media services, which is responsible for agricultural video production, agricultural radio production, and agricultural printing and publications. I believe this particular unit can be very useful to everybody in the agricultural advisory services space to retool ourselves and to also find the farmer where they are. Like the CGA expert put it, it is not last mile. She said it is first mile. We have to meet the farmer where they are. And I believe we also have to meet the extension service providers where they are. And where the first mile and the last mile is connected, I believe it is in technology and digital spaces. So let's move. There is also now the training and conference hospitality services, which you are enjoying today. help you, one, upskill your people. And where you don't have the capacity to upskill people so that they perform, then we are there to help you repackage and package your information materials so that you are more efficient. All right. The second thing is that let us take advantage of the changing information seeking and consumption behavior of the people we serve through partnerships and collaborations. And I believe this symposium will help us move forward in that. The last thing is that through the production, we believe that through the production and dissemination of high quality multimedia agricultural information, education, and communication materials, we will combine both the first and the last mile and help and boost agricultural advisory services so that we can realize the knowledge-based economy envisioned in our Vision 2030. I hope I haven't taken too many of your minutes. Thank you so much, Barnes, for gracing this occasion. That's it.
Come back on stage. I also just want to, on a humble position, to welcome and acknowledge and also tell our eminent person who took us through. We are many here. If I say we all stand, Prof, we honor you and welcome to ARC. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We partner that our CS is here. I thank you also, Dr. Nkrumah, for representing the chairman very effectively. We have come to the end of this session. We have now the authority of the government to continue. And the next thing that we will do, I am going to request the CS and his entourage here to go and take a group photo. Mr. Kimori, you will guide them to where the photo will be, please. The rest of us, I request we remain here. We accord our professor. I think either you were taught by professor or you were taught by somebody who was taught by professor. There is no way of escaping that. So we are truly honored to be in your presence. 15 minutes. And we will go to the breakout sessions. That will be the order of events. So please, let us allow the CS and the entourage to go and take a group photo. The rest of us, please remain seated. My request, you indulge us with 10 to 15 minutes for Professor to finish. The people controlling the IT system, please go back to the presentation by Professor Onyango and let us go on and finalize with it. Prof, karibu. I don't know where the mic is. You know when power comes and power leaves, it comes with it. So, Prof, are you comfortable with this one? Or do we give you this one for now? Can we get the yeah, okay, if we can have this. be progressing.
Morning again. Sorry for that introduction. But I ended up by saying how land was settled by Europeans, how they brought in their crops, how they brought in their livestock, and how they forced the African population to work for them. Whereas on the other hand, the African population remained in their villages and communities, practicing nothing but shifting cultivation, technically speaking, with very little production. But then, how then did we manage agriculture after this settlement? The key area that we look at is after the First World War, because the First World War meant that natives went to the war and then came back. And then what happened? Those Europeans who settled continued to manage their farms very well. But then these laborers who were forced, they were taught skills. So the African population began to learn skillfully how to perform in those communities. And as the Europeans settled and produced whatever they wanted to produce, they also engaged themselves in both individual and group marketing. We see the railway line being very important in terms of agricultural activities. And then those Europeans also began to push the government to lobby for more things coming into agriculture. Those are all historical aspects. But then with the end of the First World War, we see an influx of ex-European soldiers, people who might have gone from Europe to fight somewhere in Germany or wherever they were, coming into the colony and now being engaged as farmers, as managers of the European large-scale farms. Now, these people came without skills, most of them, so they needed to be trained. So we begin to see the element of training for farm managers in the country. Those of you who are ex-Ajatonia, that is how your institution started. But at the same time, the natives who had been sitting down in their communities and shifting cultivation began to see that there is good things in agriculture. They cannot just be doing shifting cultivation. They wanted to be engaged in better farming, like the Europeans. They used the word, we want to be engaged in better farming like the Europeans. And they demanded to be involved in crop farming. They were not just talking about general crops. They talked about coffee and tea, particularly. And they began to protest. Here in Nairobi, we are familiar or knowledgeable about the protest led by one Harry Ruku, leading natives towards parliament to protest. Now you can see when protesters go towards parliament, you can see what happens. They are not Gen Zs, but you can see the natives. So then what happens after this African protest? You can make a comparison between the African population and the European population. What brought about clear demarcation of what happens in African versus European farming is what is known in our agricultural history as the Swinnerton Plan. And the Swinnerton Plan was a policy element to bring in Africans into producing cash crops on a small scale. But there were restrictions, which we refer to as dualism. The Africans had their own way to do things, and the European settlers had their own way to do things. But still, the Africans were allowed to low cash flow, particularly coffee and tea, later on pyrethrum and some other things. In this dualism, we also see a lot of emphasis in soil conservation. Soil conservation was emphasized through tree planting, riverbank development or riverbank management, construction of water pumps for livestock, especially in the dry area. And then in order to reach the African farming population, there were no Europeans who could go there. If they went there, were the district officers who are colonial managers. They were not extension. So then the colonial system began to train agricultural workers. And it is these agricultural workers that promoted agriculture in the community. Up to independence and a little bit beyond, all agricultural officers wore a uniform with AD, Agriculture Department. I don't know where those uniforms went. We would have asked the minister. But they were recognized because of that uniform. Then the government also organized training for individuals picked from communities, which came in as what they call better farmers. A better farmer is an individual who is trained, then is supposed to go back to the community and train other people. TOT, which we learn as a theoretical aspect. They go back and train. And because of that, demonstration units were set up in different places. Embu, in the eastern, Wambugu Farm, in Yeri, Kisi, Machakos, near Katumani, and in western Kenya, Ukura, and somewhere in Bungoma. Again, that happened until independence. That is how we then manage our agriculture. But after independence or at independence, then what happened? We see the end of this dual arrangement. During the dual arrangement, the African population, if you wanted to grow tea or coffee, you are shown how to tengeneza the planting point. You are given a particular planting seedling. And you are visited on a regular basis to make sure your seeds are properly cared. I think if you look back, you can also say thank you to that process because the quality of tea and coffee in African populations became the best later on, as opposed to the estate tea and coffee. So there's an advantage we see in that dualism because of the restrictions given to the African population to produce their crops. But then dualism ends at independence, and then we see the expansion of extension, particularly through what we call farmer training. We then see farmers training centers in different districts as a government policy. Then we also see the arrival of personnel training in different parts. Not the original agricultural officer, the AD. We now see young people from high school being trained as agricultural assistants, AAs, particularly Embu and Kura. At the same time, we see governments saying we can no longer separate communities. We must introduce a country which is multiracial. Egerton College, which up to that time was a racially segregated training center for European young officers intending to manage European farms, becomes a multiracial training institution and now begins to admit young agricultural students. At the same time, we see the emphasis on research and development. Again, involving a lot of Africans who are trained in some of these places. So we come up with very well-managed research centers throughout the country, in Kitale, to produce maize. In Embu, to produce the Embu hybrid, I think it's a 511 something. In Kisii and Kakamega, to produce the 300 series. And at the coast, to produce the coast composite in Eastern at Machakos, to produce what we have known then as the Katumani composite. Now, the involvement of extension people to understand the hybrid seeds in collaboration with the researchers became a big activity in this country in the 1960s and 70s. And then as then this became necessary, the question was, how do you make farmers benefit? How do you make farmers benefit? Luckily for Kenya, immediately after independence, we see this competition between the East and the West. And the American population, or the American government, begins to support the Kenya government in terms of bringing elements of extension in a manner that we can understand. You said then, through support, in the Ministry of Agriculture, brings in a real composite of extension personnel. I was going to tell the minister and the director of this center that yours truly was among the very first officers in the Ministry of Agriculture as counterparts to the extension specialists that were brought in. My role in the Ministry of Agriculture, which was not in Kilimo, was in that avenue at Rhodes House, was to train extension workers. And I had a senior counterpart who was an American. My colleague, or my colleagues, one was in charge of home economics, the late Grace Wagem. Another colleague was in charge of youth, 4K clubs. I don't hear about 4K clubs anymore. I would have wanted to ask the minister about that. 4K clubs. Officer in charge, Amze Ndegerek. Agriculture Information Center, where the director, you're going. I am fully aware of the establishment of this station because one of the counterpart officers in the Ministry of Agriculture was here, beginning to develop this center. And someone. And if you go to Kilimo Library, maybe this year, there is a book, an extension guidebook, written by the Ministry of Agriculture officials, titled something like that, authored by somebody called Fisher and Wesselman. Those of you who are here, go and look for that book. It was authored in this center during the time we were working in Kilimo. And that gave us an opportunity to support all our field officers in training. The directors of agriculture in the provinces, be it Nyanza, Western, Rift Valley, Central, Eastern, Coast, depended very highly on these counterpart officers and ourselves to go and train their frontline extension officers. And it was always a pleasure. We go to training in Embu, for instance, or in Meru, for instance, or in Nakuru, for instance, and you organize a training, and like the minister has come in, our director of agriculture then would also come in. And we would spend hours and hours discussing extension with the people that were agriculture. I think that then leads us what we can call simply growth. Madam Director of AIC, I was telling the audience just before you came in, that the foundation of this center was brought in by the USAID and their counterpart officer here. The first local counterpart officer, world officer in charge, was a Mr. Mwangi. I think you are right. And the his American counterpart was somebody called Westerman. Now Westerman, together with my counterpart in Kilimo, you were not in Kilimo then, you were still in Rhodes House. There's a book titled Guidance to Agriculture Extension by J.D. Fisher and somebody called Westerman. Look for it. You will then see how this center grew up. But I'm very aware, because this is where, as you are making in the presentation, this is where the Ministry of Agriculture then started. We must train and publish information for our field officers. Beyond that, then, this center, fortunately, being a neighbor of the agricultural research, was able to coordinate some of the research information that was coming from here, particularly from this station, but also from other stations. Originally, this was not Kalero. It was simply Agricultural Center of Kabete. No more. There are other agricultural centers at Embu, at Katumani, Machakos, at Mkwapa, at the coast, and at Kidale. They were not coordinated until much later when they were merged into Kenya Agricultural Research Institute. But that was later developed. So, when these counterpart officers were withdrawn by their governments, we then began to expand and became stable in our extension system. And one of the things that happened was and other development activities from the national focus to the district. And again, there are documents to that effect. And through this, then expanded farmer training. The fewer original farmers training centers were expanded from, I think, 26 to 41, those things. Then Kalero or Kari, it was expanded from Kari to Kalero. Then markets grew up, private sector came in, particularly with flowers in Russia. In addition to the tea in Kericho, tea in Muranga, and some other cash crop, pyrethrum in around Nakuru and Molo. And because of that, we begin to see new structures and new titling in our system. And what is important here is that the country then recognizes the need for extension training beyond just the basics for farm managers, beyond basics for pushing natives to do whatever they wanted. And because of this, multiplayers come in. And these are multiplayers that the minister has talked about. Commercial services. People who are keen to make money out of agriculture. Non-profit. Farmers Union, National Farmers, Kenya National Farmers Association, something like that. And then cooperatives. The cooperative movement in this country actually started with farmers cooperative, not credit cooperative. Nowadays, accredited cooperatives are more viable. But initially, they were just farmers' cooperatives to market and to trade. Then later on, we begin to see agri-tech companies, people who provided services because they have technology. Yeah? Lima Limited produced tractors locally, or they didn't actually produce them, they put them together locally and sold them to the farming community. Then purely philanthropic, those particularly from the churches, they want to support their members to benefit from agriculture. And then research organizations also begin to come in, particularly at the regional, at the national level. We have CARI, we have CALRO. But then within East Africa, we begin to see IAFRO. Yeah? I think young people don't remember that we used to have IAFRO, IABRO, and all those things. This center initially, I think, was at the Africa Center, East African Research Organization, where development technologies were done for the basic of the whole of East Africa. And the Afro was spread. There were branches in Tanzania, in Uganda. And then later on, media. Our colleagues in the media system began to get interested in agriculture. The information center people here, I know, encouraged radio programs for many years, with individuals recording in the studio and being part of KBC, and people listening. That was the beginning. But later on, other media people also got involved. The newspapers got involved. Now, if you read the paper, I think it's on Saturday, you see Seeds of Gold. Seeds of Gold is an initiative between National Media Group and Egerton University. Started about 2014, something like that. But there are other media houses which are now very active in providing information. And then we can also see private universities in general, both private and public, are becoming more and more interested in extension. They do research, attach their students, and supervise the students. During that supervision, the students and their lecturers interact with the farmers. And therefore, the farmers gain a lot of knowledge. Some set up even demonstrations within farms. And this by itself is a promotion of extension by taking advantage of the most knowledgeable individuals. Whereas these universities do a lot of research and experimentation on their own, when they think they have good results, they can take them to the people. I was at Egerton, I think, recently, and they have some place called they call it Innovation Center. Those of you who are there earlier, you don't know, but the current crop, if you go to behind animal science, there's a place called Innovation Center. Every student who has an idea is given a little funding, but you can go there 24 hours and come up with an innovation. And it is promoted through the university. So you can see, you incubate an idea, and once you incubate that idea, you're funded through international support, which they generate, and you can then go and spread that information. Now, we have challenges in extension. I think we do. And I think the minister has said a few of those things. Let me just also add my thinking. For me, one of the biggest challenges in extension is the policy area, particularly with respect to national government and devolved government. The minister said he hears that agriculture is dead. I will want to believe you. Because once we started to devolve agriculture, the core mandate of the Ministry of Agriculture and their officers in promoting agricultural productivity through the extension of people went down. We now see political appointees, I'm sorry to say that, if some of you are in this community, we see people politically appointed and they sit in the office. They don't link their policy, what they want to do in a county, with what Kilimo House is trying to do. And I think if the minister hears what I'm saying, this dialogue that the minister is having needs to be pushed and pushed and pushed so that the national government and the county government can create a linkage which will enable this country to be productive again. I do not know, I have not looked, what are the production levels for our key commodities. But you hear there's a problem in coffee marketing. It has even become political. There's a problem in tea marketing. That even last week, a lot of tea is sitting in Mombasa and sold. There's a problem in sugar sector. Nothing is happening. The factories are sitting there. Pyrethrum, I think, Ilianda, I think they're trying to revive it. And so on, cotton. Do you hear about cotton? We still import a lot of materials. Our cotton factories, Kikomi, the one in Eldoret is called what? They die. They die. Why? Is it because we cannot produce cotton? At the time we were able to produce cotton, I would go from the Ministry of Agriculture at Nairobi on my way to Meru, and we passed through a place called Mitungu. It's a great cotton producing area. I was in Meru the other day, and I think they have put up a university in the place. Yeah? That Taraka University, no, is it Taraka? I think so. That is where cotton used to be grown, and there was a factory there. Now we don't hear about it. Kikomi died. The factory in Kisumu has become a railway station. The one in Eldoret, Moi University, through our friend Professor Kosgei, they have tried to revive it, Kidogo. It has absolute problem. The Minister of Agriculture, you, the Minister, directors, and other people, I think they need that dialogue very quickly, very fast, and very determined to coordinate these ideas. What now is happening? That policy leads to several things. Inadequate funding leads to competition between county and national government. Then, to a certain extent, it also leads to duplication. I don't think this is necessary. It also leads to human resource wastage. How many students do we train in our public universities, private universities, who go and work in agriculture, and they are not working anywhere? And we train good people. Ask my colleague here about the professor. I'll tell you how many students he graduates every year. And then where do those guys go? They are told, become entrepreneurs. Fine. But you become an entrepreneur without even a bit of experience to see where your entrepreneurship can start. It's not easy. I think we need to give people an opportunity to work a little bit, then tell them, you now become an entrepreneur. We also need, in general, educational policy changes. How many people do you want to train in agriculture? We train everybody in agriculture who wants to go to the university, then we waste them. Or can we create a planning mechanism like they do in some countries where agriculture sector needs this much manpower in the next 20 years, and we plan to train that bit. I think it happens somewhere in Germany, it happens in France, it happens in Italy. And we cannot just loosely say, okay, Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology will train agriculture students. They have a class of 200. Egerton has a class of 200. Moi University has a class of 300. Nairobi University has a class. So what? At the end of the day, what are we doing with this month? And with our, I don't know, 30 something, 32 public universities, all of them are training extension workers. May
can come back. And, while you were away, we were asking, why don't we have these forums more often? So that we don't wait, even if we have this big one once a year, but there in between, we have smaller ones where we come and listen to the people who really know things. Don't bring people who don't know things. Bring people who are there, and also those who are going there. You know them. So, I think the director here should come and tell us something. You must know something. Thank you so much. Oh, yes, indeed. In another forum. In another forum. I thank you so much, Professor, for this. Do you know, from the historical and global, right from where Adam and Eve, that was where he started his presentation. I don't think you were here. That's where he started. Adam and Eve, Moses, when they were fighting for food in the desert. That's where extension started. You know, as we just started reading about it with the British. I think, Professor, we do need this kind of a historical to pull back, letting us know that in the US, these deans of agriculture are actually responsible for extension. But look at us. Our universities are now almost everywhere in the counties. But the dean and what is happening in extension are completely disconnected. I don't think even they know each other. Why are we trying to reinvent the wheel? Why don't we learn from here and, plug into these things? So for me, it has been a very enriching. And these challenging questions, why are we wasting human resource? Why is everyone training? Why are we, and I'm guilty. I'm part of those who are also contributing to this problem of training people, and we are happy to wear gowns and graduate. Him is telling the wife, stay at home and eat lunch at home. I was thinking, and it's a good thing. Let us do some soul searching. We ask ourselves, where did the rain start beating us? Not just the last mile. We were told while you were away, we started on the first mile, and we asked, where is the first mile? And we need one forum to come and tell us where the first mile is. I thought we knew where the last one is. Now the first one is another thing. So for me, what I think is truly this is a very enriching kind of an engagement. Let us continue. Now, I should not start another session. What we are going to do is, and I truly do want to thank you because every seat here is occupied. And there is a cup of tea or coffee waiting for us. Since quite a bit of time and you've had good patience. So what I'll ask now is we are going to break. Go and take whether it's water or a cup of tea. Please, in about 10-15 minutes. And then progress directly to your breakout session. On this screen, I think everyone has a program. There are 3 breakout sessions. Room 1 will be here. That's what I was informed, yes. Room 1 will be here. So what you do is, let's just scroll down. We see the breakout sessions. They are here. Session 1 is leveraging, there are three topics. Session 1, you can see the topics there. Session 2, leveraging digital platforms. Youths in digital extension, feed establishment, and now there are 3 topics. Session 2 is on soil health and nutrition status, experience from youths and women in extension services, innovations and value addition to extension service. And session 3, climate justice, climate smart agriculture, sustainable livestock feed. And again, there's also an aspect there on youths in digital. So please choose which you see fits your interest. And after you take your cup of tea, please quickly head to the room. What we are requesting is we do the breakout sessions between now and 1:30. So we will have approximately at least 45 minutes if you are quick with your coffee in the breakout sessions. And then lunch starts at 1:30 to just about 2:30 p.m. So we have enough time for lunch and to network, because one of the things we say here is come and know somebody. Don't just come the way you came and go away without knowing somebody. Also be known. It's your duty to be known. If people are not coming to you, go and let them know who you are. That's the thing, isn't it? Yeah. So, and then from there, we'll continue with the program in the afternoon at 2:30 p.m. So I want to thank you all, and I wish you a good discussion in your next sessions. Thank you.
Ask this lady. Oh, this is in charge of something. Okay. All right.
So for breakout 2 and 3, they will be in that building up there, and there will be somebody to show you. So if you want to go to building session 2 and 3, somebody will show you the rooms are in the building right opposite the entrance. The breakout will be until 1:30.
Wondering this don't come more heartbroken, nothing times in the past. Never let's forget. It's good.
Thank you very much.
South Africa, we didn't take out. And we've moved just doing we have a smartphone version, we have a feature phone version that most of our farmers use. And we also have a training that we do, a digital training based on soils. One of the things that I found that is really, really instrumental, and one of the big issues I found with doing anything digital and looking at the data that we've been getting back, reading the data from farmers, is about our soils. Our current soils in Kenya, 72% of our soils are acidic, specifically in Kenya. And when we look deeper, I'm now a soil food web trained lab technician, soil lab technician. I've got a lab and I analyze soils, and what I'm realizing is that the biggest living organism that we deal with in agriculture is soils. And most of us do not look at soils. We look at everything above. We take our readings on plant health from what we see above the ground and not below the ground. We take our readings on what we see with animal health and the way they're behaving, not what they're eating, what was below the ground. And because of that, with my soil advocacy program that I teach online, I've just concluded a class yesterday of 240 students in 16 countries across Africa. And I'd like to open an invitation to anyone in Extension who wants to know about the soil microbiome, living soils. It's really important, and I think that with all of our Extension work, we should really focus on this, because our soils are dead, and we need to bring them back to life. That's how plants and we and livestock began to exist.
No, I just want to add that I'm aware that KeFAAS is leading an initiative on soil health across the continent, so it might be good to connect and see how the work you're doing relevant to. Malia, you want to add?
Thank you very much. Yes, KeFAAS is leading soil scaling on soil health. This is an initiative that arose after the African Fertilizer Soil Summit that was here in June. The KeFAAS was mandated to lead the scaling, so we're engaging all partners who are involved in scaling in any areas, and specifically on soil health. So it would be good to link up with you. We're also doing on digitalization. We're talking about digitalization also, supported by AGRA. We are just starting on scaling of last mile delivery, extension advisory services, where we are looking at a model of strengthening public-private partnerships and models on private sector extension delivery services. So what are the business models which are there? And we'll also be leveraging technology for leveraging IT technology in scaling of innovations. Besides that, we are also having a project funded by Bill and Melinda Gates, where we're just trying to look at what are those digital technologies that are acceptable by the farmers. Many times we talk about the number of technologies that are being developed for extension delivery services, but are they accessible to farmers? So we want to engage in a study to know where the key stakeholders, where the farmers are able to identify what is user-friendly. And then we work together with the private sector to see which private sectors are willing to engage in this, so that after they have invested in it, the private sector is able to sustain the investment.
So one thing I have noticed about digitalization and anything to do with interacting with the digital space is that when it comes to agriculture, it's a hands-on skill. And many a times, just giving content and course theory, it's not enough. You find that farmers would want to be shown the how. And also when you incorporate aspects of pictorial so that they can relate to, they get to understand better and they're able to do. And then they need to have a human face, behind the wordings on the digital aspects. They need to know when I'm stuck, I can call someone. And that's why you can find these digital platforms where people can buy and sell things. They always have either a chat or do you have a question, and then they give you a contact where you're able to call. And that now helps someone to really relate, because at the end of the day, Someone wants to feel, can I hold someone accountable for the content that I'm receiving? Because, I mean, you go to Google, rather Google has answers to all the questions that you have. And as Prof was saying, you will get a million answers. One will tell you want to plant maize is 90 by 700 by 70, another one 60 by 30. So you're like, which one is correct? So what I've realized about digitalization, if you can have a human face or a contact where someone can say clarification, it helps in one, authenticating the information, and two, making sure that you know there's a big brother watching. If I get stuck, I can go. Yeah. So for me, that would be
Okay, that's amazing. Actually, I have more something to discuss with you people. It's about the digital space. Personally, I am in one, so we have an intelligence platform that has mapped out the agricultural ecosystem in the country, and if you can log in, you can be able to access the various types of data sets that you would want. It's just recently started, but now sorry about that. A Kenyan farmer, the average Kenyan farmer is around 55 plus years. The course they use are not into farming. And if you look in the private sector, actually, most of the private people who go to look out for the farmers, they go to the big people who are dealing with large scale. So the small scale farmer is out of the question there. So I more or less have a question on that. How do you think maybe we can be able to reach out to those specific farmers, each one by one in each and every house, to, maybe try and improve their agricultural practices?
When it comes to smallholder farmers, you can have big in the small. In the sense that when you have a constituency that you can bring together, then that not only sorts out the issue around the scale, economies of scale, but it also helps you now to acquire the large scale in the small. Yeah, because if you deal with one farmer, it becomes a greater challenge. And that's why smallholder farmers nowadays, you find them in groupings and they try to work in a collective manner. So that brings now the bigger less in the small. And that now with them and transact with them, we'll start seeing the sense in the volume and in the quality that they are looking for. So that is the model that we're using at Civil Growers Association and it's working.
If I could add, what we do is you're working with trust and about having baseline. So we have a customer care unit. That's the first thing that we started in 2010. We have farmers can call them and customer care communicate with farmers all the time. We've also got WhatsApp and SMS as well as online back and forth, virtual as well as other feedback groups. I think that we all tend to make a mistake of grouping all farmers in kind of different buckets. There are a lot of early adopter farmers. What I like to think of as a farmer is each and every farmer will be making their own decisions and should be capacitated to make their own decisions because their farms are different, their pockets are different, their needs are different, the problems are different. So being able to have a digital system that allows farmers to access what they need. So for us, and how do we reach out to the individual farmer? We partner with Safaricom. So our service is completely free. Farmers just go on a short code and they can get into the system. They can subscribe to specific areas of content they're looking for, whether it's about livestock or whether it's about different types of crops, or they can go into the library and pick information when they need it. They've got goats that are sick when they need it. We have a vet who's also in our team, and they can call him or he will call them. If we see data coming in that shows us there are problems, we call the farmer straight away, help the farmer on the ground, help him find his vet. We've got a expert service that allows them to find their nearest vets around them. But we also, where we see data that needs to be sent back to the veterinary community, because it's maybe around some zoonotic diseases, we also do that through that as well. So I think depending on what systems you're using, if it's, and the other thing we've also found is that the large percentage of farmers, so the majority of our farmers are actually 45 years and younger. They're young people who are coming in using the digital space. Only about 35% of them are women. So we try to design programs specifically for women. And we also find that there is they toggle between two. So you have a smartphone, the smartphone gets broken, you back to the Wheezy phone. So what we've done is we've merged both of our systems. If you register your cow on your smartphone breaks down, you can still get your data. So we've worked with the realities that we've seen over the last 10 years. People are moving towards feature phone, smartphones. That stopped during the time of COVID when the economy was bad. People went back now to feature phones, but the feature phone is something that's always going to stay there. And why we like the content we can deliver on feature phone, we can deliver it in any language. In Ethiopia, we deliver it in Tigrinya, Oromia, Amharic, and the 4 languages we do in Ethiopia, in Tanzania, Swahili, and English. In Kenya, in English and Swahili, so farmers can choose a language. But they get the content. So this now comes back to responsibility. They know, because the messages come from my cow, they know who's responsible. And we don't have the problem of, in the beginning, we thought about doing a IVR, so recorded messages. And then we realized that the farmer is busy and he's listening to something that's recorded. And this is actually why the system, one of the government systems failed in Ethiopia. You're listening and you're busy, you're milking your cow, and you have got a message that's coming in, an audio message. Then what you remember or what you do may not even be related. You get a broken telephone kind of effect. And if you do something that damages your animal, you're going to blame where that message came from. But you didn't listen to it in its entirety, and you couldn't go back to it. So SMS in this space is really good, and it's shareable. Send the messages, they write them down in books and start to create their own field manuals. So what I want to just get my point across is that even in our online classes, where we do a 5-week course, soil microbiology, 2 days a week, 1.5 hours, 7 to 8:30, like for our last class, there are farmers in there, there are researchers in there, there are scientists in there, there are extensionists in there. When you provide the systems and just let people know, you'll find that this amorphous grouping that we have around farmers is different. There are many, what I would call early adopters who are in that space and now practitioners and teachers on the ground, which is really cool.
Now, maybe just a question. The SMS is free. Any other side, is it at a cost or is it
I believe that education should be free. I think that, when we look at what we're trying to do with national education, we know that an educated population is a productive and progressive population, that if we charged everybody from school always to keep paying, we end up with people that can't go to school. Our food security for this country is dependent on us for the farmers. If we wait for them to pay for their education and they don't, we have no food security. So we have a different business model for our business, but all of our education services, including our online where we're teaching essentials, it's all free.
So before you meet, make sure you contact and share the details, because that's a lot of valuable. I cover the cost for the opportunities. I think they have now expanded. And that is very, 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 very good. So anybody else who has something to add? Henry? Okay.
Yeah. So I'm Julius, maybe to add. If you sell seedlings, we have our farmers desk. This is where for every seedlings you buy, you register, or we just take down your name. Say you've got avocados, you've got citrus and stuff. So we categorize those farmers. Let's say we have avocado farmers, we categorize them. Then we are in the process of sending them SMSs, the USSD on, or by experience, we realize that you might lose your seedling in the second month. So we'll be giving customized information per the farmers. Get that bit. Then we've also developed an e-learning portal. I'll show the same. With this e-learning portal, this is where you've still customized the information, and this is how it's working. For every farmer who registers, he or she owns a platform of what of which now we are calling a dashboard. You go to our platform, you sign up, and then we receive some information from our backend, then we register you. When we register you, as maybe you have registered for, let's say, chicken production. So you'll have a dashboard where you'll have a trainer who will upload photos, videos of that particular venture that you've chosen.
So do you have a website? Do you have a...
Yeah, everything is running. I believe after this, I'll showcase everything. So everything is there. You can check the Farmer's Guide e-learning portal. It's running.
Where are you based?
Thank you for the opportunity. So I'll speak on behalf of Carlo. Carlo also, we are using the approach of ICAO. We also have an SMS where we share our information. Maybe we will do planting. We actually did a farmer registration countrywide, supported by the KeFAAS project that ended. We did a farmer registration and we have a database of farmers. So through that database, we send SMS for farmers. We have a call center where you can call. If you want any information, you can call the call center. They're based in the Karo headquarters. We also have application that we've uploaded the Play Store for various. We have around 65, 66 applications for different areas, from livestock to crops.
They offer the trainings. Like now for Calro, we have different value chains. So they take you to experts like Calro, they train you. So it's for you to be a linkage. That's some middleman. Maybe there is that you too have not been to school, but is good in agriculture. He can farm, somebody come and take the products to the market. And that he has got the mkulima amefaidika, he has got the money, and the farmer or that youth in the middle, he has got a commission somewhere. Like for me, I'm earning a commission and I'm not an agronomist.
So it's the agripreneurship
You are linking.
in it. You are like what? Yeah, you are facilitating.
We are offering
now,
the service.
catalyzing the whole thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good. Like for entrepreneurship, it was compulsory. They offer the training for 15 weeks. We're given a gadget, which it was running like a week, Sunday to Sunday. They stop it, you undergo in that tablet. So like for entrepreneurship, we went through the entrepreneurship course and we were given the certificates and a KeFAAS academy. Okay. So we are all entrepreneurs.
Good. So
that model, can it be replicated? Is it sustainable without a donor?
And as for us, those who have benefited from the program, I think you cannot find anyone saying I'm looking for a job because we are someone. We are given, our minds were open. We have to think outside our box to find solution to that bucket. We are aggregating demand.
So now, like you're saying, you have a machine.
The chopper, yeah.
The chopper.
Yeah.
You bought it at your own cost, or you got some financing to buy it, or what?
At first, I was leasing it, but I benefited it from the program also. They saw there was a need to help me get somebody which is helping us to get in and solving this problem for farmers.
Okay. Yeah. So there's like the first step. You are given some startup. Okay.
No, they were not given startup. They say you start and then you can.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So it depends. Bidii yako ndio inakuokoa.
Bidii yako ndio inakuokoa.
Okay. Anybody else? Yes.
Just a question. I don't know if I missed it. After you've been trained or your capacity has been built, and now you're creating employment for these young people, I don't know if you're going ahead to also build capacities of others with what you are trained on, besides creating employment for this, so that you have like a multiplier effect.
Okay, for the program, it is still running for 5 years. So as we mentor others, like I create employment for other youths. For example, for me, those who are in dairy, they start at their dairy farms. So they usually come and profile them also to graduate to the Farmer Service Center so that they can create
their
own enterprise.
So what is your initial training? You said you're a product.
Okay, I'm a graduate. I pursued diploma in animal health and production. So we offer AI service for farmers. I have a team also, the parallels who are outside. We do the AI, we cooperate. So I'm aggregating the demands for farmers, then I send the different service providers to help them.
Which institute did you go to?
Okay, I was in KeFAAS. Yeah.
Okay, you have heard the story from, yes?
What's really cool about that is the inclusive platforms, the digital platform that educates you and everyone else that would be training. So that's an interesting from a digital perspective, because that would be able to be replicated anywhere. It's digital online. Yeah.
Are there any challenges, any limitations in this digital space that maybe people have overcome or we still need to overcome? Yes, Prof. Can give the mic to Prof.
Thank you, Madam. Now, the information we are getting about these activities, be it World Food Program or World Vision or whatever else, I think as extension people, let us analyze them correctly. Now, there is the concept in extension of project versus program. And in quite a number of cases, we are working with projects. You all know that projects has a lifetime and specific funding models. If you have a project for 5 years, it may be fairly successful. After 5 years, it dies. If you don't have a succeeding project, it ends there. And those who might be interested, may be involved in it, they'll fall back. Very easily they can fall back. Let me give you the example of the Ministry of Agriculture. I think in the 1980s, the Ministry of Agriculture had this thing they called T&V, Training and Visits Model. T&V was a methodology, so to speak, of training farmers in intensive agriculture, and it has a lifetime because it was sponsored by the World Bank. The expertise, I think, came from Israel, and the Israeli officers stayed here in Nairobi, I don't know, for 4 or 5 years. At the end of it, they did an evaluation. We talk about evaluation, very successful. But then, beyond that, did our farmers that were targeted, even after they did a pilot, did our farmers continue with the services that they were doing? Sometimes you would criticize. I don't know if Agnes can remember, but we came for a seminar which was evaluating training and visits system. And she asked question, how do we sustain this thing beyond the project time? She asked. And it was the chairperson of the meeting that time got very annoyed. So me and my 2 students, I think it was Agnes and 2 others, were literally thrown out of the meeting. In the Ministry of Agriculture, the person who was throwing us out was somebody I also taught earlier. No. Now, I want to make this point. And it is not for this meeting to decide, but I think generally speaking, we need to think of a program. A program is a long-term effort to move farmers from this position of productivity to another level. And when we change it, it's like you change a constitution. Within that program, you can put little and little projects. So the one in Baringo can fit in there, but it fits in a program. Another one in Embu can fit there, but it fits in a program. Another one in Kajiado can fit there, be it livestock, be it poultry, be it pyrethrum, it can fit there. And this is, I think, in our modeling for agricultural growth countrywide, over the years, we have missed this point. I was giving you in my discussion, the American extension system. It is not that they don't have these projects. You know, Americans are very rich. People who are dying and have a lot of wealth, they normally give it to either institutions or farmers. But they come in as projects. They make a contribution and say, for this county or for this state, I want them between the next 5 years to do this and that with my money. After I've gone, they remember. And I'm starting a foundation. But when they do so, they incorporate it in a long-term program that you can look at. And I think this is where we are missing ourselves, maybe not just in Kenya, but in developing countries. I suspect maybe only in India, where they have adopted, India and Indonesia, maybe Malaysia, they have adopted a mechanism where they develop long-term. Vision 2030 is a very good example in our country. Within the Vision 2030, what do we want to do in agriculture? And then, what does Plan International want to contribute? What does World Vision want to contribute? What does FAO want to contribute towards our agricultural growth within the Vision 2030? over those several years. Now, Vision 2030 was mooted when? During President Kibaki's regime. Yeah, and we are almost six years to the end of it. What is it? Yeah, what is it that we have achieved within that Vision 2030, within the framework of agriculture? And I think when we work within our support groups, maybe we can always go to the Ministry of Agriculture and ask them, what is your long-term plan? And you want to make a contribution. This is my piece. And another person brings up another piece. Another person brings another piece. And we develop towards that target.
Thank you, Prof. I think one of the challenges you have is in terms of documentation in Kenya, the documents are there. And I think, Prof, in your presentation, if I read well, one of your challenges was policy implementation. Yeah. The policies are there, very good papers. Other countries keep our documents, they go implement and do very well. We go back again to learn from them. So there's that cycle, and we are not doing very well. So I think we need to see what is the best way forward. Now, the youth are here, interested in agriculture. And for your information, majority of the apps in agriculture are being done by non-agricultural youth. Yeah. Who are very interested in the space, but they are developing solutions so that now that are comfortable for the same youth. So I think we need to rethink and see what is the best way to continue attracting and utilizing those apps, because we are not short of apps. We are not short of the digital space. We are not short of technologies and innovations. But how do we research, academia, extension, how do we work together? Because we are also working in isolation. And the Americans are working together seamlessly. We go there and we try to not regulate a researcher and extensionist and somebody from academia, because they are moving together. So can we also see how we can avoid these silos and things will be good? Okay. Yeah.
I think that a couple of things that we also need to consider are, especially when we talk about the US, are the people healthy? Half of the American population are obese, the other half are sick. 45% of all American children have immunological diseases. It's because of their food. It's because of their agricultural systems. So when we think about those things, we need to keep those things and contextualize in our minds how it can be different for our country. When I was younger, when I started agriculture, I started in 1997. When I started ICAO, and I did everything. I did production, I did organic production. I believed in organic. I don't believe in organic anymore. But because organic simply just takes a linear view of production like conventional and switches out biopesticides and biofertilizers and biofungicides for synthetic ones. And the reality is it's still killing. When you've got insects and pests and diseases on your crop, they're a messenger. They're telling you your crop is sick. By killing them, the crop is still sick. And if you don't treat the symptom, if you're only treating the symptom and not the cause, you're going around in circles. Somebody else is making money. The agro dealers, the agripreneurs will be making lots of money. So education for me has been one of the key things. But one of the things that I learned that I wish I knew back then, which I will implore all young people who are getting into the agricultural space to do now, is look at the partnerships that you're going to need and look around and find out what is in it for them and what is in it for you, and does it align with your values? Okay? There have been a lot of people who've wanted to get involved with us with ICAO, but to have us as spokespeople and marketing products that we don't believe in. Today in Kenya, there are 42.7 banned pesticides on the market, banned globally. They're on our foods, they're in our children. Our highest potential areas, Meru, Murang'a, Nyeri, Kiambu, have got the highest cancer rates in this country. Why? We're absorbing these toxins. We're putting them on our foods and we're eating them. And we need to get smart about that. So we need to look at what is it we're producing? We're producing food for whom? It's for health. So where does that health begin? Okay. Just coming back to partnerships as well and projects and programs, Professor, you're absolutely right. We were invited to join what sounded like a project with a big consortium of partners, including all the research institutions, 5 universities around the world. Bill and Melinda Gates funded the Africa Dairy Genetic Gain Program. And I said, we will join if we can educate farmers, because the business of big things being built up here and no connection with the farmer didn't interest me. So we got involved in what was then sounded like a project, but the principal investigator behind that program, because it was more a program than a project, was Professor Mayoke, who recently just retired from, wonderful, wonderful person, wonderful friend, an absolute visionary in the space of livestock genetics. Sometimes you have to have a hybrid approach where it might look like a project, but its intention is to be a program. So the Africa Dairy Genetic Gain Program started off in Ethiopia and Tanzania, two of the hardest countries in the world to start such a program. In Ethiopia, it's finally becoming the easiest to succeed. And the reason is because the government owned the telco. When we talk about digital, it's all going to come back to the telcos. It's all going to come back to who sells data, who sells SMSs, is those guys. If you want to get far and you want people to be able to avail your platform at a good cost, you need to negotiate with those guys. So in Ethiopia, because the government owned the telco, when the program succeeded as a project and the farmers started saying, what now at the end in terms of sustainability, the government absorbed the project now as a national program. So it's different in Kenya, and it's going to be different in Rwanda and Uganda and Tanzania because the telcos are privately owned. But my point is, who are the partners that you need to engage with to get scalability? It doesn't have to be a financial partnership. It can be a leveraging partnership. You've got something that they benefit from. They've got something you benefit from. Thank you.
Before I give I just want to add to the program project approaches. And I think why the first years of the former president worked, and we still think about it, about what Mwai Kibaki did. It was the government that knew what they wanted to achieve, so that the partners, the donors came and supported what the priorities of the government were. We have the priorities in our digital and extension space, or anybody coming to give the input, we are welcoming. That way there is total confusion. Maybe now, one of the recommendations we can put across is that we know as a country what we want, so that those who are coming to support us, they support us to do what works for us. Thank you.
Thank you. So I just want to echo what she has been saying concerning sustainability of this extension service provision. What I've seen working with us, I am Jack from National Potato Council of Kenya. We have worked on a digital platform called Viazi Soko. It was funded back then in 2018, but the project exited in 2020. But the platform is still offering services. Back then, it was meant to offer extension services to the farmers, but currently, through partnership with the specific, I can say specific partners who are expertise in those areas. For example, in soil testing, we have partnered with those who are key in soil testing, and they are able to offer soil health solutions, and also they are able to link directly with the farmers who need them. When it comes to now issues of access to potatoes, seed potato, we have also partnered with those who are key in seed industry when it comes now to even mechanization. So we have partnered with these people, even including those who are offering pest advisory services. So what I can say, for this thing to work, even if it is a project, you must widen the scope of partnering with others who have been in that field, so that you're able to sustain yourself, because what we have seen supporting us so much, and the platform has really been growing, with currently over 114,000 farmers accessing the services through the platform, is through partnering with this value chain actors. And what you have mentioned, Madam Chair, about us working in silos, I think it's something that we can really consider integrating our efforts together, so that we're able to do or to achieve or what we expect. You find that
yes, we have a platform which is working. Then there is maybe a donor coming, financing other people. They also start from zero, and then with that, it can't be sustainable. So one of the recommendation based on what she has said, let us partner, but the projects which are ongoing or the programs, let us consider working with the wide range of partners. Thank you.
We talk about projects and programs not succeeding, and I'm not of that. I don't want to buy into that narrative. We are talking about Vision 2030. If you look at Vision 2030 and you want to know what is happening in the agriculture sector, look at the agriculture growth sector transformation strategy. That we had agriculture sector strategy. All these are strategies that help us, unpack what is in the Vision 2030. And this is, I think, all of us as stakeholders, these are the programs, these are the documents that we are using. Programs and projects, from where I see it, are supposed to help to catalyze. It's not supposed, it is just to catalyze change. Therefore, once it has catalyzed, it can be there for 5, 10 years, but once it has been able to ignite interest and catalyze some kind of change, then now other partners come in and ride on those cases that are successful. So a project you can have 10, 20 years running, but looking at it from the perspective that it has not succeeded, for me, I think if we are able to have case studies that can start, can trigger development in that area, then we have succeeded in those programs. Per se, they are not supposed to change people en masse, but you are supposed to catalyze an interest in a certain part, the way he's talking about what was done, and then you bring other partners who are interested now to push with the agenda.
Ask ourselves, where is this shop where I can go and get best practices, success stories, so that you don't reinvent the wheel? So,
okay, thank you, Chair. I want to add to the conversation about, one is about the issue of regulating extension. And if you look at the previous extension policy that we had, the NASEP, it actually advocates for professionalization of extension and even the establishment of professional bodies to regulate. But somehow it's like the actualization of that has been very slow. And I think one recommendation we can come out with strongly from this symposium is that the government tries to speed up, because earlier it's a bill, is it a what? I think but it's like the government is dragging its feet. So can it be speeded up? Because especially with the digital explosion, everybody is putting information out there. Many people, they're earning money from the net. So based on how many people are viewing your video and how many people are following you. So sometimes it's not about the quality of information, they don't care. They're making money out of it. So if there's a time that we really need to have regulation of extension service providers, it is like yesterday. Okay, then the other comment I want to add is about the issue of projects versus programs. I would say our government has failed us, because when we see extension happening, but at the end of it all, it doesn't really come together into something that is tangible and sustainable. So skills, they are able to effectively also acquire the digital skills that they need so that they can function in the digital space of extension. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as he comes in, I think he brought in a good point. Sometimes we assume the youth are digital. I think I am better than a lot of youth in terms of that digital space. Maybe they are good on TikTok or Instagram, which I don't, I may not even have subscribed. But when it comes now to something to help you move to the next level and this space you're talking about, they may not necessarily be there. So how do we now make sure that that digital is real? It's not just about having a smartphone. What you are using before and how you are using it and how you are applying that to, especially in the agriculture sector. So, yes.
So maybe as I sit here as a youth and in extension, actually I have a background in BSc, Business Management with Information Technology. But as you people continued to channel whatever we are talking about, it's bringing more confusion to young people. I can tell you. As I sit here, it's still like taking me around where are we? Because when you talk of policies, we've been talking of policies. And if there's a time we have had poor policies, especially in the agriculture space, it's the current situation that we are in. So again, I'm so surprised that even the CS admitted that the extension bit, it's like it's dying. I did my pitch at Moranga County and I said the same. And I told them that the extension is dead. They told me, no, you are here, you cannot say that the extension is dead. And the same word that I used is the same word that the CS has used. And a case in point is that the current situation stands at one extension officer is serving 8,000 farmers, and the number is still increasing. The current situation stands at a quarter, I quote, a quarter of the extension officers in my county have retired. The government said it's not employed. That's the first scenario. The second scenario is that by the end of this tenure, when is it 2025 or 2027, half of the extensionists, when you're Mebaki, they will not be there. The government is not employed. So you tell me, what are we talking about? So I believe that we've killed extension and it's very intentional. So I give. So when it comes to, okay, from where I stand, maybe I may not have the guts to explain that. But again, when it comes to like the donor funding, like you said, I've worked under the NARIC project. I'm currently an agripreneur under the NAP-CDP model. But from where I sit, I've tried to creatively and innovatively find solutions to some of the problems that the government is trying to find solution to as an individual. So you wonder, you tell us that the young people, they are swift, they are energetic, they are tech savvy, but again, the same young people, ni wao mnakandamiza. That's why I really don't get what's happening. Then to echo, the reason why I took the mic is to echo whatever she has said. Myself, okay, first of all, there's a bit of regulating the extension bits. You see, when we talk of regulation, like for my case, I started as a consultant on matters seedlings propagation. I do propagate seedlings, and we have a stand there at the Kulima. But with time, that's something that I realized that farmers are lacking. I was an intern at Karo before Nikatoka. So farmers still don't have access to right seedlings. Karo itself, and maybe you are here, the seedlings that are forward there, they are of quality than what Karo is producing. I've worked in Karo. So I'm an extension from the field, so I work from the field backwards. I've realized that small seedlings will not pick in the field. Then from there, we've developed a model whereby, from what I realized while I was at Karo, you just need, you people are no longer doing research. You just sell the seedlings, then you leave to the farmer. As an individual, I realized that we are just dispensing seedlings to farmers, but you are not giving the extension bit. So I came with a model whereby if I sell to you my seedlings. I'll give you 3 months free consultancy. You call me, you tell me A, B, C, D. You see, Caro is not doing that. So you see, but again, for you to buy my seedling from that place, you'll be like, are they satisfied? Who are you? You see, then again, you go back to Caro, then those seeds are the same seedlings that we private extensionists are addressing the field. Are you getting the disconnect? So on the issue of bringing in extensionists, I've developed also a model under that platform. It's called the Kilimo Extension Network. With Kilimo Extension Network, it has 3 tenets. Maybe I'll have time to show. It has 3 tenets. The first tenet, it's on undergraduates. So I believe I'll pilot it in Murang'a County, where the first tenet will be getting the students who are pursuing agriculture-related courses. Those people will be enrolled in my platform. So from there, with that Kilimo Extension Network, as the word it's a network, we'll try to find solution. We'll try to train these students, because I did develop such a case because I myself, I had issues with being an extensionist. I graduated from university, then I enrolled in Caro. I wasn't given any training. I've heard that you are a specialist in extension. I wasn't given any training on extension. Then I realized there's a very big gap. So for my case, I've been a bit resilient and I've fought to be an extensionist. So my question has been, who is that Julius who is now graduating? There are no jobs. That person is not equipped to offer extension. Huyo mtu ataenda wapi? So then the second tenet will be on the undergraduates or the interns. People, our agriculturists who are in field like us and practicing agri-extension. You get? Then the third tenet, you can sign up, even the people that are here, you sign up or register as a veteran extensionist. So at the end of the day, I'll have a group of 3 people. The undergraduates, the interns or people who are 2 years and below in profession. Then we have the veterans, you guys. You come register to the platform. Then I'll bring all these 3 people. The old guys who are in the county level, the madam who is an extensionist should now bridge between this college kid and me. Then they'll be able to empower. But my question is, who is going to fund me? My question is, who is going to take this model? The question is, how will I even pilot it? Because it's a problem. Umetoka ukiwa fresh from university. Where do you start? Then we are talking about regulating the extension bit. We are talking about regulating extension, yet I'm jobless. I've coined my way to be an extensionist. I've developed a model, an expensive model, just so that I can't just be any other person, so that nisikuwe unemployed. Then we come with policies you want to regulate. I have no case with regulation because myself, I'm a professional. If that model will come in, I'll still be in because I have a BSc in agriculture. You get the beat. But so I believe, even if tuko na hii mambo yote, let's not keep on saying these people. Policies zimekuwa na ni mbaya, tunaona vile zinaenda. And it's a problem of donors. You see?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I think we will end there. And I don't know whether we have a chance in the afternoon. Okay, because I was thinking that we are waiting for the queue to move so that as we come for lunch, we don't get a queue.
They haven't come out.
Oh, okay. So we better get ahead, get the lunch, and then so we'll finalize with Daktari here as a guru of extension.
Thank you. I'm humbled because I'm talking before my lecturers, Madam Agnes and Prof. But I've been in the field, they've been in the class. Let me start with that policy issue that the young gentleman is saying is, I don't know whether he has gone through the new policy because with the facilitation of ACRA, we went through that document and we were able to refine it. And there is a new CASE policy right now.
I would like to invite him to go through it. It's very good. And most of the issues that have been raised here, the issue of coordination, they have been tackled there. The issue of regulation, the issue of quality of content, it's there. And now I'm seeing that the problem that we are going to have now is when you have so many digital platforms, I as the farmer, which one am I going to log into? Now, if I log into iCow or KeFAAS or the one this gentleman has, will I get similar information? Or will I get different information? He gets different information. And who is going to regulate that? And that is the quality control that I'm saying has been taken care of in that policy. So I'm requesting, like Dr. was saying, that as we leave this platform, let us have way forward. That one of the way forward is to implement that policy. Thank you.
Cannot wind up without the pastoralist talking. So, Dr.
I want to say something about
let him just.
Sorry, I think, sorry, my name is Dr. Steve Machan. Surely I come from pastoral areas. You can see, isn't it? There's no need of. Okay, probably I just want to touch a little bit of what the young man said. Number one, we do not need to discourage him. Yeah? Julius, we are not here to discourage you. But there is something reality we have to come to. The reality is the policy. Because here we are dealing with agricultural extension services for the whole Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock. For you to do this, then there must be a standard way of doing something. This is where the issue is. Now, for young people, many of them are good in digital, but sort of cyber basis. So if we allow every person to create a digital and you give an information which is different from so and so, so and so and so and so, you are dealing with seedlings production. So in the same platforms, you will find the same production techniques may not be the same.
Because maybe his way is better.
No, it's okay. I'm just saying, for the purpose of the ministry and the policy, there is a need to standardize the kind of information we give to the farmers. And that is why this particular place where we are, AIC, is an institution. This is an institution which you can use. Professor, are you hearing me? This is an institution you can use to standardize your material for the platform you want to use. So I think the whole issue is, the issue here is, how can we get control of standardized information in this country? Because one, look at KeFAAS. It is born out of AFAS. AFAS is Africa Forum for Agricultural Services. And where was that developed from? That is developed from CADIP, the Maputo one we were told, Comprehensive African Agriculture Development. At the end of the day, you don't even think about Kenya alone. We want to see a standardized extension service for the whole of the continent.
Can we have the last one go? Then we get on that. Can we get from?
Stop the conversation. It's so important.
Yes,
Just
very important. Very important. So we've no problem with politics.
Okay.
You need to make that point.
We've no problem with politics.
I think the issue that there is when it comes to standardizing the data, it's more or less.
It's
context.
So that when you come up with a digital platform and you're addressing the issue of seed, for example, or seedlings like he's doing, that if I get this information and he's talking about the way that I should take care of my nursery, and then the seeds I should grow, and the seed when to transplant and all that, it is technically correct. That's what we are talking about. Yeah. It's not saying that you don't do it.
No worries.
We are saying let it be technically correct.
No worries, but my point of understanding was that if I manage to have a research on something and I have something valuable that can work with, that means that I have to come and compare my data with somebody else that I can be able to publish it.
For innovation.
I'm in the research field.
Competition.
I'm in the research field.
I think what he's saying, the content is also context specific, you know. Because maybe what you are doing in Mwanza is different from what is being done in Murang.
Yeah.
So this regulatory framework will take care of all those.
But to
allow
you think creativity and innovation.
Yeah.
By the way, it's encouraging.
Then again, government has always taken time to do things. Private extensions of not extension. Private people wanna kimbia. So before we regulate this, because I believe by the time digital space has the government has been there. What have they been doing? Everybody is in these spaces, and it's not
It will be your benefit.
No, the case I guess the argument should be on not to regulate, but to improve.
Yeah, because there is
because
a case
government
that
will regulate these
Can we
young
have
entrepreneurs like us.
Yeah.
You are killing our creativity, our innovation.
Yeah.
We don't have specific designated ways of doing things, especially in an innovative world like we are in. The way he does his things, I can come in a way of policing my seedlings in a different manner. And you realize that when you start going through regulations like in CALO for you to get satisfied, it becomes really difficult for you to get implementation of your project. So I guess the thing is you do not regulate the policy. You improve the policy so you can accommodate everybody.
Let me tell you something.
Maybe just to clarify, let us read KeFAAS on the website. Go and get it. The problem we have is implementation, not our policy document. The policy documents are there. It is about options. There is no one size fits all.
Can I ask a question?
It is about this, and it is giving a lot of latitude. Can I just finish? It's giving a lot of latitude to private sector, to NGO world, to everybody. But what our worry is it technically sound? Is that information technically sound? And is it being passed on in the best way possible? But the options are there.
So let me ask a question. So I want to see if people put their hands up. How many of you have looked at the microscope and seen soil life? How many in this room? None. So it is not going to be in any regulations because it's never been done.
So there's
the soil health policy mentions microorganisms once in the entire document. Microorganisms are mentioned once. So what I'm saying
these are living documents.
Yes, I know. So what I'm trying to say is this. As we and everyone else in the private sector are getting out there and doing things and learning from the world body of knowledge that is helping to improve things here, there needs to be room. So if you're going to license people based on ABCD, that's fine. But if you start to say, but all farmers must get the same information about this.
No, that's not the issue. That's not the issue.
That's the impression.
It's the correctness of
I can add my voice.
Okay.
I think there's that fear and concern about the regulation. But I think it is more of an accountability system. So that whoever is doing extension, can they be known that in Moranga, we have Julius doing extension in this. You're registered as a professional in extension. So it doesn't stifle you in terms of your innovativeness, but it creates a sense of accountability so that you are accountable. Because the bottom line is that Kenyans are Kenyans, you know? And at the end of it all, what are our motives for doing the things that we do? It could be that you're driven by business. You just want to make money. And today we have ChatGPT, which can give you all the information you need. You'll package it and you put it up in your website. You say, now this is the information. And you have so many people. So it's just a way of creating an accountability system and monitoring and being able to check on who is doing extension, what kind of information do they normally have? You know, is it sound? Can it be tested? And traceable, so that if a farmer says, me, I was told by Julius that I do this, but I did this and things went like this. How do you get hold of Julius? You know?
So
yeah.
then one of the way forwards here is that can we, as much as we have registered the farmers, the CS said he knows the names and the in Murang'a, in Kiambu, in Marsabit, or wherever. Because for sure, that is now, I'm sure it is captured in the policy. But now, who is doing it? So can it go hand in hand? As we register farmers, can we also register alongside who in private sector is available? What space? You are national, somebody else is regional, somebody else is county-based, so that we are able to ensure that the farmer gets the services they need from the right thing. So I think that is something that KeFAAS can see how best that can be fast-tracked so that we are able to do that. And when we get private sector talking, then action fast-tracked. Because government requires everybody in that space. Right?
I think about the policy. Have you confirmed whether it is on the website?
It is there.
It is there.
I actually just
a lot of education.
I downloaded it yesterday and shared with somebody.
Can we do national level conversations about the extension policy?
Yes.
Because we need to educate people about it.
Yes.
There's a study that we were involved in recently, and it was saying that even the extensionists themselves, they do not know the policy. True. You know, to make sure that we understand.
And I repeat, Professor said, number one problem is policy implementation. So before even implementation, how we even understood
policy education
the
first.
Policy education. Yes. So I think that is one of the things that we take home. And I hope, Faith, you're not taking notes? Yeah, you have people taking notes on what exactly we are saying so that
maybe.
So can we break for lunch as Julius winds up in 30 seconds?
Yeah, just 30 seconds. So my question, I'll pose this as a question. Under KeFAAS, as under digital connectors, they were able to connect us with COAN. We all know COAN, and we did a baseline survey. I'm talking about last month, but one. It was about pesticides use and such, because they are coming in Kirinyaga and Murang'a. And those two counties, going by the data that they got, hizo ndo zile counties mbili, they are bound to be hit by cancer. Si ni kweli? And we all know that. But the statistics are on board. Na tulifanya and we analyze. I can tell you for sure that the agrovets, what they are stocking, you can't even imagine. So my question is, we are talking about government, kwani mko wapi? Before these things get, kwani mko wapi? Before these people put those things there, before to say ABCD, where are you? You see, mko wapi? That's the question. So tunaongea hapa, but tunauliza mko wapi before zitufikie? You see, the policies ziko mnatuwekea. On that note, wakati tulifanya hiyo research na tuka-analyze data, you know what I did? I went to my portal and updated it. And this is how I updated it. Nikaona there's a need na kuna shida ya farmers. And this is what I did. I curated another dashboard whereby we'll have registered agrovets in each county, starting with Murang'a. So nitajua madam here, she's a registered vet, and this is her profession na anafanya hiyo kazi. Because under one we also realize, mtu amefanya hiyo course ya, there's a course umefanya ya about vet, but it's not the person running the agrovet. You see, that's another. So where is the government? That's a private sector doing that. Mtu ameweka agrovet, but the person running the agrovet is a class 8 dropout. So there's that issue. So sisi tukakuja tukadevelop that dashboard whereby tutakuja tujue you are professional na umefanya this course. So and our dashboard you can go and search. You can go and search an agrovet in Murang'a County. And that agrovet in Murang'a County near maybe Keno itakuwa na huyo mtu ni certified. So that we are also trying to kumaliza wale watu si agrovet. Now, where is the government doing that? But they have no issue with the government. We are just talking.
Thank you. So thank you very much. It is not easy to exhaust this in an hour. We have done, I think, almost 1.5 hours, actually 1.5 hours. But we may need several days, but you have heard the issues, and specifically from the youth and the experience they have. We appreciate what they are doing, but also remember, I don't know, anybody here from the county government? Because I think that maybe is the missing link. Remember, agriculture is different. Whatever you are saying, can you make Murang'a County accountable and tell them that you are helping them do the database that you're doing so that you work together? Because that is actually a county function, but we at national level now also have our functions. And you can see that the current government has decided to chip in and deal with this issue of agripreneurs because the situation has not been very good. So it is coming in to fill in a gap because counties are not doing very well. So on that note, can we break for lunch? Maybe we need to be done by 3 o'clock, hopefully, so that we come back. So thank you very much. I hope that was quite encouraging and engaging, and we encourage the youth to keep talking. Don't keep quiet. Asanteni sana.
If I find there is no communication, I don't know whether was not
a very engaging actually discussion here that was not coming, and actually it just had to be, paused, yeah, because we really like needed a few more days or maybe a few more hours to think about it. But actually a lot has been discussed in the private, you know, sector and also in the governmental sector. There were a few questions asked. There were a few discussions that took place, and I would just want to quickly highlight a few of them simply because of time. And one is that one of the main issues that there is the data that is being projected to the farmers. And one of the concerns that was there is who regulates the data that's going out to the farmers. So that's one concern that was there. There was also the part where we have the programs and the projects being funded by outside people. So when it comes to matter utilizing the digital, the tools, maybe you find that you are not in a capacity to do so simply because you're limited, because the projects or maybe the programs that are taking place, they're not yours. Also, there was the policy part. Actually, that is what that was, really quite a swishy. That was like the major issue that was there. And there were so many questions there, back and forth, back and forth. And one of them is that the policies that are in place, they are not quite state, or maybe they're not quite supportive, also in the digital era. We also have a part where the the training of extensions, the extensionists, if I would just call them that, in the country has gone at a low rate, simply because you will find that one extension is covering like quite a very, very, very huge number of farmers. So by the time he or she deals with the farmers, a lot of time is wasted, a lot of resources are wasted, or maybe they don't even have the information. So the question that was there is, how can we utilize the digital platforms, or maybe the digital, tools, to ensure that our farmers are well educated, up to date, and they get whatever it is that they want. And there was some recommendations actually that were given here. One, it was partnerships and collaborations. That is various subsectors of various value chains who have the digital tools or the digital platforms. They need to work with fellow people who are in the same, who maybe don't have the tools, and they help, increase the farmers' production or maybe the farmers' benefits. And before I finish, I would just want to do a small presentation. I don't know whether the IT team is ready. Yeah, as they do so, I would want to tell you something small about Research and its work to leveraging digital platforms for extension service delivery. I only have a 9-page slide, so I won't take much of the time. I'll try and be as quick as possible. Apparently, chenye nimeka hapo, it's the same suit, so as you can see. Let's go to the next one. It's such a coincidence that as I was creating this slide, they didn't.
It's okay.
It's quite a.
This will be your favorite.
You confirm it's me. Yeah, it's me. I was like this maybe. Yeah. So yeah, next slide kindly. So Research basically is an agri-tech startup providing data-driven solutions to support farmers, agri-investors, and businesses to make informed decisions. So what will happen is we have managed to map out the Kenyan ecosystem in the country. Okay, not all. We're still doing more research, but the data that we have is around 70%. And we have managed to create an intelligence platform that offers insight into Kenya's agricultural trends, production rates, funding opportunities, and also you can be able to view a list of all companies dealing in agriculture in the country. You can be able to have a list of all events taking place. If you are running
investor, maybe you can, through a platform, you can be able to locate your next investment company where would you want to work. So our aim mostly is to enhance food security, foster innovation in agriculture, and through technology and data. I'm sorry, I'm trying to be a bit fast. So this is understanding pluralistic extension services. So it involves actually multiple actors. We have the public, we have the private, we have the NGOs who provide the advisory services to farmers. So basically, we don't work with the farmers directly, but we work with organizations that work with the farmers to provide with them the information they need. And one of the role of the platform, you can see there, we have scaling extension services, and we have ensuring access for last mile stakeholders. We also have the challenges that I personally have noted. One is reaching diverse remote communities with tailored information and support. One good example is maybe if you want to take data to a certain county, maybe a place like Narok, Ukondani. So it's quite a bit hard to try and reach out to that farmer. But I believe through these discussions, we can maybe come up with ways on how we can do that. Basically, this is the sign-up page. Now, one of the roles of the digital platforms is to overcome geographical barriers. We provide real-time data and improve accessibility. And one of the benefits of having, digital platforms in the agricultural sector is that agriculture can be, cost-effective. It can also be able to adapt the farm scalable. So the end the data and the insights, and we offer, the production index. I believe this one have said so, and we have designed it, to support collaboration and innovation, promoting efficient, sustainable agricultural practices. But one of the main things, you can go back on me. One of the main things that we really want to do is we want to try and link the farmers, the agripreneurs, and the extension agents, and also, the investors in the country, so that, it can be one whole ecosystem just under the intelligence platform. Next slide, please. Yes, so these are the challenges that I've been able to personally experience. We have the infrastructure gaps, we have the digital literacy, but that is mostly in the farmer side. We also funding limitations in rural areas. That's mostly for the private, people. And one of the opportunities that there is that we can expand mobile access, integrate AI, and then we can also have partnerships. Next slide. So the summary is that digital platforms actually are a key to delivering pluralistic extension services, and we are really trying hard to do that. And we would want to invite stakeholders actually, not for my benefit actually, but for the benefit of the farmers. We partner up and scale up, the services being offered in the digital space, and so that can be able to improve the agri-food systems. That's it. Those are my contacts there for whoever might need them. I believe I was short and quick. I didn't say that much. Thank you very much.
Some guy, please, why don't you applaud? Don't you think the group has done a good work? And he has done it like an entrepreneur. When you are given a small opportunity, you really push and push in your agenda. That's how entrepreneurs behave, not like us. But I just wanted to, for the group, two things. For me, I note you have raised the issue of data, particularly the research agenda being controlled from outside, funded from outside, and therefore even data ownership belongs outside. I'll give you our experiences, recent experiences, really not even a month ago. We have had challenges, at least in our university, where we collaborated with organizations from outside Kenya. And then they claim ownership of the data, and they will not really. Actually, it took us citing the Data Protection Act, that they had taken data of Kenyans to another country. And we said, if they ever step foot in Kenya, we know where the prison is. Yeah, that is how we managed to retrieve some bit of the data. So I would like to hear from that group when we come to the discussion. What should we do to make sure we take care of these things? And the other thing, you mentioned the issue of training of extensionists I don't know whether the issue is that we are not training enough or the issue is whether we are not recruiting enough. Yeah, it could be that we have both, and I would like to hear that. Finally, I think it's a very excellent system. I congratulate you on your platform. Next year, I also promise to come here and present a platform. Peter, don't invite me to work. I want to come here as an entrepreneur with a platform. I thank you very much, and I want to invite the rapporteur for session 2. Session 2. Please pay attention to the issues we need to follow up before we conclude at the end of the day. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
I'm Jam. My name is Elijah. I work with the Ministry of Agriculture, Murang'a County. In our discussion, we did discuss about soil health. We also did some discussion on the youths, especially the entrepreneurs, where they are doing value addition and also promoting farm inputs. Sometimes we did discuss about promotion of appropriate use of fertilizers, soil health and nutrition. And we also did discussion on agroecology transition, practices and approaches. On fertilizers, data was there, and we realized that most of the Kenyan farmers are really using the inorganic fertilizer. And the question is, how can we get into these farmers and try to change their mode of doing things and start using organic fertilizer? We know what, let me say, we call them the synthetic fertilizer, what they have done for our soils. Our soils are so acidic. The nutrients that the plants need are really prone. These farmers use these fertilizers season in, season out. Is it that they don't know the out of the effects of this fertilizer, of the much use of it, or is it that they ignore? On that, we did discuss the organic fertilizer input manufacture, which is the OFMAC, and the objectives are promote production and use of organic fertilizer. And this organic fertilizer doesn't mean really have to be the manufactured organic fertilizer. Composting, I believe, is one of organic fertilizers. Two is raise awareness of the benefits of organic fertilizer. Do our farmers really have the know or the knowledge or the information of the benefit of organic fertilizer? Some might have it and assume not to use it. Some might not even know about it. So it's something that needs it's a awakening call. Create a vibrant organic fertilizer industry. Competing with the synthetic fertilizer, being an organic fertilizer company, is a challenge. Because as per now, in the e-subsidy or the subsidized program of the fertilizer by the government, we don't have the provision of the organic fertilizer. So what can the government do to also bring in the promotion of the organic fertilizer? Provide knowledge on organic fertilizer among key stakeholders in agriculture. We find most of the key stakeholders, including the agri-techs. What are you doing to promote the use of organic fertilizer? Contribute to standard and policy development while maintaining high quality organic farm inputs. Policies have been something that has been really talked about. And I believe this country has developed so much policies. Do we continue developing more policies?
Or do we first sit down and look at the policies that we have developed? Are these policies being used? Are we doing just producing policies after policies until somewhere now we will start duplicating the policies because we forgot the first one that we did develop. We also had an agripreneur. She's doing well, Risa. She's promoting the Nyota Bean initiative. She's doing value addition on the Nyota Bean. She's pre-cooking them and selling them to the farmers. She's also doing cookies with the Nyota Bean. She's also doing pre-cooked bean flour. She processes the beans. The value added bean, we all can attest that it will fetch more money than the raw bean. The raw bean ile haijachemshwa. And with the current things that we are doing, tunakimbia sana. Syllabus inakimbia sana. So if you have something that is pre-cooked, si ukienda nyumbani ni kutayarisha tu haraka haraka. And with her, she said that she's earning more. She's earning an income, a commission from the pre-cooked beans. She has the crisps of the pre-cooked beans, of the cookies. It was a nice presentation. The approaches used, she's doing farmer training. Through the farmers that she's training, she's also encouraging on aggregation. Where now those farmers that have farmed the Nyota bean, they bring it together and sell as a group. There's the product development. She has a model of how she's developing her product. Adoption of climate smart. She's promoting drought-resistant crops from her area. She's also doing soil conservation measures, which are really adaptable to the farmers. Water harvesting and management measures, and also sustainable farming practices, which are of use to farmers. She has over 500 farmers, or she has reached over 500 farmers. 300 of them are youth and young women. She has increased productivity in that area through the farmer group model. And as I stated, it is a source of income from whatever she's doing. Thank you.
Elijah, that was session 2. Also very interesting discussions on organic fertilizer industry. It's growing, and from youth who are in agripreneurship. Thank you very much. Session 3. Rapporteur.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm Moses Nyanduga, a student at Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. So I'm here to give you a brief insight of whatever is happening and how we discuss them. Session 3. So in session 3, it was dominated by the youth, and it's a very good insight because it shows that the youth of this country, they're waking up and taking this role of contributing to economic prosperity and also the national development. So in session 3, we only had 2 presentations, which constituted 3 participants. We were supposed to have another person from MOST, that is Masinde Muliro University, but he wasn't in a position to attend. But we must again appreciate the role that Masinde Muliro University is playing in promoting agricultural biotechnology in the country. So let the media team just be ready, then we begin it immediately. Yeah. So I think we can just give a brief insight as they're working on it. So being that I was no longer one of the people to present, but I'm describing for you whatever was presented in the group. So yeah, I must say that because I appreciate, for session 1 and 2, they were the same people presented. So we had the first one was all about climate justice. And this was just giving a brief insight on the role of the youth of this country in promoting climate smart agriculture. We know very well we live in the era of climate change, constituting several environmental factors, global warming, soil degradation, but we can see how one of us, who is just a youth again, is using this opportunity not only to solve environmental problems, but again to promote food security in the country. So when we talk about climate smart agriculture under climate justice, we saw that this youth was moving from one area to another, promoting what? Promoting climate smart agriculture. To involve every individual in the society, and again to target most of the people, he was involving women groups, youth groups, and even secondary school students. We know very well that today, the primary and the secondary school constitute more than half of the population of this country. So it means when you reach these people, then your problem is half solved. Because apart from this, they must report back to their parents, tell their parents of whatever they learned and how we can improve this sector together. So we saw a scenario whereby the GAPAD group, which is known as the Global Action Plan on Agrodiversity, they were moving from one area to another, promoting what we call vertical gardening. And in this vertical gardening, its approach was based on organic farming, meaning not much of the chemicals, or in some of the scenarios, even no chemical was being used to facilitate food production. The importance of this climate smart agriculture, we have it in our own hands. We can see that when we empower the women and the youth groups, we also increase the individual income for these people, and again the household income, as we together solve the problems of food insecurity in the country. Apart from providing employment opportunities, source of income to specific individuals, again we have promotion of agrobiodiversity in Africa, which has not been taken seriously. And just allow me to say that it has not been taken seriously because this group we see, even the headquarters we have of this country, when it comes to international organizations such as the UN here, they are not doing anything. And I must just say that because whatever research they are doing there is only to promote other continents, especially the United States of America country and the Europe. But we appreciate the little work they're doing again to do something to promote African continent. So apart from this, the importance we saw, we have got some of the recommendations. As we have said, they target the youth groups, women groups, school children. We have got some of the recommendations. When we have a look at the structure and the implementation of this project, we saw that the target was the youth. And the youth must take that position to improve this sector. However, there were some of the challenges, like the challenge of funding. It can be better if the government, now that you guys act as a link between the farmers and we the people to the government side, it's better if you can report this directly to them to support these youth who are innovators, who are able to create change. When it comes to the population, the climate smart agriculture, they have involved more than 1,600 individuals, out of which 600 people have proved to implement this fully. It means that is just a good start. If the first year or the first few months, you can have more than 30% of people implementing this, then it means this is a good project and can be fully tapped to promote the economy of this country when it comes to agriculture. The next one we have is for now youth in digital extension. This is a body of agricultural extension officers, and therefore this is going to be very much important in even improving your work as an individual. you as an agricultural officer representing the county government or even the national government, when you can link with these people, it's going to be better. So this involves mainly the use of social media in creating extension. When you have a look today, the technology world is overtaking human force, the direct human force. The platforms we have, such as WhatsApp, we have the TikTok, we have the Twitter, and whatever. If we can use these sites in a meaningful manner, then it means we can use them to solve some of the problems we have in this country. In this scenario, we saw just a student from Egerton University creating some of the online sensations and posts to at least empower our farmers. What amazed me was that this young individual, the number of the farmers she has empowered is even more as compared to some of the intervention of the county governments. When you have a look at the national data, some of the county governments, they are not even in a position to apply agricultural extension officers per ward. And we know that, especially in the North Rift, towards Turkana, even in the Northeastern. If they are not in a position, but we have somebody who's just a student doing this good work and serving the whole country, and not only Kenya, but even in our neighboring countries. So that's a very good insight. So she was involved in stuff to do with the livestock production, how we can use value addition to prevent wastage and again to gain additional access to some of the finance and income as a farmer. Apart from that, she was using this platform again to give insight to the farmers on various good methods, climate smart methods we can use at least to promote food production as we again tap and solve the problems of climate change. And she said that one of the farms they have, it even holds some of the livestock. So you can see we can use regenerative agriculture and organic farming. The manure we have from the animals are being used as now the fertilizer to go into that a very stable manner. So the problem she was facing, and this is just a problem like any youth is facing in this country. You'll find somebody with a very good idea, but when it comes to implementation, these ideas are being sold to other countries. We have the government, they don't do that much, at least to buy or to promote these people. You find just a company, maybe from Asia, from Europe, or from North America, will come and at least support these people. So my request to you, as some of the senior government officials in this room, please empower these people. They have the ability and they have what it takes to improve this sector in this country. Lastly, another youth was using the social media meaningfully to promote this sector, was involved in Hass avocado production. I believe here we have got some of the extension officers who are very much involved in dealing with avocado farmers, in dealing with tropical fruits, etc. So he even set a nursery where he produces high quality Hass avocado. Apart from that, he's even again using the social media platform, specifically the X-Space, WhatsApp, TikTok, and even Facebook to reach to the farmers. And when you have a look at the number of Kenyans or individuals in Africa who are using these platforms, it's a good percentage of people. So when you use this, even in a day, you can have an access, or you can reach more than 100,000 people who can access your information. Some of them can pay them something in return, or to even appreciate the work that they're doing. And again, some of them can search to these individuals, at least to have a good insight or on-farm or on-site recommendations, etc. So that was just according to what we had. But me personally, I have my last remark, which is my great recommendation. Apart from these all things we are talking, I've been involved and again I've attended a lot of agricultural summits. I believe some of you here were present 2 weeks ago at the KICC. And I had the same position to ask some of the questions. And it sometimes amazes me not, because every year when you attend these forums, we are here to provide policies. We are here to provide solutions. But there is no any other time which is given to showcase what we have achieved for this time frame. I think that is a very big problem, because when you have a look at this ministry, since our country regained, I say regained because once we were free, before we were colonized. So when we regained our independence up to now, every time when we meet in these meaningful forums, we are only talking about policies and what to do. I think when we use the information we have gathered here today, next year when we have the same forum, we'll be first showcasing what we have achieved, the milestones we have gone, and what we have achieved in general. I believe there is change, and change begins with you. Once you change yourself, there is no limit to what you can do. Thank you very much.
Now the Moses better. I want to ask him to say something about himself, because he said you're from JQuad. What do you do? What level are you in? Things like that.
So, as I said, I'm Moses Nyaduga. I'm a third year student at Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, pursuing BSc in Agriculture. Apart from that, I'm one of the country's ambassadors for the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and again, the country ambassador for International Model United Nations. And that's the area.
Thank you. Thank you. You can take a seat. I don't want to sound patronizing, but I tell you, having listened to Moses, I feel like those of my generation are being told to get out of the way. Yeah, let us get out of the way. That is a message. We are not hacking it. But I just want to appreciate, and this particularly goes to the youth and not so youth. I admire the confidence with which Moses has spoken. You know, he started by saying he was not meant to speak. And along the way, I started wondering who was supposed to speak. And he didn't have notes. He didn't have notes. You know, and in this era when people are going to speak about things they don't understand well, I greatly appreciate, Moses, what you have done. With such clarity and knowledge and confidence, smart. You know, he came well presented in a suit. You know, I like it very much. You know, I'm trying to look back when I was in that year. If I was told to hold a microphone, probably I would have found an excuse to go behind the So, please, when we have our good young people coming up, please let us give them the platform. Peter, I thank you so much for whoever invited Moses here. I applaud you. You've done well. I believe in the next session, let us have a youth-led platform or session. We will come and sit and listen to them. You can see, Moses is where we are not. How many people, we just hear about UN in Igigiri. Him is an ambassador or something there. You know, I think you should consult with Moses and pay him for that consultancy to such a deal. But anyway, I don't want to spoil the good. I said, you have all had. Now, I request, as we digest and process this, the presentation to be made by the CEO, KeFAAS, Peter, to be ready. I don't know whether it is ready for projection. I request we give Peter the floor now to present on this last mile project. And then from there, we are going to end our day with a discussion to come up with some what have we learned and action points as we depart today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bwana Moderator, Professor. I'm sure your students enjoy when they're in class. So I'm going to present the last mile project. I will try to be very brief, but it's a project which has been running for the last 4 years. And this time we wanted just to share what we have been able to do. And then we map the way forward in relation to the projects, because now the project has come to an end. It was an IFAD supported project, and we would want to share the good results and probably see how we can be able to move forward. So the project was referred to as the last mile, and this last mile project, we called it, actually that one is a short form of delivering extension services to the last mile project. That's what we called it. And if you look at that photo there, you can see possibly some faces which you know. It was taken, I think, 2019. Madam Mary Kamau, it was 2019. I would imagine we were in KeFAAS, some place in, that's where we used to have our offices. And this is when we were actually formulating this project. And it was really expected to be a very huge project, although it never turned out to be as huge as we thought. But the main area of focus or the goal of this project was improved incomes for the smallholder farmers, sustained markets or market linkages, and reduction of climate variability for smallholder farmers. And here we were separating men and youth. So we didn't have that separation, and I think we can go to the next one. Yeah, if you look at that, we have the overall goal of the project, where we were looking at the enhanced responsiveness of rural advisory services. So this one was a project which was specifically designed for rural advisory service providers, both public and private, to the demand for advisory services of socially and economically differentiated category of farmers. So at the design of this project, when we were designing it at KeFAAS, there was that thinking that extension needs to be re-energized. And that is why we wanted to enhance this responsiveness. And when we talked of this responsiveness, we are looking at the new emerging changes of the extension service providers. So when we look at the new emerging changes of extension service providers, when we were in school in Egerton, when Professor was training us, and the way life it is today, I think the law has really become very different. So that is why we are looking at enhancing their responsiveness. Then the other thing, we had the specific objectives. We wanted to mobilize, organize, and build capacities for both public and private rural service providers to deliver effective and innovative services. And that is why today we have been able to bring a few people who we were working with, and they have been able to show us these innovative services and link to all actors in the agriculture innovation system and to smallholder farmers. Then number two, we wanted to generate and contribute knowledge needed to promote scaling up of climate resilience, good practices of smallholder farmers, and from promoting favorable policies and investment in rural advisory services. So those ones are the main ones. And then we had the expected outcomes, and those ones are there. The first one, of course, we wanted to have sustained market linkages, improved incomes, reduction of climate vulnerabilities, and here it's really a contribution to that responsive rural advisory services. And here we have some examples. Now, if you look at that chart, it's a bit, it's really a chain of reactions, but what we wanted to focus on is that we were working on one, looking at increasing, the first one was to increase the income of the smallholder farmers, then sustain market linkages and increase resilience to climate change. And this one, of course, was the result which will be given by enhanced responsiveness through advisory services. So the number of activities surrounding that, there are quite a number of them. So one, we wanted to enhance learning in rural advisory services. And here we wanted to have new rural advisory approaches and products. Then we also wanted to have new knowledge which has been produced. We'll be able to see what we have been able to do that. Then under the enabling environment, we wanted to have engagement and lobby for resources to be allocated to AAIS, that is Agriculture Innovation System. And then we have rural advisory service engagement in policy development, lobby and advocacy. And that one will be able to really respond to enabling environment. And then we also wanted to increase the diversity of membership within the country fora. And then we look at management of governance system within the fora and issues of financial sustainability, increased participation of women and youth, and we have had them today, and professionalization of rural advisory services with skills and capabilities to be able to provide or deliver quality services. And then we have the rural advisory services provide innovative services and knowledge that respond to farmers' demand. So that one is the results chain which we are looking at when we were doing the design, and you'll be able to see the results because we were able to do a bit of thing. But before we go here, I wanted to say this project is actually a global project. It's not only in Kenya, but it's global. In Africa, it is in 3 countries, that is Malawi, Cameroon, and Kenya. Then we have others in Latin America, Apilas, and South America, which is funded by IFAD, but supported by KeFAAS. So that one was really what we envisaged to do. Now the journey started from 2020 in February, and now it is that we are coming to the end there, where we are coming to 2024, towards the end. And so it means we were on track throughout, but I'm sure you remember in March 2020, 2021, they had the issue of COVID. That one brought a lot of issues, but basically the journey has been moving like that. And today we are in 2024, so we have been able to move within that phase. And today we are at that point. So the activities which we were engaged in before we come now to the results, we have component one, we're looking at building capacity of rural advisory service providers through strengthened PPP platforms. So we are looking at public-private partnership and working very close with other actors and even projects and so forth, so that these ones can be able to increase membership. And here we also increase inclusivity and diversity of rural advisory services in country fora. So country fora, they are all over the world. They have been pushing so that we have a forum where different actors, both the public and private, are working together, and we'll be able to see the results, and then we can be able to gauge and see whether we achieved much. Number two, output two, management, strategy and legal recognition and governance system in place. So most of the countries do not have any country fora, but now I'm sure Lydian from KeFAAS can be able to tell us we have quite a number of them, but at least for us, we have been able to move pretty ahead, but you'll be able to see, and we have all these activities, which I may not go to the details. I want you to look at the output. The other one was financial sustainability strategy in place, such that at the end of this project, the CFs could be able to start on their own. And that is why down there we are looking at the outcome one. We want to increase the maturity level and sustainability of business-oriented country fora at global, regional, and country levels for enabling the rural advisory stakeholders to network, share information, and exchange experiences. Just like we were here, we have shared a lot of experiences. We have discussed very many things. And I remember Professor saying he wished that we can be having such many meetings. I remember he talked of Professor Onyango, who has a lot of history. We can be able to document a lot of those things. So that sharing is very important, and that is what we wanted to have. Yeah, and that one will be able to determine the level of maturity. Output number two, we were looking at increasing professionalization and gender equal service providers that have skills and capabilities to deliver quality services to smallholder farmers. So here is the issue of professionalization, and of course bring in issues of the gender equality or quality equal service providers, so that we can be able to look at that issues. So here we had the training of new extension learning kits, and those ones are open access learning kits. You can be able to Google KeFAAS and you get new extension learning kit. It has a lot of resources which you can be able to work on. They are very, very important. So we looked at those things. Then increase the participation of women and youth in delivery of advisory and rural services. And that is why, if you look at the young people who are presenting the disease, they are young people who are offering this extension, which has been very useful. And we have the rural advisory service develop innovative services and knowledge that responds to farmers' demand. And that is why the outcome down here was enhanced capacity of public and private service providers of agriculture extension and rural advisory services to deliver quality services to smallholder farmers, men, women, and youth. And here, we are talking of quality services. So the issue of quality, I'm sure we have always talked of coordination and all that, but who ensures that we are receiving these quality services, particularly within this space when we have both public and private offering extension. So that one is something we need to think about and see how it can be professionalized. Then we have engagement in policy development, lobby, and advocacy, where we are looking at enabling environment for pluralistic and demand-driven and gender equal rural advisory services. So that is the issue of policy, which is enabling, and I'm sure the CS said he's committed to that. So that one was important. So we wanted to do that by engaging in lobby and advocacy. Component two, We were looking at knowledge generation, management, and communication. That is why we have the ICKM, that is Information Communication Knowledge Management Officer, who is in charge of this. And we're looking at the CFs, affiliated rural advisory service actors, better connected to the agriculture information system, and new knowledge products are available for CFs and affiliated AIS actors. And here we wanted to enhance learning in rural advisory services. So in broad terms, those are the main issues which we were trying to really achieve for a number of years. And then we see what we have been able to do. Now, when it comes now to results, because this is very critical for us, we are looking at extension to the last mile. We did 2 studies, which you'll be able to share with you. And the first one is the MEL, that is Monitoring, Evaluation, and Learning, which was basically looking at what we have been able to achieve in general as a country FOLA. And then we did the second one, which was called the deep dive. So with the MEL, we are only doing the assessment of KeFAAS performance in implementation of LMP against the project indicators. Remember, we have those project indicators, so we were looking at that. Then we were drawing lessons and recommendations to guide future. Now for DDA, that is the deep dive. This one was being done showing possible changes in farming, demonstrating the significance of KeFAAS in delivering rural advisory services. And of course, this one would be very important even for other stakeholders. So we have the 2 of them. So I'll start with the first one. Or basically, I'll go through both of them. It will be easier for us so that we can be able to save on time. So we have the methodology. MEL, that is monitoring, evaluation, and learning. Remember, we also have learning, like learning here. We have one, we focused on KeFAAS as an organization. Then we also focused on members of rural advisory services who are working with KeFAAS. And we had 12 of them who responded. And we have 10 rural advisory services. And then we had farmers, 15 farmers each from we had 15 farmers each from forming 150. So we have the rural advisory service providers. Each, we were selecting 15 farmers. So the target was 150. So we went to the households of 150 and we did data collection. So it means what we have or we are reporting is from data which we collected from the farmers. And data gives a lot of information. Then we have the issue of the deep dive. We have the 3 rural advisory service producer organizations and 3 villages per producer organization where we had 15 farmers per village, and then we had a total of 135 farmers. So in short, our sample size, we had 150 for MEL and 135 for deep dive. And if you look at the indicators on the side, those ones we had mentioned them, where we have the issue of the impact, you can see it there. Those ones are the income of the farmers. So we wanted to measure the income. So we had a questionnaire, which is a common questionnaire throughout the global, throughout all the countries where we are implementing this project. And so there is comparison of how each of these countries is doing. But KeFAAS have not shared with us that. So if you look at the results for monitoring, evaluation, and learning, we looked at the first thing because it was in terms of a questionnaire. We were looking at the mean annual household income, and these ones we are categorizing them by women, men, and youth, smallholder farmers. So when we did this, had baseline, and we are trying to look at how they have been able to increase from the year 2021 when the project started, or before 2021 and 2023, that is last year, because this year we had not had any income. So we are comparing 2020, 21, before 2020, that's 2020, going to 2022 to 2023. And what is important, if you look at the left side, we have before 2021 and 2023, we have the household income, and on this side, we have the farm income. So if you look at the farm income, if you look at the farm income before 2021, you can see the female is the first one, and then we have the second one is the male, and the third one is the youth. So what was interesting is that the youths in this case who are working on the farm were making more, and eventually you can see if you are comparing the women here, and there, you can see there is basically a trend of increase, but you can see they are all increasing in graduation. So it means men were really doing better than women in all those. So men earn higher income that are significantly different from those of female, but not significant for youth. So that one can be seen from that. Then the major reason for this was the increase was more produce. So out of this, of course, there's a number of attributions you could be able to have, but from the results, this is what we were given by the farmers when we went to the field, and we can be able to see that is the result of what happened. So there was that increase, and you can be able to see the figures. So these are the annual figures of the household figures in amount. Then we have the increase in number and types of relationship with market actors or other market agreements. So here we have seen there is increased access to market with extension offering support. We realized because we are working with extension officers, and these extension officers were offering these services to the farmers, there was increase in market access to these households. It has disappeared. Okay. So if you look at this, the first one here, I don't have a pointer. You can see the new produce market. So it means access to new produce markets. The first one, this one we are getting about 13.97 against 86.03. And this one we have 13. They have not really accessed, but 86.3 have really gotten new market, which is quite high. Extension support in accessing new produce market, we are able to see it is quite high, yes. New input market, they were able to access it quite high. And then we have extension support in accessing new input market. So you can see basically, when you compare, they have been able to bring that came out very clearly from the data when we analyzed it. Then we looked at the climate change exposure. Remember, we were talking of the key areas of output, and one of the key things is resilient to climate change. So climate change exposure and resilience score improved for smallholder farmers, women, and youth. So we can see the uptake of climate smart agriculture practices, but mostly notably among youth and female farmers. Youths have crop diversification. They were using manure and composting and mulching. Female were using more of improved seeds, change of animal feeds and crop rotation. But male, they were really focusing on animal breed and use of natural pesticides. So the extension support was helping to change the animal feed and the use of manure. And here we have, these are the practices which they were selecting from, and you can see that table. I think eventually I should be able to share this, but let's first look at it and get the results. The other one was climate change exposure and resilience score improved for smallholder farmers. And here we found that farmers found the CS practices more beneficial. They feel prepared to cope with the climate change. So it means the extension officers are also doing quite a lot in relation to this climate change. And here you can see the issue of very vulnerable. Then we have vulnerability, we have neutral, we have prepared, and we have better prepared. So you can see a majority of them were better prepared, which to us was a plus. Then we had the number of smallholder farmers, men, women, and youth accessing advice from rural advisory services in targeted countries increased by at least 40% by the end of the phase. But in our case, we realized that we were able to increase by 47% in number of farm families receiving extension services. These organizations reached, and they were, for male, they were 35% male, 14% females, and 17% youth. So there was generally an increase, and we have that data around there. And some of the rural advisory services are here with us, and of course, they provided this data. We work very closely with them. Then The contacts with the extension service providers, an average of 4 contacts with extension service providers, that is within the period. And then we have male had the highest, 5, and female had about 4. And through the new advisory services providers, reaching more women, number of contacts would be what is making the difference. So here we are looking at the number of contacts between the extension service providers. How many times have they visited you over a period? So we were trying to compare that. Then contacts with the extension service providers, increased contacts with the extension service provider monitor by male. So we realized that male, 78.63% of farmers felt that extension service deliveries had improved. Notable improvement was noted in relevance of information, ease of access, and affordability and timeliness among the different extension services and the model they use. Here I'll be able to explain that we were working with different extension officers like in Muranga, in specific areas. We are working like even with ICAO. We were working with them. They also provided some information. They are reaching quite a lot of people, and that one was important. So satisfaction with the extension service providers, 47.29% of the farmers indicated they were satisfied with the extension service providers, while 20.16% indicating that they were very satisfied. And you can see what we have, but we have the number who are not very satisfied, dissatisfied, or we had those ones who are neutral. Then the number of smallholder farmers utilizing advice from advisory services in target countries increased by at least 25% by the end of phase 2. Here we are looking at the number of farmers reached and utilizing the advice. So from our data, we were able to get over 822,755 farmers reached, and about 41% of them utilizes the advice. Others were not really practicing, but they were getting the information. But majority of those utilizing advice were women, because I think those ones are the ones who are at the farm in most cases, and they were doing for 52.9%, and the least were the youth. I think that is something which we can be able to think why it happens. But the women we interacted, most of them, once they are taught something by the extension service providers, they go and practice. But men, they did, but many of them don't go and practice. Then there was a 32.2% increase in farmer utilizing advice provided was reported among the rural advisory service organizations. Then adoption of practices, common practices which were adopted within these areas. We had integrated pest management and good agricultural practices. So those ones were, we had a number of them here and you can be able to see them. So we have the climate smart agriculture, we have post-harvest handling, nutrition sensitive agriculture, integrated pest management, group membership, and good agricultural practices. So you can be able to see how those ones are categorized, but that is what you are able to get. And then we had the issue of the CF maturity, and here we had the maturity of the CF, and we are looking at a number of issues like financial sustainability, recognition of and advocacy, activity effort, financial management system, secretariat and management team, strategic plan, presentation in the board governance, registration, and constitution. So you may find some of the organizations don't have constitution because they are hosted, but at least with us, we scored quite well because we have a level of maturity. At least we are independent when we are able to organize even such organizations together with our partners like AIRC and others. So women representation in the board, that one did not score so well as per the target, but notable progress was in the area of having more to score. That was before 2021 and in 2023. So currently in our board, women constituted 55% of the board. So they were looking at that, and I think in our board, we have majority ladies. Other notable areas where KeFAAS has improved a bit of sustainability, financial sustainability, recognition, lobbying and advocacy, and we have a secretariat and management team. Then we have CF maturity. Here we are looking at KeFAAS has seen 20% increase in membership over the years from 90 to that time it was 108. Today we have 2 64. So that one is quite some improvement. So we are progressing slowly, and that is why we don't want all of us to be working together, because we are focusing on extension service provision. Then we have seen 2021, we had the highest financial income, but now we have been doing a lot of internal resource mobilization. Enhancing capacity of rural advisory service for improved extension delivery. So we have 37 extension staff who are trained on NELC, and 62 on climate smart agriculture, and 122 on IPM. And this one we worked very closely with CropLife. They were supposed to be here, but they told me they have a training. Benson was here. We were training this in different counties, and this was a very interesting area. It's good training. Even when we are training about pesticide use and misuse, I think there is a lot of information farmers do not have about these chemicals. So even if we are really pushing, it is important for farmers to really know the information on how they can be able to use these chemicals. Gender empowerment, here we have been able to work with the extension officers, and we have the youth male extension officers are the majority. Youth female extension officers are the majority, but this one was just by design because of the ones we are working with, because I'm sure at the level of employment, there is no much consideration. It's only that once you go to some place, you find ladies are the extension service providers. Gender empowerment within the rural advisory services, all the rural advisory services except one had established PPP, public partnership, where we are depending on the size between 1 to 18, and they covered various aspects like climate smart agriculture and agribusiness. So we had been able to see that. Now, agriculture information system networks of rural advisory service organization. Here, a majority of them were looking at the county government, the institutions like KUCAT and the other universities. We have CARO, we have Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock Development, and many organizations which we work with a lot. Policy engagement, here we have been engaged quite a lot, like budget hearing process through ASNET, who is our member. That one was during last year, although that budget was, the finance bill did not, actually, eventually it was refused by Kenyans. Biannual review process, we engage in that, and Parliamentary Committee on Agriculture on registration and accreditation of extension service providers. Here we have been working with that committee, which is headed by Dr. Mutuga, to see that that is done. We have been involved with these policies, quite a number of them, and policy dialogues about GMO. I remember some of you attended when we had GMO, and you know what happened. We had the nutrition sensitive agriculture, where we were able to come up with nutritional guidelines, and policy engagement have really increased. We are always so much involved. Knowledge management, we have been able to produce quite a number of videos. I never wanted to share them because of time. But we have a number of videos. You can go to KeFAAS YouTube. We have one video on avocado production. We have another one basically on LMP. I also wanted to share it, but time may not be able to allow. We have a lot of information surrounding that. We have developed a lot of knowledge products, which we are able to share with people. Then we have, in conclusion, this one has been able to create sustainable extension coordination model, which we are working with. And we are very proud that today we can be able to host such an organization. And we are saying this one, we are committing it to be an annual event where we can bring a lot of these innovations. I pray that we can be able to make it a 2-day, that we are not adding up so much, so that we can be able to really learn a lot. We are able to even to bring the universities and all that, and now we are working close together. The CF has grown to maturity, and that is important, but we have to do something on involving youth in governance in our organization. That is important, and also continue mobilizing resources, and then evidence of production of knowledge products. Targeting different audience was good, but we need to focus on to have some repository of this so that they can be seen. And that is why it's important we can work with AIRC, how we can be able to work with, and we can be able to share most of this information. So basically that was the M&E, what we were able to do. the results. And now when we look at the deep dive was just going deeper into what does these results mean. So with the deep dive, we are looking at the issue of adoption of technology and extension advice, and we are looking at the respondents. Remember here we talk of 135, and we are looking at a number of organizations. We have MAVOC, and we have them here. We have really worked with them very closely. Muranga County Extension System, we have worked with them, and WAFAC, they were just an example because they just took a sample and they were able to assess that. So the 70.4% of the respondents made changes in the way they produce crops and animals. The other one is that there was change demonstrated in a shift towards climate smart and sustainable farming practices. And there you can be told even by MAVOC how they are producing avocados using, they are trying to use more of organic and using the traps and those things. Nearly all farmers interviewed, 93% reported to have changes made which were beneficial. They were able to produce more, better quality, reduce losses, and reduce cost of production, hence increasing their income and improving household nutrition. So we have the data which shows that 87% of the respondents attributed the change to the support from the extension service provision. So extension is so important, and when somebody ignores extension, is that he is ignoring the food security in a country. So we really have to bring this one to the table of the CS and the team, and then we wish they were here to get these results, because this is what the data is saying, not us saying this. Linked to the market, 57% of the respondents began accessing new products or new produce markets, and 64% noted that extension supported them. And you may find we have some of the extension service providers who have been able to support farmers' produce and connect them to the market. 56% began accessing to new input markets, and 53% noted that they were supported by extension. 45% of the respondents had begun using other services like credit, transport, or insurance. So that is the question we were posing, and that's what they told us. On the issue of profits, 73% of the respondents indicated they had gained more money. The main results were made more products, more produce, that is at 90%, and better selling prices, 90, or 64% is indicated more buyers, and at 52% reduction in production cost. Then we had farmers earned an average of 91,848 before 2021 from farming, and in 2023, on average, they were earning 154,618, hence about 68% income increase. So there was an increase. Possibly we may look at the attribute of all that, but remember this one we say is the data when we get the farmers and we're able to analyze that. So 99% of the respondents indicated that they are getting better from resilience to climate change. Most adapted climate smart agriculture was planting of other crop types, with 81.9% of the farmer having adopted. Male farmers had a high adoption rate of climate smart agriculture than women, except in the use of other crop seeds and the use of natural pesticides. 91% of the respondents indicated that the CSA practices were of benefit. Empowerment of women and youth, 81% of the respondents indicated that there were changes in their engagement and in their contribution to farming. Higher women involvement in decision making on crop to grow and animal to raise at 92.1%. 67% received support from their farming activities, and 62% farmed with others in the community, and 61% were involved in decision making on marketing. On the youth participation, youth participated highly in decision making on crop to grow at 93%, participated in decision making on marketing 71%, farmed with others in the community 66%, and support in other farming activities 62%. And that one is shown in the table. Oh, that one is ahead of me. Then you can have membership in farmers' organization. We have 80% of the farmers interviewed had joined farmers' organization, and 74% attributed to joining to this because they needed extension support, because extension are only offered more through farmers organization. And farmers indicated multiple benefits of joining farmers organization. And here with farmers organization, we were talking even the farmer groups. So a number of them, they don't work alone, they work in groups. Outreach on rural advisory providers. Here we have organization to smallholder farming families. We have rural advisory service organization introduced new farming practices to farming families. Like MAVOC introduced improved avocado varieties, intercropping and farm diversification. Muranga County, they introduced water harvesting practices, post-harvest management, integrated pest management, vertical gardens, and climate-smart agriculture. WOFAC, regenerative agriculture, solar powered irrigation, and livestock feed formulation. Those ones, I think they were doing them in Meru. Linked to the market, Rural Advisory Service Organization had supported farming families to access input and produce market as well as other services. And here we have an example of MAVOC, supported farmers in accessing competitive markets, bought input and distributed them to the farmers, such as pest traps, organized farmer field days where farmers got to interact with different input and output markets. And that one was very useful for them. Muranga County Extension was instrumental in linking farmer groups to farming cooperatives for collective marketing of their produce. Actually, that is the policy they have in Muranga, and I think by extension in the whole of Kenya, where they are talking of one village, one product, one cooperative. Then we have WOFAC supporting through training and supporting farmers to access information about new markets and other services. Resilience to climate change. We had Rural Advisory Service supported farming families to resilient to climate change. We have MAVOC trained farmers on farm diversification to avoid over-reliance on one enterprise. Muranga County, that one for training on climate resilience practices, sustainable management, which was a big project there, efficient resource use, encourage farmers to diversify their enterprises to spread their risk of climate risk effects, and so forth. And WOFAC was involved in building farmers' resilience through training on climate smart technologies or practices. Then we have empowerment of women and youth. The Rural Advisory Service providers intensified their activities on making women and youth to be active in their farming. Like MAVOC conducted gender analysis to identify gender gaps, developed gender policies, trained farmers on women and youth empowerment, as well as undertook entrepreneurship training for the youth. Muranga County, those ones, they are also supporting women and youth, write project proposals and source funding, and then they fund women and groups. They have really some funds for that to implement micro projects. And WOFAC, this one, WOFAC is mainly targeting women and youth women who they empower through training and technical support. And that one was very useful. For the issue of profit, MAVOC reported that they have increased their productivity, also provided improved seed variety. Muranga County has trained on agroforestry. Actually, they even have that policy which they are working on. So we have several things and we had the KeFAAS network, which was working with those rural advisory services. So in conclusion, we say NMP has led to adoption of agriculture technology and practices, access to market, resilience, and climate change participation in farmer organization, youth and women empowerment among small farmers, contributing to improved agricultural productivity and enhance the resilience to climate change. So that is basically what we did. I've just moved it very quickly. We have the videos, you can be able to get them in the KeFAAS YouTube. I don't want to play them here because of time, but I want to give back to the moderator, and then in case there is any question, we can be able to take it up. Thank you.
Peter, very well done. We do appreciate you have moved very quickly. I think you deserve a minute to breathe and take a sip of water. Yeah, that's a lot of information presented in a very short time.
fact, so thank you very much. We are at 20 to 5, I believe. Yes? What is the time? 20 to 5? 4, yeah. So what I think we should do is really, because there has been a lot that has gone around the things we have talked about today. Everything, including the NLP project. I know there are some people who are involved in it, definitely. Maybe in his rush, there is some important thing that we should have had that he didn't say. So you can feel free to contribute. But what I propose is before we come to them, if you have your program, you'll see the last part will be looking, we have a plenary discussion and then action points and move forward. What I request is we can take from now the next 15 minutes to quickly try to round up our thoughts. You know, any question, any additions, there's much that has been said today. Really, very interesting things. Maybe the next year, you probably, somebody should propose the next year should be 2 days, so that we don't, you know, do it in a hurry, because we can even see there is a lot of more people in this session, and I believe many more people are doing things that will be important to us. Even from the private sector, the industry, they are doing things. There are other service providers who are here. Some of them, you are mentioning them as you went along. I know you mentioned WOFAC, you mentioned ICAO, and others. Would have been good, you know, to hear them. What was their experience in this case? Would have been good. I hope this is not saying we must stop talking now. Right. So this is an announcement. Let me get when I have your attention. All participants in the extension award. So please note those who participated and also all the registered KeFAAS members to pick the certificates. Thank you. So I would like to open the floor. We have 15 minutes to contribute our thoughts from what has gone on today. There have been several presentations here and others in the sessions that you participated in. Can I have somebody with the mic? Somebody help me to move. Is there another mic for the smaller one? Yeah, they are there. Yeah, they are there. So yes, we can start here with.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, especially the last one. I just wanted to find out, what next? The project has ended. What next? The project has ended. What? Then was there a sustainability element in the project? And now that we're talking about services, what were the challenges faced in terms of advisory service delivery? And what are these lessons we can learn? I don't know whether I missed that or it was not part of the presentation, so that we see how we improve going forward. Because we need to learn the lessons and then we see how we go forward. But I think it was quite detailed, and it will be interesting to know. Of course, like the concentration was there was a bit of grammar and what. Is there anything you want to do for the answers as well, so that we compare for evidence and the rest of it?
Good questions. In other words, the project phase 2 is ending in 2024. What is the plan for continuity or scaling up? And of course, you told a lot of good. That's what the questioner is saying. It's very nice what you saw them. Are there things that probably you know are difficult and you avoided them? Now you must tell about them. That is the question. Yes, we do have another question from the back.
Yeah, please note the questions you respond. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That was a very nice presentation. I'm Jeff from Pella. I wanted to commend the presentation for the day. My question is, this is a very good initiative where we're having all extension officers from different capacities coming together. Can we see this happening at the county level, where you can have maybe the government representatives, the CSOs, farmers being inclusive? That is my question.
Excellent. Everything has been devolved to the counties. Why is it that this one is at the national level? You are not going to escape that because it is your duty to devolve it. Yes, please.
Hello, I'm Fred Osoro Nyagaka from Egerton University. I'm a member of the GABAD. So I have a question and a concern. So I think there's a great disconnect between the students and what the farmers are doing here. I'm a student of agriculture. So what we are running, one speaker said that what we are running in class is not what is being practiced outside there. So it's high time that the stakeholders take these ideas to the students so that when we are ready from the university, we know what to practice outside there with the farmers. Yeah.
There's a disconnect between what is being learned, and that is the beauty of involving the students. By the way, you know, there are sometimes we go to these forums, we talk about students and they are not here. Yeah. I think it is good they be in the room to speak for themselves, to see what we are saying, and to correct us where we are going wrong, and to remind us we need to get out of the stage. It's not to say we don't come to these forums, we come to listen. Right. Yes. Thank you. Karibu.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, my name is Kevin, and I'm a student of Kabete UN. But it's not really a question, but it's about the research information which we have here. I was about to ask whether the information which we are collecting for farmers, as the CS had said, that we have farmers' names in a database. When the outside companies come, like maybe the globalists, the WFP, FAO, when they come to seek out for this information, we shouldn't just give them the information of our farmers because they'll just come with funding and with the hope of enabling us to implement the projects. But above all, their main goal is to make use of our information to implement their products, which may be, for example, fertilizers, seedless, GMOs, and more so, what their aim is maybe to use that and make us slaves because if they control what we consume, then they'll like have colonized us again. The other thing is about this initiative is very much nice. And I would also like to commend each and everyone who took part in this, making it be a success. And above all, also to include more youths at the counties. And I think agriculture is more focused on plant crops. Maybe also have a look about livestock because I haven't had any venture in livestock and more so in the ASAL regions. Yeah. Thank you.
Wow, thank you. That's quite serious, you know. I initially, when he started asking the first question, I thought, hey, this one, turn up, you know, like those powerful activists. Say, keep away the multinational. You know, some of them are in the room. And if you are here and you are multinational, you have had, we are watching what you want to do with our data. But let me add my thought to that. If indeed the government, please bring the mic here in the meantime. Yeah, somebody has it. If the government indeed has data of 6-7 million farmers, is it only available to government? Who are the, how can other stakeholders access this database and use it for good? They are there. KeFAAS could use it for something. the counties, maybe the private sector, maybe the universities, maybe some others, so that this data, because the data is the modern day gold. If you have data, you have more than money in the bank. So we have data seated somewhere and we are still going to beg. Anyway, please, ask a question. Yes. Yes.
Answerable to the with your ID there, your phone number is there, your location, all that. The government is not just giving the data as it is filtered to information that is general and is not personal. So be sure that
Data is safe for farmers, but we are still to hear how else can others access even if it is securely. Please, who has the mic here?
Oh, good evening.
Good evening.
So, I'd like to ask whether in future, KeFAAS can have an opportunity where we could have a youth dome or a youth wing. So whenever there are such initiatives, so that at least young people can assemble, share their ideas and challenges. Then there's a lady, and I hope we'll connect after here. She said that she's on extension. At least if we can have such people who will mentor young people or who will give insights about certain things like extension and other things under a youth dome, I guess it would be a very good initiative.
Thank you very much. Are you calling it a youth dome? Dome, like? Sorry. Pardon me. Me, I already said I'm not in the generation of in the migrant. Yeah, I thank you. I think the question, Peter, you have had is why not have not only a dome? I think they're asking for a chapter for youth, a KeFAAS chapter for youth, and the youth will be speaking to youth. You will answer to it, not right now, please.
Yeah. I think that's a great idea, Julius. Very good idea.
Yeah, please.
One of the things that concerns me, having been in extension for very, very many years, and I brought it up in our little group, but I'd like to bring it up again here. The motherboard of agriculture is our soil. And our soil is the biggest living ecosystem that provides all the nutrients and everything through our crops, through our livestock, into our own bodies. All of us that are engaged in agriculture, including the farmers, but more so us that advise farmers, need to know about the soil microbiome, what drives that living organism. If I gave you 100 cows today, you'd be thinking about how to feed them, how to water them, how to keep them protected. But what you don't recognize is that there's the livestock under soils that drives this motherboard of life. We ignore. We only look at things above the soil. I asked the group before, and I would just like to ask now, and I know there will be one hand going up, but how many of you have seen soil life, the microorganisms, the bacteria, the fungi, the protozoa, the macroarthropods? How many of you have actually seen them in a microscope to say, I have seen soils? Peter has. That's the hand that was going up, because when we were training students in our lab with microscopes, and some of them have them now in the fields, he was there and he saw that. When you see the life in soil, you treat soil differently. So I implore you all, I think that it's a fundamental responsibility that we have to farmers, because otherwise we destroy their soils, and their soils is their money. And their soils, if we can keep those soils regenerating, those microbes regenerating, and they cycle the nutrients through the plants to us. If we can keep that happening continually for years, then all of those who inherit the land inherit improved land and not degraded land. So I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is certainly an issue which has become so critical and so important, so health. And yet, I think it is still not very well appreciated. Again, Peter, to you and to the others in the room, how do we give it a good focus and highlight and make sure it is carried along, given the prominence it deserves, and people are empowered with what to do and keep ourselves healthy? There are many questions. I know you've taken, oh yeah, there's still some more here. Okay, yeah.
Thank you very much. I think there's been so much here today, and the learning has been all over. Too much. So
more than we can actually carry. Yeah, we can't absorb all of it. And that is why we have agreed the next time is going to be 2 days. But even before the 2 days, we are agreeing also that we are going to be doing regular webinars. Yeah, and then one of us can host. Yeah, and on a topic of their choice, so that we stay glued to the topic. Well, that is happening also. I think there are two things that for me have kept coming up, even in our group. That's about collaboration, and that's also about, there was collaboration and what? Yeah, that's together. There was collaboration and something else. Yeah, and for me, as we are here, how are we moving on with that? So that we are not duplicating, yeah? So that we are working together. And that's the reason that KeFAAS brings us together. So we need to think through that and come up with a strategy of how we can deliver to farmers better as we collaborate. Thank you. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, please do.
Director.
Okay, let's not leave our senior. Yeah, please.
So, good evening. Good evening. My name is Professor, I don't know where to start. For me, it's a joy. Because almost 10 years ago, 10 years ago when we started KeFAAS, I'm really the one who initiated it when I was mini. And today I can just see the joy of us being together. And the joy that I have is that when I was in the Ministry of Agriculture, my name is Mary Kamau, 90% of the extension was being provided by the government. And we started coming up with that time it was an asset policy. From 2001, that's when we started drafting. Because we found that out there are so many who are providing extension. The NGOs, CBOs, churches, research organizations, the academia. And then we were wondering, how do we harmonize all this? Was coming from different areas. Because the farmer is one. One person mentioned that we are approaching the farmer. 20 of us, the farmer is one. We are giving them different information, and we expect them to, take in. So the main issue was how do we harmonize ourselves so that we can be able to face the farmer as one, give them information that can be from one source or rather information which was unified. And today we are still talking of maybe how do we unite more and more and more. I'm happy today because the private sector is with us. We can no longer pride that the government can provide extension because extension is a very expensive affair. And that's why you find even in the counties today, sorry to say, after devolution, it was just left because the counties, they don't see the need maybe to provide the extension. It's a very expensive affair. Training the people, giving them, means even to do that extension. But I'm happy today because we have come up with other methodologies where we can be able to reach the farmers. Initially, we've also been talking about how do we bring youth on board, how do we bring private sector on board, women and everybody else, so that we can work together in oneness. And I'm happy because we have made some mind. What we can do is that just strengthen what we have achieved and what we have had today. How can we be better than yesterday? Because the future is very bright. In Kikuyu we say, Rotare Jao doesn't grow. Rotare Jao means calves. Yeah? If you have a herd which has no calves, it doesn't grow. And I'm happy because we have so many calves here in extension. Yeah? I'm happy because I can hear even their content innovators, providers, extension providers. We have come from far. And Kenya used to be one of the prominent country for us. Even now, I think Modi can tell us, we have about 41 country for our chapters with the umbrella of KeFAAS. I used to be the chair for 10 years. And that's why I felt we should start our chapter. 10 years down the line, we can see what we have started. Initially, we couldn't deal with the academia, the private sector, and all that because the government thought they would do everything. Today, I'm so happy. Let's keep the fire burning. Our youth, you are doing us good. When I was sitting there and listening, you know, somebody says, I started this, I've met 2,000 farmers. That's what we should hear. The 6,000 farmers we are talking about. When I left the ministry 8 years ago, we were talking about 5,000 farmers. And the extension farmer ratio that time, it was about maybe 1 to 600. The FAO is 1 to 400. And when one individual can meet about 2,500, are you using a platform? It is very, very encouraging. And we can only tell ourselves that we continue doing the good work. But what we need is collaborate, and partnership. Because they say, if you want to reach far, wait for the others and go with the others. If you want to hurry up, just go alone. But you want to reach them. You want to reach the last mile, where every farmer out there can get that information. And we are normally challenged as Kenyans. When we started the M-Pesa, even farmers, some of them never used to not know about, you know, hata kushika simu. Today wakitumia pesa ni watoto wao wanasema chingiri neingira. You know, down, deep down there. Our penetration for internet, for everything is higher than most of the countries in this Africa. And we can use it. We are ahead. Let's continue working hard and hard. Let's call everybody else together. And we'll reach the last mile. That farmer will get the information so that they are not ignorant. They can get information. Let us empower them. We can empower them in our own right way, giving them that information. And then advocating for this farm. We heard about the Maputo Declaration where we are supposed to have 10% of the budget going to agriculture. We have not been there. It used to be 3-point-something%. It's all of us to advocate for more money so that our farmers can be. And if you collaborate more and more, you can be able to reach the 6,000 farmers who are depending on us. Thank you all. Thank you for coming. And tomorrow, we shall remember this day. What can we do as individuals? Thank you, Professor.
Thank you so much. That is a parent speaking. Have you heard? Normally, actually, after that kind of talk, we should all fold our things and go home. Digest. But now, Mama extension ameongea. So you have heard, but now we still have people. And Peter has still these questions to be answered. So please, yeah, please.
No, indeed, Daktari, it's like you read my mind. What I wanted to say, we are not where we were 10 years ago. In fact, we are not where we were even last year. We have reached a point where we are now reasoning together. You find yourself with your mentor in the same room. You find yourself with people who are doing different things. So in our own organized chaos, let me call it organized chaos, something is happening. And I'm so glad you're having this conversation because next is coming up with a framework on how we can consolidate all these successes. So congratulations to each and every person who is seated here. We may look to disorganized all over the place, but something is happening. And when I look around and I see the Gen Zs, I just want to echo what Dr. says. It's a joy. you sit and listen to them and you're like, ai, kwani sisi tulisomaje? Tukikuwa second year hata hatukuwa tunajielewa. You know that confused atom, eh? So third year ndo unaanza kualign where you are supposed to go. But these guys, we were talking with, I think it's Henry, yeah? The M Research. I hope I'm not baptized his name. M Research. Hata hajamaliza kole. Na zile vitu anafanya, I just feel like I want to be associated with him. So in our own organized chaos, we are doing something. Let's continue having this conversation, and I'm sure we are going to come up with a framework on how we can work together. So thank you.
Okay. No. Just let's take one last person. Yeah, please allow me this one here. This gentleman here. Because he hasn't spoken today.
Yes, good evening. Yes, I'm Okinyi Frederick Ochieng, a student also from Egerton University, and I'm also a student leader in the Faculty of Agriculture. So I'd like to take this chance to say that today I've really learned a lot. And so many people, so many speakers have spoken here today. And indeed, I've come to realize there's a very big problem in youth, because we lack information. And that is something which is a fact. So I was just having a suggestion, because we are anticipating youths, especially in the field of agriculture, but we like to also have good mentors, so that so long as we see maybe my mentor is doing something, like if a teacher teaches you, you will try to do better than he or she has done. So today maybe we'll be living here, and I have been talking to some people. There are really, really great opportunities here. But you will get, like, we don't have maybe one platform where all of us will be there. So I was just having a suggestion. Maybe the admin can create a wall where all of us can be accommodated. If there are some maybe opportunities which can link up with youths, they can be there to be shared. Because you will get, like, there are so many opportunities which engages youths, but due to lack of information, we will not be able to access. That's just my suggestion. Thank you.
Will be brought to the attention of the youth. I thank you very much. I am truly, truly very impressed with our students. I feel good. There is a future for this country, for sure, for agriculture, and for extension, and for the last mile, Peter. Please come up and answer the questions. Yeah, thank you very much. I really want to also echo what everybody has said. When we are organizing this symposium with Dr. Nkrumah and the team, we were very purposeful to make sure that we engage the academia, particularly the students. And I'm sure you are able to show the call for abstract and all that, because we have realized these are opportunities. You can be able to come and discuss what you are doing, and you learn a lot of information. So we did it very purposefully, and we are very happy that very many of you were able to join from all the universities. We are actually very impressed. So to answer to the questions now, there are quite a number of them. I will try to be very brief. Now the project is coming to an end. What were the main challenges and lessons which we can be able to learn? Of course, there are quite a number of challenges. The number one challenge was this project started in 2019. Number one challenge was COVID. That one brought a lot of challenges. Number two, there was an election. And when election was held, many governors possibly were not elected back. And then the new CECs came with the new orientation. So you had now to go and start again, trying to say who you are, what you are doing. And if you are not aligning, it becomes a very big challenge. So it actually depends on the CEC who is in the county, whether he's going to embrace you or not. If he doesn't, it will be a challenge. So that is why we were telling the CS, we need to have a forum to be able to discuss, all of us, because we are working for the same client, whether they're in the counties or what. When you become hungry, all of us. Do not say I'm hungry because I'm in Nairobi and you have food because of the other place. Food does not have counties. Hunger cuts across.
So that is one of the challenges which we had. The other one, the lessons which we were able also to learn, is that we're working with extension service providers. And as Madam Mary has said, most of them were going on retirement. So that issue of changing and getting new extension officers to orientate and start working with was also a very big challenge. So that one, we were able to work around it. And that is why you found, we went to some counties, it was almost a bit difficult to be able to work because of that nature. But let me say now things have improved and we have the CASCOMs. The PERAM officer is asking how we can be able to be having these extension forums. We have the county extension forums, the CASCOM, and they should be able to organize such forums with us. We are members of some of the CASCOMs. The problem is they have not been reactivated because in some of the counties they are not there, but at least there is a move whereby if you go to a county and you are doing something, you go to the CASCOM, then you can start joining, planning these ones together. Then there was the issue of the disconnect between farmer and the students. There we agree, and that is what we have been trying to bring you to this table so that you can really be able to understand, you learn, and even the idea you have come up with is very, very important of coming up with a WhatsApp group or some type of platforms. And I'm sure Elizabeth is listening to that and he has all the registration, and that one we should be able to take it up. Now, the University of Nairobi, we are talking about the issue of the database, but you are told because of the issue of Data Protection Act, then, and I think the CS explained to us that they are trying to come up with a framework of how they can be able to share this information without really infringing on the Data Protection Act. Because you have to be careful when we are sharing a lot of this information. Then we are looking at the issue of the youth, you call it the dome. Yes, that one is very important. And we are looking at going forward because this is the second extension symposium. It is bigger and better than the first one. So possibly the third one will even be having more partners and we can be able to have a number of days. When we go for African extension weeks, they are actually the whole week with a lot of discussions, with a lot of papers, where people sit together, present papers, discuss, and then we have policy recommendations. And that was an attempt you are trying to do today. So next time we should be able to have a bigger and better youth. Then we have the issue of the soil. Sue, yes, I was able to see that. And actually I would like to invite everybody on the platform of ICA of Sue, because she always organized very, very informative sessions. There's one we were done by Professor White from the US, the other one from a gentleman from South Africa. They are very, very informative. In fact, you hear in Uganda, I thought I knew about soil. So I didn't know about, about soil. Because as much as we are talking about nutrients and the soil health, plants play a very big role in uptake of those soil, which normally we ignore. So that one would be a very good forum. We need to work together so that we do not only understand the soil and the micronutrients and the macronutrients, but let's look at those organisms in the soil and how we can take care of them. When we are told our soil is dead, because most of the organisms are not there. So even if you add whatever nutrients, it becomes a very big challenge. So you'd be interested, and as SPAM is proposing, we can organize forums with the webinars, and I'm sure you always participate and you always share this information. So we can organize, and you tell us when you are ready, you share like the way we had that one discussion of GMO. It was very nice, although we had issues, but you gave us very good information. So we'll be able to organize those webinars. Actually, at KeFAAS, we have full access Zoom, to which we can always use. So if you want to organize, in fact, with some of the organization, we always organize, like OFIMAG. We have jointly organized with them, and they have shared a lot of information. So the platform is there, the organizers are there, the talkers are there. So all what you need to do is to be available. Once you're available, we will be able to do that and move forward. Okay, the other one is the issue of working together. I am happy even today we have been able to look at how we can be able to work together. It's a starting point and we go on getting better and better. And those many challenges we are facing, because of working in different cocoons, I'm sure they will be able to be addressed as we progress forward. The last one is the issue of the mentors. Yes, we should be able to offer mentorship to our extension who are behind us. So that one would be our role and our challenge. So those people who are almost exiting the ministry and all that, we have a duty, Madam Mary, to mentor these people. We hold them, we hold their hearts. So that one would be very useful for us. So I think those are the issue. And now the issue of going forward on the issue of LNP, now what they want, or we are doing like documenting the knowledge products which will be shared by IFAD within the IFAD website. And then from there, we'll be able to look at what next. And when you look at what next, I'm sure we are going to consider with a lot of totality the ASEL and those areas. But for now, the project was coming to an end. After they do the evaluation, because the evaluation is now ongoing external, they will be able to guide on what is next. But I'm happy, even on our own, we can be able to do something small. So thank you very much. Professor, I hope I have answered.
Indeed. Thank you. Please let's have some appreciation. I request to come here because this is the last thing that I will say, and then I will be gone. So we will be, I assure you, we will be out of this room in the next 10 minutes. I am requesting the KeFAAS board member who will be speaking to be ready. I don't know, it is indicated on the program, KeFAAS board member. I don't know who is going to go close for us. After me, after this, there is a cup of tea, yes? There is a cup of tea, please don't leave it. It was meant for us. I will just request, because we have spent the day together, I don't think there is a photo which was taken for us together as a group not seated here. So before I leave, I think we can just come here or somewhere and take one photo. So the photographer, please be setting the camera to do that. Let me, they are already, you know, when Peter, you answering the questions, it really sounded in there, like there are many action points and the way forward. It does touch on the many issues that we were discussing here today and asking ourselves, what can we say about this thing? I want to just run through a few of the points that I picked as we go along, and you members are free to add. One of the questions we asked from morning is this last mile a mirage, or is it something that we can realistically close? I don't know. When I started the day, I was convinced it is something we might not, but you know, as we go along, I started feeling, no, there's a lot happening. We might actually just come to, you know, to close it. Whatever the case, it is that extension is real, it's a big thing, and it is happening, and it is to be appreciated. However, there is a question that came that extension is to be delivered not as a last mile, but as a first mile. This is something, hopefully, we want to understand as we go along into the next year. One issue which has emerged is, where is extension placed in our training programs, in our training institutions? Do we have an opportunity, I hope KeFAAS will take this up, to enrich, towards enriching the content of extension in our curriculum? We were informed by somebody from APNI, there is an initiative going on with AFAS, and I think others, you are involved in it. If we can see this go on, I think it's an action point, and next year we can evaluate and see how far we are. The other issue which has come up certainly is regarding the quality of information, the data that is going to our farmers. There are two issues about data. One is its control. We are already talking about the details of farmers in our database as a country. But the other thing, and this one the CS alluded to, extension standards and guidelines have been released. But I don't know, all those of us who consume information from many different forums, sometimes we are concerned because of the quality of the information there. Who is the custodian to oversight, to implementation of these guidelines and standards? And I believe this is something that KeFAAS can look into. The issue of policies has come up. A question was asked here by one of our young people. Do we really need more policies? That every time we meet, we are saying we want to either develop policies. Maybe it is time we evaluate those that we have, probably scrap some or do something about it. That is a question which to me hasn't been answered clearly. Do we need more, or what are we going to do? Because I can see already even some have been announced here as new ones. One of the things I picked from our keynote speaker, Professor Onyango, was the roles, the potential for different institutions to be more impactful, depending on where they are. Even our universities, for example, he gave us an example in the US, the deans are the ones who lead the extension effort locally in those universities. What can we do so that we transform our institutions? Even if it is Caro, the Caro Center based in Kakamega is impactful there in supporting extension. The universities, Akina Masinde Muliro are there. They are supporting Jaramogi there. Chuka, where they are. There is a university everywhere in Kenya. But how do we make sure our institutions are more impactful in contributing to this agenda? The other issue I picked from the CAs is the public-private dialogue model. Is it they are meeting monthly? The public-private dialogue model. And I started wondering, why aren't we having these dialogues amongst the rest of us? You know, we meet once a year, we are here. I don't know whether KeFAAS or the Extension Actors participate in this dialogue, but I do certainly think we need to think of what can we borrow from this model, even if it is not monthly, every 2 or 3 months, let's meet and scan what's happening around us and agree. I think that would be something. You're part of it. Please let us know then how you can onboard others who are not yet, maybe in other forums, not to that one. The other issue is soil health, certainly very prominent. I was in one session where this came out very, very strongly. The use of inputs that are friendly and supportive to the soil ecosystem. Organic products. I think the training capacity building, this is emerging certainly as an area we need also to focus on. Maybe also to see how is this transitioning to how the training happens in our institutions, to the extension services, and everywhere where farmers and other stakeholders are being rich with information. One consistent thing has emerged with the young people, even from the sessions I was in and the reporting here. There are capacity gaps, particularly in terms of funding. All of them are saying, we are doing this. They have very good initiatives, but they can only go so far. They need to be supported and empowered with funding and access to resources and opportunities. Who is it that will take lead in ensuring they have access to this? I think this is an action area. Towards the end, there is a proposal to review the format of the National Agricultural Extension Summit. That is this event from 1 day to 2 days. I do not know whether that has been accepted in plenary, because if it is accepted, then KeFAAS now goes forward with this. We come next year with that expectation. And the other proposal is to increase the periodic engagements, monthly, bi-monthly, or whatever other way. And one of the things that has been said is they can even be hosted by another organization. KeFAAS can avail the platform, help in mobilizing participants, but any other institution and partner can host it. I'm actually taking the challenge, and I think soon, at some point in time, if next year comes before I have held a webinar, please don't allow me to come here. I want to promise that I'm going to take this up. And finally, the issue, Mahma Extension has spoken to this issue of collaboration and working together. And she has said, rightly, if you want to go far, you do what? You go alone. If you want to go, I don't know, if you want to go far, you go together with others. If you want to go far, you go faster but alone. Yet, and like this, yet we need to go far and to go faster. My presentation here in the morning, I was telling you, I think we are lagging behind in terms of deploying some of these technologies, having these knowledge areas. That's why you are saying you went to a soil science class and you wondered whether you understand soils. Why? It means because we are lagging behind, which means we must go far and go faster. Now I ask you, if to go far, you need to go together. And the other one is if you want to go alone, it's confusing me. But you understand what I'm saying? What do we need to do so that we go far and faster? I thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here with you. Thank you very much. The KeFAAS board member who is going to close this for us, welcome.
Good evening once again.
I stand between you and the tea and also going away. Before I say anything, allow me to ask the KeFAAS board kindly to stand before I pass a vote of thanks. Yes. Yes, that is the board. Peter also sits in that board. I don't know why he's not standing. I want to pass a vote of thanks to this. No, please don't sit. We want to appreciate you. This is the team that has been supporting Peter and his team to come up with this symposium. And up to yesterday, we were on our toes. We may not have run as much as Peter and his team did, but this is the team that has been backing Peter up. So thank you so much, board members. Kindly appreciate them. Turn around, they see you. Yes, thank you so much. That is the team. And we are happy that they were there. I also want to recognize the KeFAAS Secretariat. Kindly stand. The Secretariat, the team that works with Peter. Peter, you know, is the nut that joins the Secretariat and the board. That is the lean team. There are only 4, and you can see the work they have done, led by Peter. Thank you so much. Asanteni sana. So I take this opportunity to actually appreciate God. We've been praying for this day as a team. And I'm telling you, it has God more than we thought. Yes. Actually, when I look around the faces of the board members, they are extremely, extremely happy because we didn't expect this number of people. And as Peter has said, last year we were less. Today it's bigger and better. Thank you so very much. And we thank God. Let's give a hand clap to the Lord himself, who has made it possible for us to have this day. I want to take this opportunity to thank our keynote speaker, Professor Onyango, my teacher, my supervisor, came all the way to Meru when I was doing the field attachment to supervise me. And I'm sure in this room, Professor, we are not going to let you down. As a team of extensionists, whether the old and the young, we are going to do great things, and we are going to follow the steps you gave us. Thank you so much. God bless you. And may He award you many more years so that you can give that knowledge to many more people. We also want to appreciate our CS. You realize that he had a very busy schedule. Actually, it was a great honor that he could spare the hour he did for us. Let's appreciate. Because something has happened, but my voice is loud enough. Okay, the other one is working. Okay. So we want really to appreciate the two so very much. And now I want to appreciate all the participants, the universities, the students' body, the private sector, private service providers. We are really excited. Thank you that you came. Imagine if it was only the board and, you know, and the secretary that were here. I don't know what the good professor would have told us. And the MC would have had a very rough day speaking to 10 people. Kindly appreciate yourself. Let me see how you can appreciate yourself. Because hiyo ni yako sasa. Hiyo ni yako. Yes, we thank you so very much. And we also want to thank the media team. They've been doing a fantastic job, taking photos, making sure these gadgets are working and all that. Kindly appreciate them. Thank you so much. And I can see she's still seated there, making sure she's capturing everything. I look at the
the youth, the Gen Zs. Thank you so much for being there. Because at one point I remember Madam Mary thinking extension sasa inaelekea pande gani. But now we can confidently go home and sleep soundly knowing iko na wenyewe sasa. Yes, wenyewe wako. So appreciate the young extensionists and advisory service providers in the house. And I'm sure where you see this, I was told if you want to make, when change is coming, it is 10% of the persons that you reach. So can you imagine all this, each one of them reaching 10% of the people around them? Then the farmers will not have a problem. Extension will be delivered to the first and last mile. Because I want to believe the farmers are the first mile, because why then do we have an extension if there is no farmer? So the farmer is the first. Yes, not the last mile. Yes, thank you. I want us to really applaud the Agricultural Information and Resource Center. And Madam is there. Thank you so much. Asante sana. Yes, we've had a wonderful place to sit in. I didn't even know this place can be turned into something so beautiful. Yes, the team really worked well, and in the morning you could have seen them running up and down to make sure the final touches were done. Thank you so much, Madam, for having such a wonderful team. They are fenders, and I'm hearing there's still some tea. So thank you so much for the meals. Although we didn't keep time, you'll understand the program was really, really busy. But I like the attitude of your staff. They were happy even with us being late. Thank you so much. And now, I think we'll have to give this gentleman a standing ovation. Yes, our MC, our master of direction. Kindly stand and we give him a standing ovation. Yes, thank you so much, Professor. We really appreciate. You made it so lively. Can you imagine? Mimi katikati maybe ingekuwa imeisha. He has kept us, feeling like we are just starting. Thank you so much, Prof. And I'm sure we'll still invite you again and again. And as the young people, na nyinyi muwe mentored, you can copy what he's doing so that maybe the third or the fourth, one of you will do it. Thank you so very much. And now, let's also appreciate anybody else that I may not have mentioned. Yes, let's appreciate each other, appreciate anybody else that I may not have mentioned, including the people who are taking care of our vehicles where we left them, including the people who have been registering us at the gate, the people who are doing exhibition at the front. Thank you so much. We appreciate everybody. Kindly feel appreciated. And as you go home, I believe the next meeting will not wait for next year. I challenge Prof, because you have said you are going to do it. So invite us, even virtually we'll be there. So as we stand, maybe Peter, we can have the word of prayer. We have the photo, I don't know where, we'll be guided. And then we reach home safely. For those traveling near and far, it doesn't matter the distance, we pray for safety. So we sing the final prayer. I want to give it to Pamela. And as she finishes, we come here.
Let's give a clap for Daphne. Yeah, thanks for being here. Let us pray. Father God, we come into this evening with thanksgiving in our hearts. Thank you, Lord, for this day. We have seen the wonders of your work. We have seen a prayer answered. We asked you this morning, Lord, we pray that this day may be a success. And yes, it has been. We thank you for each one of us represented here in your organization or individuals. We thank you that you have given us wisdom. May impart it to the farmer of this country so there may be better production.
Farmers of this country.
Farmers, Lord, because that is our wish as a group. Lord, we just pray that you may give us, you may empower us to do much more for this country as a group, that there may be no competition among us, that we may work collaboratively so that we may deliver better services. As we live here this evening, Lord, we pray that you may give each one of us journey mercies. There are those who are just traveling around the corner, there are those who are traveling far. We pray that you may see us to our final destination, and that when we, as we meet again, we prepare to meet again, you may prepare us for that meeting where we can discuss matters to do with extension for farmers. We thank you for the tea that has been prepared for us. Bless it as we partake of it. In the name of Jesus Christ, we pray and believe. Amen. Amen.
Yes, please. Please come here to take the photo. Tafadhalini. Yeah, if we get some chairs for the Gen Z. Karibuni, karibuni. Please. Somebody from the secretariat. More, please come.